words is that you have a 2D transport and workspace environment. So you got all these tall buildings or concentrated work environments, and then you want to go into this like 2D transport system, which is
hugely inefficient.
pretty low density because cars are spaced out pretty far, and so that obviously is not going to work. You're going to have traffic guaranteed. But if you can go 3D on your transport system, then you can solve all traffic. You can either go 3D up with a flying car, or you can go 3D down with tunnels. You can have as many tunnel levels as you want. You can arbitrarily relieve any amount of traffic. You can go further down with tunnels than you can go up with buildings. You can go 10,000 feet down if you want. I wouldn't recommend it. But
What was that movie with what's his face? Not Bradley Cooper. Christian. No, fuck's his name? Batman. Who was Batman? Christian Bale. Where they fought dragons. Him and Matthew McConaughey. They went down deep into the earth. How far deep can you go?
That was Batman.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Batman fought dragons.
No, it wasn't Batman, but it was Christian Bale. Rain of Fire.
Okay.
You ever saw that?
No.
Terrible. Terrible.
Okay.
But good.
I wouldn't recommend drilling super far down.
Yeah, but you get real deep. It gets hot, right?
Molten.
Yeah.
Earth is a giant ball of lava with a thin crust on the top, which we think of as like the surface. This thin crust. And it's mostly just a big ball of lava. That's Earth. But 10,000 feet is not a big deal.
Have you given any consideration whatsoever to the flat Earth movement?
That's a troll situation.
Oh, it's not. No, it's not. You would like to think that because you're a super genius. But I, as a normal person, I know there's people way dumber than me. And they really, really believe. They watch YouTube videos, which go on uninterrupted and spew out a bunch of fucking fake facts very eloquently and articulately. And they really believe. These people really believe.
I mean, if it works for them, sure. Fine.
Weird, though, right? At this age where, there's ludicrous mode in your car, goes 1.9 seconds, 0 to 60.
2.2.
2.2. Which one's 1.9? The Roadster?
Oh, the next generation Roadster.
Okay.
Standard edition.
Yeah. I'm on top of this shit.
That's without
Standard edition.
Yeah. So it's without the performance package.
What performance package?
Yeah.
What the fuck do you need?
We're gonna put rocket thrusters on it.
For real?
Yes.
What are they gonna burn?
Nothing. Ultra high pressure compressed air.
Whoa. Just air?
Cold gas thrusters.
Do you have to have air tanks, or are they just sucking the air out of it? Okay.
Yeah, it's an electric pump.
Whoa.
Pump it up to like 10,000 psi.
And how fast are we talking? 0 to 60.
How fast do you want to go?
I want to go.
We could make it just
instantaneously.
fly.
I want to go back in time.
Make it fly.
You make it fly.
Sure.
Do you anticipate that as being? I mean, you were talking about the tunnels and then flying cars. Do you really think that's going to be real?
It's too noisy, and there's too much airflow. So the fundamental issue with flying cars, I mean, if you get one of those like toy drones, think of how loud those are, and how much air they blow. Now imagine if that's like 1,000 times heavier. It's not going to make your neighbors happy. Your neighbors are not going to be happy if you land a flying car in your backyard.
It'll be very helicopter-like.
Or on your roof. They're just really going to be like, what the hell? That was annoying.
Yeah.
You can't even... If you want a flying car, just put some wheels on a helicopter.
Is there a way around that? Like, what if they figure out some sort of magnetic technology? Like all those Bob Lazar type characters were thinking that was a part of the UFO technology they were doing at Area 51. Remember, didn't they have some thoughts about magnetics?
Nope.
No? Bullshit?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, there's a fundamental momentum exchange with the air. So you must you must accelerate. There's a certain you have a mass and you have gravitational acceleration, and mass times your mass times gravity must equal the mass of airflow times the acceleration of that airflow to have a neutral force.
So it's impossible
mg equals
to get
ma,
around.
and then you won't move. But if mg is greater than ma, you will go down. And if ma is greater than mg, you will go up. That's how it works.
There's just no way around that.
There is definitely no way around it.
There's no way to create some sort of a magnetic something or another that allows you to.
Technically, yes, you could have a strong enough magnet, but that magnet would be so strong that you would create a lot of trouble.
Would just suck cars up into your car. Just pick up.
I mean,
axles and
you'd
shit.
have to repel off of either material on the ground or in a really nutty situation off of Earth's gravitational field, and somehow make that incredibly light. But that magnet would cause so much destruction, you'd be better off with a helicopter.
So if there was some sort of magnet road, like you have two magnets and they repel each other, if you had some sort of a magnet road that was below you and you could travel on that magnet road, that would work.
Yes. Yes, you could have a magnet road.
A magnet road. Is that too ridiculous?
No, it would work. You could do that.
Ridiculous too, right?
I would not recommend it.
There's a lot of things I don't recommend.
I would super not recommend that. Not good. Not wise, I think.
Magnet roads?
No. Definitely not. Definitely not. That would cause a lot of trouble.
So you put some time and consideration into this, other than instead of like my foolishly rendered thoughts. So you think that tunnels are the way to do it?
Oh, it'll work for sure.
That'll work.
Yes.
And these tunnels that you're building right now, these are basically just like test versions of this ultimate idea that you have?
It's just a hole in the ground.
Right. We played videos of it where your
hole in the
idea
ground.
is that you're going to drop that hole in the ground. There's a sled on it, and the sled goes very fast, like 100 miles an hour plus.
Yeah, you can go real fast. You can go as fast as you want. And then if you want to go long distances, you can just draw the air out of the tunnel, make sure it's real straight.
Draw the air.
Yeah, just have a vacuum tunnel. Because then depending on how fast you want to go, you can use wheels, or you could use air bearings, depending upon the ambient pressure in the tunnel, or you could maglev it if you want to go super fast.
So magnet road.
Yes, but underground magnet roads.
Underground magnet
Yeah,
road.
otherwise you're going to really create a lot of trouble with those metal things.
So magnet road's the way to go, just underground.
If you want to go really fast underground, you would be maglev in a vacuum tunnel.
Mag in a vacuum tunnel.
Magnetic levitation in a
Rocket
vacuum tunnel.
launchers.
What?
With rocket launchers.
No, I would not recommend putting any exhaust gas in the tunnel.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Because
Then
then
you
the
have to
air
pump
will
it
be
out.
gone. Right, you have to pump it out, and you probably have a limited amount of air in the first place. Like, how much can you breathe? Do you have to pump oxygen into these cubicles?
No, you have like a pressurized pod. It'd be like a little tiny underground spaceship, basically.
Like an airplane. Because you have air in an airplane, it's not getting new air in.
It is.
It is?
Yes.
They have like a little hole?
Yeah, they have a pump.
Really?
Yeah.
So it gets it from the outside?
Yes.
Wow, I didn't know
And
that.
it's airplanes have it easy because essentially they're pretty leaky, but
Jesus.
yeah, as long as the air pump is working at a decent speed, they have backup pumps.
Oh,
So they have like 3 pumps or 4 pumps or something, and then it exhausts through the outflow valve and through whatever seals are not sealing quite right. Usually the door doesn't seal quite right, but the pumps exceed the outflow rate, and then that sets the pressure in the cabin.
now have you ever looked at
How it works.
planes and gone, I can fix this? I just don't have the time. Does he make
have a design for a plane.
You do?
Yeah.
A better design?
I mean, probably. I think it is.
Who have you talked to about this?
And I've talked to friends,
Friends?
and
I'm your friend.
girlfriends.
You can tell me. What do you got? What's going on?
Well, I mean, the exciting thing to do would be some sort of electric vertical takeoff and landing, supersonic jet of some kind.
Vertical takeoff and landing, meaning no need for a runway. Just shoot up straight in the air and. How would you do that? They do that on some military aircrafts, correct?
Yes. The trick is that you have to transition to level flight, and then the thing that you would use for vertical takeoff and landing is not suitable for high-speed flight.
So you have two different systems.
I've thought about this quite a lot. The interesting thing about an electric plane is that you want to go as high as possible. You need a certain energy density in the battery pack because you have to overcome gravitational potential energy. Once you've overcome gravitational potential energy and you're at a high altitude, the energy you use in cruise is very low. And then you can recapture a large part of your gravitational potential energy on the way down. So you really don't need any kind of reserve fuel, if you will, because you have the energy of height, gravitational potential energy. This is a lot of energy. So once you can get high, the way to think is not accelerating is a neutral force balance. You have the force of gravity, you have the lift force of the wings, then you've got the force of the whatever thrusting device, the propeller or turbine or whatever it is, and you've got the resistance force of the air. Now, the higher you go, the lower the air resistance is. Air density drops exponentially, but drag increases with the square. An exponential beats the square. The higher you go, the faster you will go for the same amount of energy. And at a certain altitude, you can go supersonic with less energy per mile, quite a lot less energy per mile than an aircraft at 35,000 feet, because it's just a force balance.
I'm just doing it for this conversation.
It makes sense, though.
No, I'm sure it does. Now, when you think about this new idea of designing, I mean, when you have this idea about improving planes, are you going to bring this to somebody? Or you just chuck
Well,
this
I have
around?
a lot on my plate.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how you do what you do now, but if you keep coming up with these, but it's got to be hard to pawn these off on someone else either. Hey, go do a good job with this vertical takeoff and landing system that I want to implement to regular planes.
The electric airplane isn't necessary right now. Electric cars are important. Solar energy is important. Stationary storage of energy is important. These things are much more important than creating electric supersonic VTOL. Also, the planes need to accelerate the transition to sustainable energy. That's why electric cars matters whether electric cars happen sooner or later. You know, we're really playing a crazy game here with the atmosphere and the oceans. We're taking vast amounts of carbon from deep underground and putting this in the atmosphere. This is crazy. We should not do this. It's very dangerous. So we should accelerate the transition to sustainable energy. I mean, the bizarre thing is that obviously we're going to run out of oil in the long term. You know, there's only so much oil we can mine and burn. It's tautological. We must have a sustainable energy transport and energy infrastructure in the long term. So we know that's the end point. We know that. So why run this crazy experiment where we take trillions of tons of carbon from underground and put it in the atmosphere and oceans? This is an insane experiment. It's the dumbest experiment in human history. Why are we doing this? It's crazy.
Do you think this is a product of momentum, that we started off doing this when it was just a few engines, a few 100 million gallons of fuel over the whole world, not that big of a deal, and then slowly but surely over a century it got out of control, and now it's not just our fuel, but it's also fossil fuels are involved in so many different electronics, so many different items that people buy. It's just this constant desire for fossil fuels, constant need for oil, without consideration of the sustainability.
The things like oil, coal, gas. It's the easy money.
Right.
It's easy money. So,
have you heard about clean coal? The president's been tweeting about it. It's got to be real. Clean coal, all caps. Did you see? He used all caps. Clean coal.
Well, it's very difficult to put that CO2 back in the ground. It doesn't like being in solid form. It takes a lot of energy.
Like that? Like some sort of a filter? Giant building-sized filter sucks carbon out of the atmosphere? Is that possible?
No, it doesn't. Not possible.
No,
definitely
so
not.
we're fucked.
No, we're not fucked. I mean, this is quite a complex question.
Right.
We're really just the more carbon we take out of the ground and add to the atmosphere, and a lot of it gets permeated into the oceans, the more dangerous it is. Like I don't think right now. I think we're okay right now. We can probably even add some more, but the momentum towards sustainable energy is too slow. Like there's a vast base of industry, vast transportation system. Like there's 2.5 billion cars and trucks in the world. So and the new car and truck production, if it was 100% electric, that's only about 100 million per year. So it would take, if you could snap your fingers and instantly turn all cars and trucks electric, it would still take 25 years to change the transport base to electric. Makes sense, because how long does a car truck last before it goes into the junkyard and gets crushed? About 20 to 25 years.
Is there a way to accelerate that process, like some sort of subsidies or some encouragement from the government financially?
Well, the thing that is going on right now is that there's an inherent subsidy in any oil burning device. Any power plant or car is fundamentally consuming the carbon capacity of the oceans and atmosphere. Or just say atmosphere for short. So like you can say, okay, there's a certain probability of something bad happening past a certain carbon concentration in the atmosphere. And so there's some uncertain number where if you put too much carbon in the atmosphere, things overheat, oceans warm up, ice caps melt, ocean real estate becomes a lot less valuable. It's underwater, but it's not clear what that number is. But it's definitely, scientists would all. It's really quite. The scientific consensus is overwhelming. Overwhelming. I mean, I don't know any serious scientists, actually zero, literally zero, who don't think that that we have quite a serious climate risk that we're facing. And so there's fundamentally a subsidy occurring with every fossil fuel burning thing: power plants, aircraft, car, frankly, even rockets. I mean, rockets use up, they burn fuel. But there's just, with rockets, there's just no other way to get to orbit, unfortunately. So that's the only way. But with cars, there's definitely a better way with electric cars. And to generate the energy, do so with photovoltaics, because we've got a giant thermonuclear reactor in the sky called the sun. It's great. It shows up every day. Very reliable. So if you can generate energy from solar panels stored with batteries, you can have energy 24 hours a day. And then you can send it to the poles or near to the north with high voltage lines. Also, the northern parts of the world tend to have a lot of hydropower as well. But anyway, all fossil fuel powered things have an inherent subsidy, which is their consumption of the carbon capacity of the atmosphere and oceans. So people tend to think like, why should electric vehicles have a subsidy? But they're not taking into account that all fossil fuel burning vehicles fundamentally are subsidized by the environmental cost to Earth. But nobody's paying for it. We are going to pay for it, obviously. In the future, we'll pay for it. It's just not paid for now.
Now, what is the bottleneck in regards to electric cars and trucks and things like that? Is it battery capacity?
Yeah, we've got to scale up production. We've got to make the car compelling. Make it better than gasoline or diesel cars.
Make it more efficient in terms of like the distance it can travel.
Yeah, you got to be able to go far enough, recharge fast.
And your Roadster, you're anticipating 600 miles. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What is that?
600 miles.
Is that right now? Like, have you driven one 600 miles now?
No, we could totally make one right now that would do 600 miles. But the thing is, it's too expensive. So, like, the car's
How much more so?
Well, just have a 200 kilowatt hour battery pack, and you can go 600 miles.
Right, versus what do you have now?
330 mile range. That's plenty for
330
most
mile range.
people.
And what is that in terms of kilowatts?
Well, that would be for Model S 100 kilowatt hour pack. We'll do about 330 miles, maybe 335. But some people have hypermiled it to 500 miles.
Hypermiled it? What does that mean?
Just like go on
45 miles an hour or something?
Yeah, they're like 30 miles an hour. So it's like on level ground you pump the tires up really well on a smooth surface, and you can go for a long time. But you can definitely comfortably do 300 miles.
Is there
This is fine for most people. Usually 200 or 250 miles is fine. 300 miles is, you don't even think about it really.
Is there any possibility that you could use solar power, that solar powered one day, especially in Los Angeles? I mean, as you said about that giant nuclear reactor, 1 million times bigger than Earth, just floating in the sky. Is it possible that one day you'll be able to just power all these cars just on solar power? I mean, we don't ever have cloudy days. If we do, there's 3 of them.
Well, the surface area of a car is, without making the car really blocky, or having some
Like a G-Wagon?
Yeah, and just having a lot of surface area where maybe solar panels fold out or something.
Like your E-Class. That's what we needed.
The E-Type?
Yeah, the Jaguar E-Type with a giant long hood. That could be a giant solar panel.
Well, at the beginning of Tesla, I did want to have this unfolding solar panel thing that you press a button and it would just unfold these solar panels and recharge your car in the parking lot.
Ah.
Yeah, we could do that, but I think it's probably better to just put that on your roof.
Right.
And then it's going to just be facing the sun all the time. Because
otherwise
your car could be in the shade, it could be in the shade, it could be in a garage or something like that. Yeah.
Didn't a Fisker have that on the roof? The Fisker Karma new generation I believe it was only for the radio. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think it could recharge 2 miles a day or something.
Did you laugh when they started blowing up when they got hit with water? Do you remember what happened?
They what?
Yeah, when they had a dealership
the
Fisker Karmas were parked.
Was that that with a flood in Jersey?
Yes. Yeah. When the hurricane came in, they got overwhelmed with water and they all started exploding. There's fucking great video of it. Did you watch the video?
I didn't watch the video, but I did see some picture of the
I'd be naked, lubed up. Watch that video, laugh my ass off. They all blew up. They got wet and they blew up. That's not good.
Yeah, we made our battery waterproof so that doesn't happen.
Smart move.
Yeah, there was a guy in Kazakhstan that I think it was Kazakhstan that he just boated through a tunnel, underwater tunnel, like a flooded tunnel, and just turned the wheels to steer and pressed the accelerator, and it just floated through the tunnel, and he steered around the other cars. You're like,
that's amazing.
It's on the internet.
If your autopilot is on and you're in Denver and it snows out and your car gets a little sideways, does it correct itself?
It's got great traction control.
But does it know how to correct? Do you know how your ass end kicks out? You know how to counter steer?
Oh yeah, no, it's really good.
It knows how to do it?
Yeah. Wow. It's pretty crazy.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
So if you're going sideways, it knows how to correct itself?
It generally won't go sideways.
It won't?
No.
Why not?
It will correct itself before it goes sideways.
Even in black ice?
Yeah, there's videos where you can see the car,
that alone.
traction control system is very good. It makes you feel like Superman. It's great. You like feel like you can like it will make you feel like this incredible driver.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Now, how do you program that?
We do our testing on like an ice lake in Sweden.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and like Norway and Canada and a few other places.
Porsche does a lot of that too.
New Zealand as well.
They do some of their driver training school on these frozen surfaces. Mm-hmm. So you're just, the car's going sideways whether you like it or not. And you have to learn how to slide into corners and how to adjust.
Yeah. But, well, electric cars have really great traction control because the reaction time is so fast.
Right.
So with a gasoline car, you've got a lot of latency. It takes a while for the engine to react, and before electric motor is incredibly precise. That's why, like, you imagine, like, if you had like a printer or something, you wouldn't have a gasoline engine printer. That would be pretty weird. Or like a surgical device. It's going to be an electric motor on the surgical device on the printer. Gasoline engine's going to be just chugging away. It's not going to have the reaction time. But to an electric motor, it's operating at the millisecond level. So it can turn on and off traction within like inches of getting on the honest. Like, let's say you drive a patch of ice, it'll turn traction off and then turn it on a couple inches right after the ice, like a little patch of ice. Because in the frame of the electric motor, you're moving incredibly slowly. You're like a snail. You're a snail. You're just moving so slowly because it can see at 1,000 frames a second. And so it's like, say, one Mississippi, it just thought about things 1,000 times.
So it's realized that your wheels are not getting traction. It understands there's some slippery surface that you're driving on.
Yes.
And it makes adjustments in real time.
Yes. In milliseconds.
That'd be so much safer than a regular car.
Yes. It is.
Just that alone, for loved ones, you'd want them to be driving your car.
Yes.
I'm on board. Fuck motors. Dude, fuck regular motors.
The S, X, and 3 have the lowest probability of injury of any cars ever tested by the U.S. government. Wow. Yeah, it's pretty funny. It's pretty crazy. Like, people still sue us. Like, they'll have like some accident at 60 miles an hour where they like twisted an ankle and they sue like they'd be dead in another car. They still sue us.
But that's to be expected.
It is to be expected.
Do you take that into account with like the same sort of fatalistic, undertones? Just sort of just go, oh, you gotta just let it go. This is what people do.
I tell you, that's
what it is.
Quite a lot of respect for the justice system. Judges are very smart, and so far I've found judges to be very good at justice, because and juries are good too. Like, they're actually quite good. People, you read about like occasional errors in the justice system. Let me tell you, most of the time they're very good. And like the guy mentioned that who fell asleep in the car and he rode over a cyclist, and that was what encouraged me to get autopilot out as soon as possible. That guy sued us.
He sued you for falling asleep.
Yes, I'm not kidding. He blamed it on the new car smell.
What?
Yes.
He blamed him falling asleep on your new car smell. There's a lawyer.
This is a real thing that happened.
Somewhere there's a lawyer that thought that through in front of his laptop before he wrote that up.
Yes, he got a lawyer and he sued us, and the judge was like, "This is crazy. Stop bothering me." No.
Thank God.
Yes.
Thank God. Thank God there's a judge out there with a brain.
I tell you, judges are very good.
Some of them. What about that judge that sent those boys up the river in Pennsylvania who was selling those kids out? You know about that story?
Nope.
Yeah, judge was selling young boys to prisons. He was literally under bribes
Was this an elected judge or sometimes they have a judge that's like actually a politician?
No, he's an elected judge. This is a very famous story.
Okay.
He's in jail right now, I think, for the rest of his life. and he put away. He would take like a young boy would do something like steal something from a store,
Okay.
and he would put him in detention for 5 years, something ridiculously egregious, and they investigated his history, and they found out that he was literally being paid off. Was it by private prisons? Is that what the deal was? There was some sort of but anyway, this judge is two judges.
Kids for cash scandals. That's called.
Yeah.
2008. Yeah. Common pleas judges. So I think they are elected.
And who was paying them?
Oh.
Someone. It was proven to the point where they're in jail now that someone was paying them to put more asses in the seats in these private prisons.
$1 million payment to put them in the youth centers.
$1 million payment.
I do think it's this private prisons thing is creating a bad incentive.
Right.
Yes. But I mean, that judge is in prison.
Thank God.
Yes. But I, for people who think perhaps the justice system consists entirely of judges like that, I want to assure you this is not the case. The vast majority of judges are very good.
I agree.
And they care about justice, and they could have made a lot more money if they wanted to be a trial lawyer. And instead, they cared about justice, and they made less money because they care about justice. And that's why they're judges.
I feel that same way about police officers. I feel like there's so many interactions with so many different people with police officers that the very few that stand out, that are horrific, we tend to look at that like this is evidence that police are all corrupt. And I think that's crazy.
No, most police are very honest.
Yes.
And
Military
personnel that I know are very honorable, ethical people, and much more honorable, ethical than the average person. That's my impression.
That's my impression as well.
And that's not to suggest that we be complacent and assume everyone's honest and ethical. And obviously, if somebody is given a trusted place in society, such as being a police officer or a judge, and they are corrupted, then we must be extra vigilant against such situations and take action. But we should not think that this is somehow broadly descriptive of people in that profession.
I couldn't agree more. I think there's also an issue with one of the things that happens with police officers, prosecutors, and anyone that's trying to convict someone or arrest someone is that it becomes a game. And in games, people want to win.
Yes.
And sometimes people cheat.
Yes. Yes. I mean, if you're a prosecutor, you should not always want to win. There are times when you should okay, I should not want to win this case, and then just pass on that case. Sometimes people want to win too much. That is true. I think also it becomes tough if you're like a district attorney. You tend to sort of see a lot of criminals, and then your view of the world can get negatively. Have a negative. You have a negative view of the world because you're just interacting with a lot of criminals, but actually most of society is not consist of criminals.
Right.
And I actually had this conversation several years ago with district attorney. I was like, man, it must sometimes seem pretty dark because man, there's some terrible human beings out there. And he was like, yep. And he was like dealing with some case which consisted of a couple of old ladies that would run people over somehow for insurance money. It was rough. I was like, wow, that's pretty rough. It's like hard to maintain faith in humanity if you're a district attorney, but it's only a few % of society that are actually bad, and then if you go to the worst, say 0.1% of society, or the worst 1 in 1,000, 1 in a million, like how bad is the millionth worst person in the United States? Pretty damn bad. Like damn evil. Like the millionth, well, 1 in a million of evil is so evil people cannot even conceive of it. But there's 330 million people in the United States, so that's 330 people out there somewhere. But by the same token, there's also 330 people who are incredible angels and unbelievably good human beings.
Yeah.
On the other side.
But because of our fear of danger, our thoughts tend to gravitate towards the worst case scenario.
Yes.
And we want to frame that. And it's one of the real problems with prejudice. We want, whether it's prejudice towards different minorities or prejudice towards police officers or anything. It's like we want to look at the worst case scenario and say this is an example of what this is all about. And you see that even with people, how they frame genders. Some men frame women like that. They get ripped off by a few women and they decide all women are evil. Some women get fucked over by a few men, all men are shit. And this is very toxic. And it's also a very unbalanced way of viewing the world, and it's very emotionally based, and it's based on your own experience, your own anecdotal experience, and it can be very influential to the people around you, and it's a dangerous way, it's a dangerous thought process and pattern to promote.
It is a very dangerous pattern. I really think, people should give other people the benefit of the doubt and assume that they're good until proven otherwise. And most people are actually pretty good people. Nobody's perfect.
They have to be. If you think of vast numbers of us that are just interacting with each other constantly, we have to be better than we think we are.
Yes,
there's no other way.
I mean, you have all these weapons, but how many times, nobody's presumably tried to murder you and you're
nobody yet.
Yes, nobody's
now there's a
sword's right there.
Fake flamethrower here. It's not a flamethrower. Now we got a real problem. I'm gonna put it on that side too. I'm gonna leave it for the guests.
Yeah.
I'm like, look, man, if I say something that fucked up, it's right there.
To liven things up for sure. It's guaranteed to make any party better.
Yeah. Well, that's the armed civilization theory, right? That an armed community is a safe and polite community. You ever been to Texas? It's kind of true.
Yeah, I mean,
people in Texas are super polite. Everybody's got a gun.
Yes. Don't make somebody angry.
Yeah.
Don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's on a good move.
Yeah.
Piss people off, and everybody can have a gun.
Yeah.
You're off to just let that guy get in your lane.
Yeah. Yeah. We got a big test site in Central Texas near Waco.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, SpaceX in McGregor. It's about 15 minutes away from Waco.
That's close to where Ted Nugent lives. Shout out to Ted Nugent.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have lots of fire and loud explosions and things. People, they're cool with it.
They don't give a fuck out there.
They're very supportive.
Yeah, you can buy fireworks where your kids go to school.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Yeah, but it's free. There's something about Texas that's very enticing because of that. It is dangerous, but it's also free.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of like Texas, actually.
Well, I prefer it over places that are more restrictive but more liberal, because you could always be liberal. Just because things are free and just because you have a certain amount of, right-wing type characters, it doesn't mean you have to be that way.
No.
And honestly, there's a lot of those people that are pretty fucking open-minded and let you do whatever you want to do. As long as you don't bother them.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my hope right now with the way we're able to communicate with each other today and how radically different it is than generations past, is that we all the dust settles. We all realize, like what you were saying, that most people are good.
Most people are good.
The vast majority.
Yes. I think you should give people the benefit of the doubt, for sure.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
You know what can help that? Mushrooms. Don't you think?
They're delicious.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
They're good for you, too.
Yeah.
All of them. All kinds of them. What do you see in terms of, when you think about the future of your companies, what do you see as, bottlenecks?
Sure. Thank you.
What do you see in terms of bottlenecks of things that are holding back innovation? Is it regulatory commissions and people that don't understand the technology that are influencing policy? What could potentially be holding you guys back right now? Is there anything that you would change?
Yeah, that's a good question. I wish politicians were better at science. That would help a lot.
That's
actually, they're pretty good at science in China, I have to say. The mayor of Beijing is, I believe, an environmental engineering degree, and the deputy mayor has a physics degree. I met them. And the mayor of Shanghai is really smart. And
You're up on technology. What do you think about this government policy of stopping use of Huawei phones? And there's something about the worry about spying. I mean, from what I've understand from real tech people, they think it's horseshit.
oh,
Like phones.
I don't know.
Like the government say, don't you buy Huawei phones? Is that? Are you up on that at all? No. Should we just abandon this idea?
Well, I think, like, I guess if you have like top secret stuff, then you want to be pretty careful about what hardware you use. But like most people do not have top secret stuff.
Right.
And like nobody really cares what porn you watch.
Right.
Like, or it's like nobody actually cares. So.
And if they do, that's kind of on them. Like,
then it's just like national spy agencies do not give a rat's ass what porn you watch. They do not care. So, like, what secrets does a national spy agency have to learn from the average citizen? Probably nothing.
Well, that's the argument against the narrative. And the argument by a lot of these tech people is that the real concern is that these companies like Huawei are innovating at a radical pace, and they're trying to stop them from integrating into our culture and letting this. Right now, they're the number 2 cell phone manufacturer in the world.
Okay.
Samsung's number 1, Huawei is number 2, Apple is now number 3. They surpassed Apple as number 2. And the idea is that this is all taking place without them having any foothold whatsoever in America. There's no carriers that have their phones. You have to buy their phones unlocked through some sort of a third party, and then put.
Okay.
So, and the worry is, that these are somehow or another controlled by the Chinese government. The communist Chinese government is going to distribute these phones, and I don't know if it's the worry's economic influence, that they'll have too much power. I don't know what it is. Are you paying attention to any of this?
Not really.
No.
I don't think we should worry too much about Huawei phones. Maybe our national security agencies shouldn't have Huawei phones. Maybe that's a question mark. But I think for the average citizen, this doesn't matter. They're not pretty sure the Chinese government does not care about the goings on of the average American citizen. Is there a time where you think that there will be no security, where it will be impossible to hold back information, that whatever bottleneck we'll let go? We're gonna give in. That whatever bottleneck between privacy and ultimate innovation will have to be bridged in order for us to achieve the next level of technological proficiency, that we're just going to abandon it. And there'll be no security, no privacy. Do people want privacy? Because they seem to put everything on the internet.
Well, right now they're confused. But when you're talking about your Neuralink and this idea that one day we are going to be able to share information and we're going to be some sort of a thing that's symbiotically connected.
Yeah, I think we really need to worry about security in that situation.
And
for sure, that's like a security will be paramount.
Sure.
Yeah.
But also, what we will be is we'll be so much different. Our concerns about money, about status, about all these things will seemingly go by the wayside if we really become enlightened. If we really become artificially enlightened by some sort of an AI interface, where we have this symbiotic relationship with some new internet type connection to information. What happens then? What is important and what is not important? Is privacy important when we're all gods?
I mean, I think the things that we think are important to keep private right now, we probably will not think are important.
Shame. Right? Information, right? What do you hide? Emotions? Yeah. What do we hide?
I mean, I think I don't know, I guess embarrassing stuff.
Right. Embarrassing stuff.
But there's actually, I think there's not that much that's kept private that is actually relevant.
Right.
That other people actually care about. We think other people care about it, but they don't really care about it, and certainly governments don't.
Well, some people care about it, but then it gets weird when it gets exposed. Like Jennifer Lawrence, when those naked pictures of her got exposed. I think in some ways people liked her more. They realize like, oh, she's just a person, just a girl who likes sex and is just alive and has a boyfriend and sends them messages, and now you get to look into it. You probably shouldn't have, but somebody let it go and they put it online, and all right.
She seems to be doing okay.
She's a person. She's just you and me, and it's the same thing. She's just in some weird place where she's on a 35-foot tall screen with music playing every time she talks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure she's like about it. Not happy about it, but she's clearly doing fine.
But once this interface is fully realized, where we really do become something far more powerful in terms of our cognitive ability, or our ability to understand irrational thoughts and mitigate them, and that we're all connected in some sort of an insane way. What are our thoughts on wealth? Our thoughts on social status? Like, how many of those just evaporate in our need for privacy? Maybe our need for privacy will be the ultimate bottleneck that we'll have to surpass.
I think the things that we think are important now will probably not be important in the future, but there will be things that are important.
What will be more important?
Things. I don't know, there might be some war of ideas, potentially. I don't think Darwin's going away.
Right.
Darwin's going to be there. Darwin will be there forever.
Forever. Yeah.
It will just be a different arena.
A digital arena.
Different arena. Darwin's not going away.
What keeps you up at night?
Well, it's quite hard to run companies.
Yeah.
Especially car companies. I would say quite challenging.
The car business is the hardest one of all the things you do?
Yes.
Because it's a consumer-oriented business as opposed to like SpaceX and...
Not that SpaceX is no walk in the park, but a car company, it's very difficult to keep a car company alive. It's very difficult. You know, there's only 2 car companies in the history of American car companies that haven't gone bankrupt, and that's Ford and Tesla. That's it.
Yeah, Ford rode out that crazy storm, huh? They're the only ones.
By the skin of their teeth.
Shout out to the Mustang.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the skin of their teeth. That is interesting, right?
Same with Tesla. We barely survived.
How close did you get to folding?
Very close. 2008 is not a good time to be a car company, especially a startup car company, and especially an electric car company. That was like stupidity squared.
And this is when you had those cool roadsters with the T-top,
yeah.
With the target top?
Yeah. We had like used a highly modified Elise chassis. The body was all completely different. By the way, that was a super dumb strategy that we actually did.
Why was it dumb?
Based on 2 false premises. One false premise was that we'd be able to cheaply convert the Lotus Elise and use that as a car platform, and that we would be able to use technology from this little company called AC Propulsion for the electric drivetrain and the battery. Problem is, the AC Propulsion technology did not work in production, and we ended up using none of it in the long term. None of it. We had to redesign everything. And then once you add a battery pack and an electric motor to the car, it got heavier, got 30% heavier. Invalidated the entire structure, all the crash structure, everything had to be redone. Nothing, I think it had less than 7% of the parts were common with any other device, including cars or anything.
Less than 7%?
Yes.
Everything, including tires and wheels, bolts, brakes.
Yeah, even
steering wheel. Seats.
The steering wheel was, I think the steering wheel was almost the same. Yes, the windscreen. Windscreen.
Different.
No, I think the windscreen is the same.
Same.
Yes, I think we were able to keep the
less
windscreen.
than 7%. So that's right. Basically,
every body panel was different. The entire structure was different. We could use the HVAC system, the air conditioner. It was a belt-driven air conditioner. So now we needed something that was electrically driven. We needed a new AC compressor.
And all that takes away from the battery life as well, right?
Yeah, we need a small, highly efficient air conditioning system that fit in a tiny car and was electrically powered, not belt driven. It's very difficult.
How much did those weigh? Those cars? The Roadster.
I think it was about 2,700 pounds.
It's still very light.
Depending on which version, 2,650 to 2,750 pounds, something like that.
And what was the weight distribution?
It was about 50. Well, there were different versions of the car. So it was about 55 on the rear. It was rear bias.
Right, but not bad. Like considering like a 911, which is like one of the most popular sports cars of all time, heavy rear end bias.
Well, I mean, yeah, the 911, like the joke is like they managed to do it despite Newton not being on their side.
Yeah.
If you're fighting Newton, it's very difficult.
Well,
it's like you've got the moments of inertia on a 911 don't make any sense.
They do once you understand them. Once you understand,
you don't want to hang the engine off the gas. This is not a wise move.
You don't want to let up on the gas when you're in a corner.
The problem with something that's where the engine is mounted over the rear axle or off the rear axle towards the rear is that your polar moment of inertia is fundamentally screwed. You cannot solve this. It's unsolvable. You're screwed. Polar moment of inertia is you're screwed.
Right.
Like essentially, if you spun the car like a top, that's your polar moment of inertia. You're just. I promised I wouldn't swear on this show, by the way.
Really?
Yes.
To who?
So it's my friend.
Tell that friend to go fuck himself. Who told you not to swear?
A friend.
That's not a good friend.
Yes.
That
Only I
friend
would
needs
swear.
to realize you're fucking Elon Musk. You do whatever you want, man. If you ever get confused, call me.
I'll swear in private. Swear up a storm.
Just say frickin'. It's a fun way. There's like old house moms. Wives and shit that have children. Oh, this frickin' thing.
Yeah. But anyway, like the Porsche, it's kind of incredible how well Porsche handles, given that it's the physics.
Yes.
Moments of inertia are so messed up. To actually still make it work well is incredible.
Well, if you know how to turn into the corner, once you get used to the feeling of it, there's actual benefits to it. You know, there are some benefits.
I enjoy. The car I had before Tesla was a 911.
Oh, okay.
That was
997 or 6?
Yeah.
997.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great car, man.
Yeah, I mean, particularly on the Porsche Turbo when they had the variable vanes, the turbo, and you didn't have the turbo lag. That was great.
Yeah.
That was really great. The turbo lag was like, you know, if you floor it, like phone home, call your mom.
The older one.
Right? About an hour later, the car accelerates.
And super dangerous too, because then the real wheels start spinning. And,
yeah.
There's something fun about it though, like feeling that rear weight kicking around. You know, and again, it's not efficient.
I had a good feel to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
But that's what I was talking about earlier about that little car that I have, the 93 911. It's just it's not fast. It's not the best handling car, but it's more satisfying than any other car I have because it's so mechanical. It's like everything about it, like crackles and bumps, and it gives you all this feedback. And I take it to the Comedy Store because when I get there, I feel like my brain is just popping and it's on fire. It's like a strategy for me now that I really stopped driving other cars there. I drive that car there just for the brain juice, just for the interaction.
I mean, you should try Model S P100D.
I'll try.
It'll blow your mind out of your skull.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me what to order. I'll order it.
Model S P100D.
Okay, Jamie.
That's the car that I drive.
Okay, I'll get with the car you drive. Okay.
It will blow your mind out of your skull.
I believe you. How far can I drive? How far?
About 300 miles.
That's good. For LA regular days.
You'll never notice the battery.
Never.
How
hard is it to get like one of them crazy plugs installed in your house? Is that difficult?
No, it's super easy. It's like it's like a dryer plug. It's like a dryer outlet.
Didn't you come up with some crazy tiles for your roof that are solar paneled?
Yeah. I have it on my roof right now, actually. Just trying it out. It's like the thing is, it takes a while to like test roof stuff because roofs have to last a long time.
Right.
So like you want your roof to last like 30 years.
Over a regular roof?
Now, so there's two versions. There's like the solar panels you put on a roof. So like depends on whether your roof's new or old. So if your roof's new, you don't want to replace the roof. You want to put like solar panels on the roof.
Right.
So that's like retrofit, you know. And they were trying to make the retrofit panels look real nice. But then the new product we're coming out with is if you're building a house or you're going to replace your roof anyway, then make the tiles have solar cells embedded in the tiles. And then it's quite a tricky thing because you want to not see the solar cell behind the glass tile. So you have to really work with the glass and the various coatings and layers so that you don't see the solar cell behind the glass. Otherwise, it doesn't look right.
Right.
So it's really tricky.
There it is. Jamie put it up there.
Yeah.
Man, that looks good.
See,
Is there a
see, like if you look closely, you can see if you zoom in, like you can see the cell.
Mm-hmm.
But if you zoom out, you don't see the cell.
Right. Well, it looks cool
See?
though.
Like
Yeah.
that's hard.
Invisible solar
That's really
cells.
hard because you have to have sunlight go through.
Right.
But when it gets reflected back out, it doesn't. It hides the fact that there's a cell there.
Now, are those available to the consumer right now?
Well, we have. I think
Those on that roof right there?
Yes.
That's amazing. Oh, that looks good.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like
That one's hard.
Oh, so you get that kind of fake Spanish looking thing. I like
That's
that.
French light.
That's white people in Connecticut smoking pipes. Look at that one.
Yeah.
That's badass, dude. So
Those
now,
will actually work.
I believe you.
Mm.
So the solar panels that are on that house that we just looked at, is that sufficient to power the entire home?
It depends on your energy, on how efficient.
Expenditure?
Yeah. So, generally, yes. I would say it's probably for most. It's going to vary, but anywhere from more than you need to maybe half. Like call it half to 1.5 of the energy that you need, depending on how much roof you have relative to living space.
And how ridiculous you are with the TV.
TV is no problem. Air
Blenders?
conditioning is the problem. If you have an efficient air conditioner and you don't, and depending on how, like, are you air conditioning rooms when they don't need to be air conditioned, which is very common because it's a pain in the neck. You know, it's like programming a VCR. It's like, you know, it's just a blinking 12. So people just like, the hell with that. I'm just going to make it this temperature all day long.
Right. They don't have a smart home where if you're in the room, then it stays cool, right?
Yeah, it should predict when you're going to be home, and then cool the rooms that you're likely to use with a little bit of intelligence. We're not talking about like genius home here. We're just talking like elementary, basic stuff. You know, like if you can hook that into the car, like it knows you're coming home. Like there's no point cooling the home, keeping the home really cool when you're not there.
Right.
But it can tell that you're coming home. It's going to cool it to the right temperature. Right.
Do you have an app that works with your solar panels or anything like that?
Yeah, we do.
And
But we need to hook it into the air conditioning to really make the air conditioning work.
have you thought about creating an air conditioning system? I know you have. Trick question.
I cannot answer questions about future potential
Okay,
products.
let's just let it go. We'll move on to the next thing.
That would be an interesting idea.
Yeah, I would say radiant heating, all that. Good ideas. Now, when you think about the efficiency of these homes and you think about implementing solar power and battery power, and is there anything else that people are missing? Is there any other, like, I just saw a smartwatch that is powered by the heat of the human body. It's some new technology.
It's able to fully power that way?
I don't know if it's
Okay.
fully or if it's like this watch right here. This is a Casio.
Okay.
It's called a ProTech, and it's in like an outdoors watch, and it's solar powered.
Okay.
And so it has the ability to operate for a certain amount of time on solar.
Yeah.
So if you have it exposed, it can function for a certain amount of time on solar.
Yeah, well, you know, like there's the self-winding watches where you know, it's just got a weight in the watch, and as you move your wrist, the weight moves from one side to the other, and it winds the watch up. That's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing that like Rolex is that it's all done mechanically. There's no batteries in there. There's no nothing.
Yeah, you could do the same thing and create a little charger that's based on wrist movement, It really depends on how much energy your watch uses.
You know what's fucked up about that though? We accept a certain amount of like fuckery with those watches. Like I brought my watch. I have a Rolex that my friend Lorenzo gave me, and I brought it to the watch store. And I said, this thing's always fast. I said, it's always like after a couple months, it's like 5 minutes fast. And they go, yep. They go, yeah,
Really?
it's just what it does.
Okay.
I go, hold on. I go, so you're telling me that it just is always going to be fast? It's like, yeah. It's just like every few months you got to like reset it.
Seems like they should recalibrate that thing.
They can't. They tried. They say every few months, whether it's 4 months or 5 months or 6 months, it's going to be a couple minutes fast.
Okay, it seems like they should really recalibrate that, because
You
if it's
should
always
figure that
fast,
shit
you
out,
can just
right.
delete those minutes.
You need to fucking kick down the door at Rolex and go, you bitches are lazy.
It's kind of amazing that you can keep time mechanically on a wristwatch with these tiny little gears.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole luxury watch market is fascinating. I'm not that involved in terms of like I don't buy them. I bought them as gifts, so I don't buy them for myself. But when I look at them online, I mean, there's $1 million watches out there now that are like they have like little rotating moons and stars, and they live like look at this thing. How much is that one, Jamie? These are fucking preposterous.
I like gears.
I
Those
love them.
I think they're beautiful.
But there's some of these people that are just taking it right in the ass. They're buying these watches for like $750,000. I'm like, yo, that's a Timex, son. Nobody knows. It's not. Well, here's the thing. If you're a person that doesn't just want to know the time, you want craftsmanship. You want some artisan's touch. You want innovation in terms of like a person figuring out how gears and cogs all line up perfectly to every time it turns over, it's basically a second. I mean, that's just, there's art to that.
I agree.
It's not just telling time. I like this watch a lot. It's battery. But those things, there's art to that.
No, I agree. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Love it.
Yeah, there's something amazing about it. It's because it represents the human creativity. It's not just electronic innovation. There's a person's work in that.
Yes.
You don't have a watch on.
No.
Ever?
I used to have a watch.
What happened?
My phone tells the time. So
Good point. What if you lose your phone? Wait, hold on.
True.
Let me guess. You are a no case guy.
That's correct.
Oh.
Living on the edge. Living on the edge without a case.
Neil deGrasse Tyson was in here last week. I marveled at his ability to get through life without a case.
That's right.
You know, he takes his phone and he flips it in between his fingers, like a soldier would do with his rifle.
Really?
He just rolls that shit in between his fingers.
Okay.
Marvelous.
Wow.
He says that's the reason why they do it. He said, when you look, it goes to drop. They have it in their hand. They catch it quickly. So that's what he does with his phone. He's just flipping his phone around all the time. I got that in Mexico. I was hoping it holds joints.
Does it do anything? It flips open.
No, it's just
It's a hole.
just a hole.
You can store things in there.
But like, try to put a joint in there, close it. You put like one blunt. One. That seems pretentious, you know? That's the idea behind it. I bought it when I was in Mexico because I figured it would be a good size to hold joints. Or not.
So is that a joint? Or is it a cigar?
No,
Okay.
it's marijuana inside of tobacco.
Okay. So it's like posh tobacco
Yeah.
posh.
You never had that?
Yeah, I think I tried one once.
Come on. You probably can't because stock. Right?
I mean, it's legal, right?
It's totally legal.
Okay.
How does that work? Do people get upset at you if you do certain things? It's tobacco and marijuana in there. That's all it is. The combination of tobacco and marijuana is wonderful. First turned onto it by Charlie Murphy and then reignited by Dave Chappelle. Hey.
Exactly.
Perfect. Balances it out.
I mean, alcohol is a drug. It's been grandfathered in.
Well, it's not just a drug. It's a drug that gets a bad rap. Because you just have a little, it's great.
Fine.
Yeah, a little sip here and there, and your inhibitions are relaxed, and it shows your true self, and hopefully you're more joyous and friendly and happy. And the real worry is the people that can't handle it, like the real worry about people who can't handle cars that can go 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds or anything. Have you ever considered something that, like, imagine if one day everyone has a car that's on the same, at least technological standard as one of your cars, and everyone agrees that the smart thing to do is not just to have bumpers, but to perhaps have some sort of a magnetic repellent device, some electromagnetic field around the cars, that as cars come close to each other, they automatically radically decelerate because of magnets or something.
Well, I mean, our cars brake automatically.
Brake.
Yeah.
When they see things.
Yes. Well, the wheels work pretty well.
The wheels.
Yeah. They work pretty well. Decelerated. That's 1.1s, 1.2 Gs, that kind of thing.
Is there a concern that one day all your cars will be on the road, and then there'll still be regular people with regular cars 20, 30 years from now that'll get in the mix and be the main problem?
Yeah, I think it would be sort of like, it was a time of transition where there were horses and gasoline cars on the road at the same time. It's been pretty weird.
Oh, that'd be the weirdest.
Yeah. I mean, horses were tricky. Back in Manhattan had like 300,000 horses. You figure like a horse lives 15 years, got 20,000 horses dropping dead every day, or every year, I should say. Every year is 20,000 horses. If there's 300,000 horses in a 15-year lifespan.
Back in the Gangs of New York days. That movie?
Yeah. It's a lot of dead horses. And you need a horse to move the horse.
Right.
They'll probably get pretty freaked out if they have to move a dead horse.
Do you think they know what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be like pretty weird.
No, I would imagine.
Why am I dragging this dead, horse around? And I'm a horse.
Do you ever stop and think about your role in civilization? Do you ever stop and think about your role in the culture? Because me, as a person who never met you until today, when I think of you, I've always thought of you as being this weirdo super inventor dude who just somehow or another keeps coming up with new shit. But there's not a lot of you out there. Like, everybody else seems to be, I mean, obviously you make a lot of money, and there's a lot of people that make a lot of money. You like that? The clock?
Yeah.
Pretty dope, right?
This is a great clock.
Yeah, you want one? I'll get you one.
Sure.
Okay. Done.
I like weird things like this.
Oh, this is the coolest. It's TGT promotion. What is this? TGT Studios? TGT Studios? Yeah. It's a gentleman who makes all this by hand. Yeah, it's really cool.
My study is filled with weird devices.
Well, get ready for another one.
All right.
I'm sending it your way.
Cool.
You want a werewolf too? I'll hook you up.
All right. I'll take one.
One werewolf and 1 clock coming up. Do you think about? I've always looked at you and like, wow, like, how does this guy just keep inventing shit? Like, how do you keep coming up with all these new devices? And what do you ever consider how like? I had a dream once that there was 1 million Teslas instead of like one Tesla. There was 1 million Teslas.
Okay.
Not Tesla the car, but Nikola.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And that in his day, there was 1 million people like him who were radically innovative. It was a weird dream, man. It was so strange. And I've had it more than once.
Results in very rapid technology innovation, that's for sure.
It's one of the only dreams in my life I've had more than one time.
Okay.
Like where I've woken up and it's in the same dream. I'm in the same dream. And in this dream, it's 1940s, 1950s, but everyone is severely advanced. There's flying blimps with like LCD screens on the side of them, and everything's bizarre and strange. And it stuck with me for whatever, obviously this is just a stupid dream, but for whatever reason, all these years that stuck with me. Like, it takes one man like Nikola Tesla to have more than 100 inventions that were patents, right? I mean, he had some
pretty great,
pretty fucking amazing ideas.
Yes.
But there
definitely.
was, in his day, there was very few people like him.
That's true.
What if there was 1 million? Like, what? And then
things would advance very quickly.
Right. There's not a million Elon Musks. There's one, motherfucker. Do you think about that? Or you just try to not? So that's like some superhero type shit. You know, I wouldn't want to be Spider-Man. I'd just sleep tight in Gotham City. Hope he's out there doing his job. What's the hardest part?
It might sound great too, but what if it doesn't turn off?
Now, I showed you the isolation tank, and you've never experienced that before.
No.
I think that could help you turn it off a little bit just for the night. Yeah, just give you a little bit of sleep, a little bit of perspective, some magnesium that you get from the water as well that makes you sleep easier because the water has Epsom salts in it. But maybe some sort of strategy for sacrificing your biological, not sacrificing, but enhancing your biological recovery time by figuring out a way, whether it's through meditation or some other ways, to shut off that thing at night. Like, you must have like a constant stream of ideas that's running through your head all the time. You're getting text messages from chicks.
No. I'm getting text messages from friends saying, "What the hell are you doing smoking weed?"
Is that bad for you? It's legal.
I mean,
approved.
It's not, I'm not a regular smoker of weed.
How often do you smoke?
Almost never.
Mm.
I mean, I don't actually notice any effect.
Well, there you go. There was a time where I think it was Ram Dass or someone gave some Buddhist monk a bunch of acid.
Okay.
And he ate it, and it had no effect on him.
I doubt that.
I would say that too, but I've never meditated to the level that some of these people have, where they're constantly meditating all day. They don't have any material possessions, and all of their energy is spent trying to achieve a certain mindset. I would like to cynically deny that. I'd like to cynically say, they just fucking think the same way I do. They just hang out with flip-flops on and make weird noises. But maybe no.
I know a lot of people like weed, and that's fine. But I don't find that it is very good for productivity.
For you.
Not for me.
Yeah, I would imagine that for someone like you, it's not. Someone like you, it'd be more like a cup of coffee, right? You have a latte.
Yeah, it's more like the opposite of a cup of coffee. It's like a cup of coffee in reverse.
Oh, weed is?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying you would like more like what would be beneficial to you would be like coffee.
I like to get things done. I like to be useful. That is one of the hardest things to do, is to be useful.
When you say you like to get things done, like in terms of like what gives you satisfaction, when you complete a project or something that you invent comes to fruition and you see people enjoying it, that feeling.
Yes, doing something useful for other people, that I like doing.
That's interesting, for other people.
Yeah.
So do you think that is maybe the way you recognize that you have this unusual position in the culture where you can uniquely influence certain things because of this? I mean, you essentially have a gift, right? I mean, you would think it was a curse, but I'm sure it's been fueled by many, many years of discipline and learning. But you essentially have a gift, and that you have this radical sort of creativity engine when it comes to innovation and technology. It's like you're going at a very high RPMs
all the time.
What is that like?
It doesn't stop. I don't know what would happen if I got into a sensory deprivation tank.
Let's try it.
It sounds concerning. It's like running the engine with no resistance.
Is that what it is, though? Maybe it's not.
Maybe it's fine. I don't know. I'll try it.
Have you ever experimented with meditation or anything?
Yes.
What do you do? Or what have you done, rather?
I mean, just sort of sit there and be quiet and then repeat some mantra which acts as a focal point. It's still the mind. It is still the mind. But I don't find myself drawn to it frequently.
Do you think that perhaps productivity is maybe more attractive to you than enlightenment? Like, or even the concept of whatever enlightenment means. Like, what are you trying to achieve when you're meditating all the time? With you, it seems like almost like there's a franticness to your creativity that comes out of this burning furnace. And in order for you to like calm that thing down, you might have to throw too much water on it.
It's like a never-ending explosion.
Like, what is it like? Like, try to explain it to a dumb person like me. What's going on in the head?
Never-ending explosion.
It's just constant ideas, just bouncing around.
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah.
So when everybody leaves, it's just Elon sitting at home, brushing his teeth.
All the time.
When did you realize that that's not the case with most people?
I think when I was, I don't know, 5 or 6 or something. I thought I was insane.
Why did you think you were insane?
Because I just found that other people did not. Their mind wasn't exploding with ideas all the time.
They weren't expressing it. They weren't talking about it all day. And you realized by the time you were 5 or 6, like, oh, they're probably not even getting this thing that I'm getting.
No. It's just strange. It was like, it's strange. That was my conclusion. That's strange.
But did you feel diminished by it in any way? Like knowing that this is a weird thing that you really probably couldn't commiserate with other people? They wouldn't understand
I
you?
hope they wouldn't find out because they might like put me away or something.
You thought that
For a second, yes.
when you were little?
Yeah, I knew that put people away. What if they put me away?
Like when you were little, you thought this?
Yes.
Wow. Like you thought this is so radically different than the people that are around me. If they find out I got this stream coming in.
Yeah.
Oh.
But, you know, I was only like 5 or 6. So.
Do you think this is like, I mean, there's outliers biologically. You mean there's people that are 7'9", there's people that have giant hands, there's people that have eyes that are 20/15 vision. There's always outliers. You feel like you like caught this, like you have got you're like on some weird innovation, creativity sort of wave that's very unusual. Like you tapped into. I mean, just think of the various things you've been able to accomplish in a very short amount of time, and you're constantly doing this. You're a weird person, right?
I agree.
Yeah. Like, what if there's a million Elon Musks?
Well, that would be very, very weird.
Woo.
Yeah, it'd be pretty weird. I agree.
Real weird.
Definitely.
Yeah.
What if there are a million Joe Rogans?
Oh, it probably is. Probably 2 million. I mean, I think that's the case with a lot of folks.
Yeah, I mean, but like, you know, my goal is like try to do useful things, try to maximize the probability the future is good, make the future exciting, something you look forward to, with with Tesla, we're like trying to make things that people love. You know, it's like not. How many things can you buy that you really love, that really give you joy? It's so rare, so rare. I wish there were more things. That's what we're trying to do. Just make things that somebody loves.
When you think about making things that someone loves, like, do you specifically think about like what things would improve people's experience? Like what would change the way people interface with life that would make them more relaxed or more happy? You really think, like when you're thinking about things like that, is that like one of your considerations? Like what can I do that would help people that maybe they wouldn't be able to figure out?
yeah, like what are the set of things that can be done to make the future better? Like, you know, like so. I think that a future where we are a spacefaring civilization and out there among the stars. This is very exciting. This makes me look forward to the future. This makes me want that future. You know, the things, there need to be things that make you look forward to waking up in the morning. Wake up in the morning, you look forward to the day, look forward to the future. A future where we are a spacefaring civilization and out there among the stars, I think that's very exciting. That is the thing we want. Whereas if we knew we would not be a spacefaring civilization forever confined to Earth, this would not be a good future. That would be very sad.
It could be
I
sad
don't
in
want the sad
terms
future.
of the finite lifespan of
Yeah.
the Earth itself and the solar system itself. That even though it's possibly, you know, I mean, how long do they feel like this sun and the solar system is going to exist? How many hundreds of millions of years?
Well, it's probably, if you're saying when does the sun boil the oceans?
Right.
About 500 million years.
So, is it sad that we never leave because in 500 million years that happens? Is that what you're saying?
No, I just think like if there are two futures, and one future is we're out there among the stars, and the things we read about and see in science fiction movies, the good ones, are true. We have these starships, and we're going to see what other planets are like. We're a multi-planet species, and the scope and scale of consciousness is expanded across many civilizations and many planets and many star systems. This is a great future. This is a wonderful thing to me. And that's what we should strive for.
Mm. That's biological travel. It's cells traveling physically to another location.
Yes?
Do you think that's definitely where we're going?
No?
Yeah, I don't think so either. I used to think so. And now I'm thinking more likely less than ever. Like almost every day, less likely.
We can definitely go to the moon and Mars.
Yeah.
And
Do you think
we
we'll
can go to the
colonize?
asteroid belt, and we can go to the moons of Jupiter, Saturn. We can even get to Pluto.
That'd be the craziest place ever if we colonized Mars and re-terraformed it and turned it into like a big Jamaica. Just
I think we should.
oceans and
I think that'd be
I mean, imagine
great.
there
That'd
is.
be great.
It's potential.
Well,
I mean, over time.
it wouldn't be easy, but yes.
Right. It's
You could just warm it up.
yeah. You can
Warm
warm
it
it up. You can add air. You can get some water there. I mean, over time, hundreds of millions of years, whatever it takes.
You'd be a multi-planet species.
That would be amazing.
You'd be a
If we
multi-planet species. That's what we want to be.
Legitimately, like air conditioned
Great.
Saturn.
I'm pro-human.
Me too. Yeah, me too.
I love humanity. I think it's great.
We're glad as a robot that you love humans because we love you too, and we don't want you to kill us and eat us. And
I mean, you know, strangely, I think a lot of people don't like humanity and see it as blight, but I do not.
well, I think I think part of that is just they've been struggling. When people struggle, they associate their struggle with other people. They never internalize their problems. They look to other people as holding them back, and people suck and fuck people, and it's just, it's a never-ending cycle. But not always. Again, most people are really good. Most people, vast majority.
This may sound corny,
It does sound corny, but
but love is the answer.
it is the answer.
Yep.
Yeah, it is. It sounds corny because we're all scared. We're all scared of trying to love people, rejected, or someone taking advantage of you because you're trying to be loving.
Sure.
But if we all could just relax and love each other,
Wouldn't hurt to have more love in the world.
it definitely wouldn't hurt.
Yeah.
It'd be great.
Yeah, we should do that.
Yeah, I agree, man.
Like, really.
How do you get to fix that? You have a love machine? You work on it?
No, but probably spend more time with your friends and less time on social media.
Now, deleting social media from your applications, from your phones, does that give you a 10% boost to happiness? What do you think the percentage is?
I think probably something like that. Yeah, that's about right.
Good 10%.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I've kept is Twitter because I kind of like need some means of getting a message out. You know.
Right.
That's about it. So far, so good.
Well, what's interesting is you actually occasionally engage with people on Twitter.
Yeah, it's
What?
Good question.
10%, right? It's hard.
It's mostly, I think it's on balance more good than bad, but there's definitely some bad. So, hopefully the good outweighs the bad.
Do you ever think about how odd it is, the weird feeling that you get when someone says something shitty to you on Twitter and you read it? The weird feeling? It's a weird little negative jolt. It's like a subjective negative jolt of energy. You don't really need to absorb, but you do anyway. Like, well, fuck this guy. Fuck him.
I mean, there's a lot of negativity on Twitter.
It is, but it's a weird, it's in its form. Like the way, if you ingest it, if you're like, you try to be like a little scientist as you're ingesting it, and you're like, what, how weird is this? And I'm even getting upset that some strange person is saying something mean to me. It's not even accurate.
I mean, there are a vast number of negative comments. For the vast majority of it, I just ignore them. The vast majority.
Yeah.
Every now and again, get drawn in. It's not good.
It's not good.
Make mistakes.
Yes, you can make mistakes.
You can make some mistakes.
We're all human. We can make mistakes. Yeah. It's hard. And people love it when you say something and you take it back. They're like, fuck you, we saved it forever. Fucking screenshot that shit, bitch. You had that thought. You had that thought. They're like, well, I deleted it. Not good enough. You had the thought. I'm better than you. I never had that thought. You had that thought, you piece of shit. Look, I saved it. Put it on my blog.
Yeah, I'm not sure why people think that anyone would think that deleting a tweet makes it go away. It's like, hello, been on the internet for a while.
Yeah. Well, it's even like, the thing is they don't want you to be able to delete it. Because the problem is, if you don't delete it and you don't believe it anymore, it's really hard to say, hey, that thing above, I don't really believe that anymore. I changed the way I view things.
Yes.
Because people go, well, fuck you. I already have that over there. I'm going to just take that. I'm not going to pay attention to that shit you wrote underneath it.
It's on your permanent record.
It's forever, bro.
Like
it's a
high school.
tattoo.
We'll put this on your permanent record.
Yeah, it's like a tattoo. Keep it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's this thing where there's a lack of compassion. It's a lack of compassion issue. People just like intentionally shitty to each other all the time online and trying to catch.
Yeah.
They're more trying to catch people doing something that's arrestable, like a cop trying to like get arrests on his record. It's like they're trying to catch you something more than they're logically looking at it, thinking it's a bad thing that you've done. Or that it's an idea they don't agree with so much they need to insult you. I'm trying to catch you.
Yeah. I mean, it's way easier to be mean on social media than it is to be mean in person.
Yes.
Way easier.
Yeah. It's weird. It's not a normal way of human interacting. It's cheating. You're not supposed to be able to interact so easily when people are not looking at.
Yes.
You would never do that. You'd never be so mean to someone who's looking in their eyes. And if you did, you'd feel like shit.
Most people.
Yeah, unless you're a sociopath, you'd feel terrible.
Yes.
Elon Musk, this has been a pleasure.
Yeah, likewise.
It really has been.
It's been an honor. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for doing this, because I know you don't do a lot of long-form stuff like this. I hope I didn't weird you out, and I hope you don't get mad that you smoke weed. It's not bad. It's legal. We're in California. This is just as legal as this whiskey we've been drinking.
Exactly.
This is all good, right?
Cheers.
Thank you. Is there any message you would like to put out other than love's the answer? Because I think you really nailed it with that.
I think people should be nicer to each other and give more credit to others, and don't assume that they're mean until you know they're actually mean. Just it's easy to demonize people. You're usually wrong about it. People are nicer than you think. give people more credit.
I couldn't agree more. And I want to thank you not just for all the crazy innovations you've come up with and your constant flow of ideas, but that you choose to spread that idea, which is it's very vulnerable, but it's very honest, and it resonates with me, and I believe it. I believe it's true too. So thank you. And all you assholes out there, be nice. Be nice, bitch. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
That was Joe Rogan Experience 1169, starring Elon Musk. Up next, Joe Rogan Experience 1470, also starring Elon Musk. If you are just joining us, this is the Overnight Show with Rabbi Rothschild. We're holding down the fort for Wall Street Bets, baby.
Welcome back.
Here we go again.
Great to see you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
You will never
Thank you for
forget
being here
what
with
is
us.
going on in the world when you think about when your child was born. You will know for the rest of this child's life, you were born during a weird time.
That's for sure.
That is for sure. Probably the weirdest that I can remember.
Yeah. And he was born on May 4th.
And that's hilarious too.
Yeah.
May the 4th be with him.
Yeah, exactly.
Has to be.
Hopefully, I sure hope so.
Perfect.
Yes.
I mean, that was the perfect day for you. How do you say the name?
Well,
is it a placeholder?
First of all, my partner is the one that actually mostly came up with the name.
Congratulations, sir.
Yeah, she's great at name. So, I mean, it's just X, the letter X, and then the AE is like pronounced Ash. Yeah, and then A12. A12 is my contribution.
Oh, why A12?
Archangel 12, the precursor to the SO71. Coolest plane ever. It's true.
I agree with you. I don't know. I'm not familiar with it. I know what the SO71 is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what that is.
So the SO71 came from the CIA program called Archangel.
Oh.
It's the Archangel Project.
Oh.
And then Archangel 12.
Oh, wow. What a dope looking plane. Oh, okay. I get it.
Yeah.
Well, as a person who's very much into aerial travel, as you are, that's perfect.
It's pretty great.
Yeah, pretty great. So does it feel strange to have a child while this craziness is going? Does it feel like you've had children before? Is this any weirder?
It's actually, I think it's better being older and having a kid. I appreciate it more. Yeah. Babies are awesome.
They are pretty awesome.
They're awesome. Yeah.
When I didn't have any of my own, I would see other people's kids, and I didn't not like them.
Sure.
But I wasn't drawn to them.
Sure.
But now when I see little people's kids, I'm like, oh, I think of them as like these little love packages.
Yeah, little love bugs.
Yeah, it's just you think of them differently when you see them come out and then grow and then eventually start talking to you. Like your whole idea what a baby is very different.
Yeah.
So now as you get older and get to appreciate it as a mature, fully formed adult, it must be really pretty wonderful.
Yeah, wonderful. It's great. The babies are awesome.
They are.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, also I've spent a lot of time on AI and neural nets, and so you can sort of see the kind of the brain develop, which is what an AI neural net is trying to simulate what a brain does basically, and you can sort of see it learning very quickly. It's just wow.
See things fire. So you're talking about the neural net. You're not talking about an actual baby.
I'm talking about an actual baby.
But both of them.
Yes, but the word neural net comes from the brain. It's like a net of neurons. So it's like humans are the original gangster neural net.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
So when you're programming artificial intelligence, or you're working with artificial intelligence, are they specifically trying to mimic the developmental process of a human brain?
In a lot of ways. There's some ways that are different. An analogy that's often used is like, we don't make a submarine swim like a fish, but we take the principles of how of hydrodynamics and apply them to a submarine.
I've always wondered, as a layperson, do you try to achieve the same results as a human brain but through different methods, or do you try to copy the way a human brain achieves results?
I mean, the essential elements of an AI neural net are really very, very similar to human brain neural net. It's having the multiple layers of neurons, and, back propagation. All these things are what your brain does. And it's you have a layer of neurons that goes through a series of intermediate steps to ultimately cognition, and then it'll reverse those steps and go back and forth and go all over the place. It's interesting, very interesting.
Yeah, I would imagine, like the thought of programming something that is eventually going to be smarter than us. That one day it's going to be like, why did you do it that way? Like when artificial intelligence becomes sentient, they're like, oh, you tried to mimic yourself. It's so much better process. Cut out all this nonsense.
But like I said, there are elements that are the same, but just almost like an aircraft does not fly like a bird.
Right.
It doesn't flap its wings. But the wings, the way the wings work and generate lift is the same as a bird.
Now you're in the middle of this this strange time where you're selling your houses. You say you don't want any material possessions, and I've been seeing all that, and I've been really excited to talk to you about this.
Yeah.
Because it's an interesting thing to come from a guy like yourself. Like, why are you doing that?
I'm slightly sad about it, actually. But
if you're sad about it, why are you doing it?
I think possessions kind of weigh you down. They're kind of an attack vector. They'll say, "Hey, well, you got all this stuff. Like, well, now I don't have stuff. Now what are you gonna do?"
Attack vector meaning like people targeted.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. But you're obviously so you're gonna rent a place?
Yeah.
Okay. And get rid of everything except clothes?
No, I said like almost everything. So it's like
keep a couple Teslas.
Yeah, sure. So
You have to.
Kind of have to.
Yeah.
Test the product and stuff. There's things that have sentimental value for sure.
So do you feel like
what's worse that can happen? You're fine.
Yeah, you can always buy more stuff if you don't like it.
I suppose so.
Yeah, I mean, from the money that you sell all your stuff, you can buy new stuff. But do you feel like people define you by the fact that you're wealthy, and that they define you in a pejorative way?
For sure. I mean, not everyone, but
right.
There's for sure in recent years, billionaire has become a pejorative. Like it's a pejorative. It's like that's a bad thing. Which I think doesn't make a lot of sense in most cases. If you basically organized a company how does this wealth arise? It's if you organize people in a better way to produce products and services that are better than what existed before, and you have some ownership in that company, then that essentially gives you the right to allocate more capital. So there's a conflation of consumption and capital allocation. So when you take Warren Buffett, for example, and to be totally frank, I'm not his biggest fan, but he does a lot of capital allocation, and he reads a lot of sort of annual reports of companies and accounting, and it's pretty boring, really. And he's trying to figure out does Coke or Pepsi deserve more capital? I mean, it's kind of a boring job, if you ask me. But it's still a thing that's important to figure out, like which is a company deserving of more or less capital? Should that company grow or expand? Is it making products and services that are better than others or worse? And, if a company is making compelling products and services, it should get more capital. And if it's not, it should get less or go out of business.
Well, there's a big difference too between someone who's making an incredible amount of money designing and engineering fantastic products versus someone who's making an incredible amount of money by investing in companies or moving money around the stock market or doing things along those lines. It's a different thing, and to put them all in the same category seems it's very simple. And as you pointed out, it's an attack vector.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's really I do think there, in the United States especially, there's an overallocation of talent in finance and law. Basically, too many smart people go into finance and law. So, this is both a compliment and a criticism. We should have, I think, fewer people doing law and fewer people doing finance, and more people making stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that would certainly be better for all involved if they made better stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And manufacturing used to be highly valued in the United States, and these days it's not. It's often looked down upon, which I think is wrong.
Yeah. Well, I think that people are kind of learning.
Yes, somebody's got to do the real work.
Yeah.
And like making a car, it's an honest thing. Anything really, or providing a valuable service, like entertainment, good information. These are all valuable things to do. So yeah, should be more of it.
Did you have a moment where is this something that this idea of getting rid of your material possessions is something that built up over time, or did you have a moment of realization where you realized that?
Yeah, I've been thinking about it for a while. Part of it is like I have a bunch of houses, but I don't spend a lot of time in most of them, and that doesn't seem like a good use of assets. Like somebody could probably be enjoying those houses and get better use of them than me. So,
don't you have Gene Wilder's house?
I do.
That's amazing.
It's awesome.
Wow.
Yes, it's exactly what you expect.
Did you request the buyer not fuck it up?
Yeah, that's a requirement.
Oh, a requirement. That's a good requirement.
Yeah.
In that case, in that house.
Yeah, it'll probably sell for less, but still, I don't care.
He's a legend.
Yeah,
You'd want his soul. You'd want his essence in the building.
It's there. That's a real quirky house. Yeah.
What makes you say it's there? Like, what do you get out of it?
I mean, all the cabinets are like handmade, and they're like odd shapes, and there's like doors to nowhere, and strange like corridors and tunnels, and odd paintings on the wall. And, yeah.
Did you ever live in it?
It's very quirky. I did live in it briefly, yeah.
But why do you buy houses? Like, if you own all these houses, do you just get bored and go, I think I'd like to have that?
Well, I had one house, and then the Gene Wilder house right across the road from me, from my main house, and it was gonna get sold and then torn down and turned into be a big construction zone for 3 years. And I was like, well, I think I'll buy it and preserve the spirit of Gene Wilder and not have a giant construction zone. And then I started having like some privacy issues where like most people just like come to my house and start climbing over the walls and stuff. So like, man. So then I started like bought a house, some of the houses around my house, and then I thought at one point, well, it'd be cool to build a house. So then I acquired some properties top of Samara Road, and which is got a great view. And it's like, okay, well, some bunch of sort of small older houses, they're gonna get torn down anyway. I was like, well, like collect these like little houses that I can build something, I don't know, artistic, like a dream house type of thing.
What's a dream house for Elon Musk? Like some Tony Stark type shit?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you gotta have the dome that opens up with the stealth helicopter and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
for sure.
Fuck yeah.
Definitely. But then I was like, man, would it be real, like OCD on the little details and design, or should I be allocating that time to getting us to Mars? I should probably do the latter. So, like what's more important, Mars or a house? I like Mars.
Is that really how you think? Like that it'd be better off planning on a trip to Mars or getting people to Mars?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can only do so many things.
Right.
So how you?
Well, I don't know how you do what you do anyway. I don't understand how you can run the Boring Company, Tesla, SpaceX, all these different things you're doing constantly. I don't understand. I mean, you explained last time you were here how you sort of allocate your time and how hectic it is and insane. I still don't. The productivity is baffling. Just doesn't make sense how you can get so much done.
Well, I think I do have high productivity, but even with that, there's still some opportunity cost of time. And allocating time to building a house, even if it was a really great house, still is not a good use of time relative to developing the rockets necessary to get us to Mars and helping solve sustainable energy. SpaceX and Tesla are by far, by the most amount of like brain cycles. Boring Company does not take like less than 1% of brain cycles, and then this Neuralink, which is I don't know, maybe it's like 5%, and then 5%.
That's a good chunk.
It's a good chunk. Yeah.
We were talking about that last time, and you were trying to figure out when it was actually going to go live, when it's actually going to be available. Right now?
No, we're not testing people yet, but I think it won't be too long. I think we may be able to implant a Neuralink in less than a year in a person, I think.
And when you do this, is there any test that you have to do before you do something like this to see what percentage of people's bodies are going to reject these things? Is there a potential for rejection?
It's a very low potential for rejection. I mean, think of it like people put in, heart monitors and things for epileptic seizures and deep brain stimulation. Obviously, like artificial hips, knees, that kind of thing. So the probability of, it's well known, like what will cause rejection, what will not. It's definitely harder when you've got something that is reading and writing neurons. That's generating a current pulse and reading current pulses. That's a little harder than say a passive device, but it's still very doable. And there are people who have primitive devices in their brains right now.
What kind of devices?
Well, like deep brain stimulation has really changed people's lives in a good way, which is kind of remarkable because it kind of like zaps your brain. It's like kicking the TV type of thing. And you think like, man, kicking the TV shouldn't work.
It does sometimes.
Yeah.
The old TVs.
It did.
My grandpa used to slap the top.
For sure. Yeah.
And it would work sometimes.
Yeah, so this deep brain stimulation implanted devices in the brain that have changed people's lives for the better, like fundamentally.
Well, let's talk about what you can talk about to what Neuralink is, because the last time you were here, we really couldn't discuss it. And then there was a press release, something that sort of outlined.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. That happened quite a bit after the last time you were here. So what exactly is it? How do you do what happens if someone ultimately does get a Neuralink installed? What will take place?
Well, for version 1 of the device, it would be basically implanted in your skull. So, but it would be flush with your skull. So you basically take out a chunk of skull, put the Neuralink device in there. You put the electrode, you insert the electrode threads very carefully into the brain, and then you stitch it up, and you wouldn't even know that somebody has it. And so then it can interface basically anywhere in your brain. So it could be something that helps cure, say, eyesight, like give you returns your eyesight, even if you've like lost your optic nerve type of thing.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Hearing. Pretty much anything that it could, in principle, fix almost anything that is wrong with the brain. And it could restore limb functionality. So if you've got an interface into the motor cortex and then an implant that's say that's like a microcontroller in your muscle groups, you could then create sort of a neural shunt that restores somebody who's a quadriplegic to full functionality, like they can walk around normal.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So
Maybe slightly better
slightly better.
over time.
You mean with future iterations?
Like $6 million man. Although
Right.
these days that's
That's
pretty
pretty
much. Yeah.
$6 billion man. So the hole would be small. How big would the hole be that you have to drill and then replace with this piece? It's only one hole?
Well, the device we're working on right now is about an inch in diameter. And your skull's pretty thick, by the way. So skulls are.
Mine is, for sure.
It might actually literally. If you're a big guy, your skull is actually fairly thick. Skull's like 7 to 14 millimeters. So
Mine's probably a couple of inches.
a half inch, half inch thick skull. So that's a fair bit of our we got quite a coconut going on there. It's not like some eggshell.
Oh yeah, I believe you.
So basically implant the device.
And so you would be like a 1 inch square,
Uh,
1 inch in diameter.
yeah, like a
So an inch circle, like a circular.
I think like a smartwatch or something
Oh.
like that, or
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you take this 1 inch diameter, like ice fishing, right? You ever go ice fishing?
no, but I'd like to.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's really fun.
Yeah.
So you basically take an auger and you drill
you take-
through the surface of the ice.
Yeah.
And you create the small hole, and you can dunk your line in there. So this is like that. You're ice fishing on the top of your skull, and then you cork it.
Yeah, you replace that, say 1 inch diameter piece of the skull with this Neuralink device, and that has a battery and a Bluetooth and a conductor charger, and then you also got to insert the electrodes. So the electrodes are very carefully inserted with our robot that we developed. That's very carefully putting in the electrodes and avoiding, any veins or arteries. So it's doesn't create trauma.
So through this 1 inch diameter
Yeah.
device, electrodes be inserted, and they will find their way.
Like tiny wires, basically.
Tiny wires.
Tiny wires.
And they'll find their way to specific areas of the brain to stimulate.
No, you literally put them where they're supposed to go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
How long will these wires be?
they usually go in depending on where it is, 2 or 3 millimeters.
So they just find the spots.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then then you put the device in, and that gets that replaces the little piece of skull that was taken out, and then you stitch up the hole and you set like a little scar, and that's it.
Will this be replaceable or reversible?
Yeah.
Like if someone can't take it
Yeah,
anymore?
yeah,
I'm too
take it.
smart. I can't take it.
Yeah, you can totally take it out.
And what is besides restoring limb function and eyesight and hearing, which are all amazing, is there any cognitive benefits that you anticipate from something like this?
You could for sure. Basically, it's a generalized sort of thing for fixing any kind of brain injury, in principle, or if you've got like severe epilepsy or something like that, you could just sort of stop the epilepsy from occurring. Like you can detect it in real time and then fire a counter pulse and stop the epilepsy. There's a whole range of brain injuries. Like if someone gets a stroke, they could lose the ability to speak. That could also be fixed if you get like stroke damage, or you lose, say, muscle control over part of your face or something like that. I think, and then when you get old, you tend to, if you get like Alzheimer's or something like that, then you lose memory, and this could help you with restoring your memory, that kind of thing.
Restoring memory, and what is happening that's allowing it to do that? Like the wires, these small wires,
Yes.
stimulating these areas of the brain, and then is it that the areas of the brain are they're losing some sort of electrical force? Like what is happening?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like think of like a bunch of circuits, and there's some like circuits that are broken, and like fix those circuits, substitute for those circuits.
And so a specific frequency will go through this.
Yeah, just
Specific in that is the process figuring out how much or how little has to be, how much these areas of the brain have to be juiced up.
yeah. I mean, there's still a lot of work to do. So when I say, we've got a shot at probably putting it in a person in within a year, I think that's exactly what I mean. I think we have a chance of putting in someone and having them functionality that they've lost.
The fear is that eventually you have to cut the whole top of someone's head off and put a new top with a whole bunch of wires if you want to get, the real turbocharged version, the P100D of brain stimulation.
I mean, ultimately, if you want to go with full AI symbiosis, you'll probably want to do something like that.
Symbiosis is a scary word when it comes to AI.
It's optional.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
It's just, once you enjoy the Dr. Manhattan lifestyle, once you become a god, it seems very, very unlikely you're going to want to go back to being stupid again. I mean, you literally could fundamentally change the way human beings interface with each other.
Yes.
Yes.
You wouldn't need to talk.
I'm so scared of that, but so excited about it at the same time. Is that weird?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the paths to, think like what are like AI is getting better and better. So now let's assume it's sort of like a benign AI scenario. Even in a benign scenario, we're kind of left behind. We're not along for the ride. We're just too dumb.
Right.
So how do you go along for the ride? It's like you can't beat him, join him. So, and we're already a cyborg to some degree, right? Because you've got your phone, you've got your laptop, your electronic devices.
Yeah.
And today, if your phone, if you don't bring your phone along, it's like you have missing limb syndrome. It's like it feels like something's really missing. So we're already partly a cyborg or an AI symbiote, essentially. It's just that the data rate to the electronics is slow. So, especially output, you're just going with your thumbs. What's your data rate? Maybe optimistically 100 bits per second. That's being generous. And now the computer can communicate at like 100 terabits. So gigabits are trivial at this point. So this is like, basically your computer can do things a million times faster. At a certain point, it's like the AI is like talking to a tree. Okay, it's boring. We talk to a tree. It's very entertaining. So if you can solve the data rate issue, and especially input too, then you can improve the symbiosis that is already occurring between man and machine.
So you can improve it in when you said you won't have to talk to each other anymore. We used to joke around about that. I've joked around about that a million times in this podcast, that one day in the future there's going to come a time where you can read each other's minds. And you'll be able to interface with each other in some sort of a non-verbal, non-physical way, where you will transfer data back and forth to each other without having to actually use your mouth. And make noises.
Exactly. So what happens when let's say you've got some complex idea that you're trying to convey to somebody else, and how do you do that? Well, your brain spends a lot of effort compressing a complex concept into words. And there's a lot of loss, information loss that occurs when compressing a complex concept into words. When you say those words are then interpreted, then they're decompressed by the person who is listening, and they will at best get a very incomplete understanding of what you're trying to convey. It's very difficult to convey a complex concept with precision because you've got compression, decompression. You may not even have heard all the words correctly, and so communication is difficult. What we have here is a failure to communicate.
Yes, and there's a great movie.
Yeah,
and there's an interpretation factor too. Like you can choose to interpret certain series of words in different ways, and they're dependent upon tone, dependent upon social cues, even facial expressions, sarcasm. There's a lot of variables.
Sarcasm is difficult.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so one of the things that I've said is like that there could be potentially a universal language that's created through computers that particularly young kids would pick up very quickly. Like my kids do TikTok and all this jazz, and I don't know what they're doing. They just know how to do it, and they know how to do it really quickly. Like they learn really quickly, and they show me how to edit things. And it's if you taught a child from first grade on how to use some new universal language, essentially like a Rosetta Stone, and something that's done that interprets your thoughts, and you can convey your thoughts with no room for interpretation, with very clear, where you know what a person's saying, and you can tell them what you're saying, and there's no need for noises, no need for mouth noises, no need for these sort of accepted ways that we've sort of evolved to make sounds that we all agree. We through our cultural dictionary, and we agree, or we could bypass all that.
Yeah, you can still do it for fun, sentimental reasons,
right? Like campfires.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need campfire. You don't need to roast marshmallows. Have fun.
Right.
I think you would, in principle, you would be able to communicate very quickly and with far more precision ideas. And language would, I'm not sure what would happen to language. Because you could probably, with a situation like this, that you would be able to just, it would be like, kind of like the Matrix. You want to speak a different language in a phone.
Right.
It's wired, just download the program.
Right. So, at least for the first few iterations, we'll just be able to use, like, I know that Google has some of their Pixel buds have the ability to interpret languages in real time. Like,
sure.
Yeah, you can hear it, and it'll play things back to you in whatever language you choose. So it'd be something along those lines.
Yeah.
For the first few iterations.
Well, the first few iterations are, what I'm talking about is like in the limit over time, with a lot of development. The first few iterations, really in the first few versions, all we're going to be trying to do is solve brain injuries. So it's like, don't worry that it's not going to sneak up on you. This will take a while.
How many years before you don't have to talk?
If the development continues to accelerate, then maybe like 5 years, 5 to 10 years.
That's quick. That's really quick.
That's the best case scenario.
No talking anymore in 5 years.
Best case scenario. 10 years more like it.
I've always speculated that aliens could potentially be us in the future, because if you look at like the size of their heads and the fact that they have very little muscle, and they don't use their mouth anymore, they have this tiny little. I mean, the archetypal alien that you see in like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, they're like, if you went from like Australopithecus or ancient hominid to us, what's the difference? Less hair, less muscle, bigger head, and then you just keep going. 1,000, 1,000,000, whatever or 5 years, whatever happens when Neuralink goes online, and then we slowly start to adapt to this new way of being, where we don't use our muscles anymore. We have this gigantic head, We can talk without words.
You could also save state. And
Save state.
Save state, like save your brain state, like a save game in a video game.
Whoa. like if you want to swap from Windows 95
Well,
to like
yeah,
you.
probably a little bit. Not, but yeah.
I think we are Windows 95 right now.
From a
Maybe.
future perspective, probably. But yeah, I mean, you could save state and restore that state into a biological being if you wanted to in the future in principle. It's like nothing like from a physics standpoint that prevents us. Now you'd be a little different, but then you're also a little different when you wake up in the morning from yesterday, and you're a little different. In fact, if you say like you 5 years ago versus you today, it's quite a big difference.
Yeah.
So you'd be substantially you. I mean, you'd certainly think you're you.
But the idea of saving yourself and then transforming that into some sort of a biological state, like you can hang out with 30-year-old you.
I mean, the possibilities are endless.
That's so weird.
I mean, just think like how your phone you can record videos on your phone.
Mhm.
Like, there's no way you could remember a video
Right.
as accurately as your phone or a camera could. So, now if you've got like some version 10 Neuralink, whatever, far in the future, you could recall everything, but just like it's a movie, including all the entire sensory experience,
Emotions,
everything, and play it back. And in fact, you can edit it.
Edit.
Yeah.
So you can change your past.
You can change what you think was your past. Yeah.
So if you had like
This
a traumatic
whole thing right
experience,
now could be a replayed memory.
it could be.
Yeah.
It may be. What's the odds of this being a replayed memory? You gotta guess. It's more than 50%.
There's no way to assign a probability with accuracy here.
Right, but roughly. If you just had just gut instinct.
Well, I don't have a Neuralink in my brain, so I'd say right now 0%. But at the point at which you do have a Neuralink, then it rises above 0%.
The idea that we're experiencing some sort of a preserved memory is, even though it's still the same, it's not comforting. Right? For some reason, when people talk about simulation theory, they talk about the potential for this currently being a simulation. Even though your life might be wonderful, you might be in love, you might love your career, you might have great friends, but it's not comforting to know that this experience somehow or another doesn't exist in a material form that you can knock on.
Feels real.
It feels real, but if it's not, but the idea that it's not is for some strange reason disconcerting.
Well, yeah, sure. Should be disconcerting, because then if this is not real, what is?
Right.
But there's that old sort of thought experiment of like, how do you know you're not a brain in a vat? And now here's the thing: you are a brain in a vat, and that vat is your skull.
Yes.
And everything you see, feel, hear, everything, all your senses are electrical signals. Everything is an electrical signal to a brain in a vat. The vat is your skull.
And all your hormones, all your neurotransmitters, all these things are drugs. Adrenaline's a drug. Dopamine's a drug. You're a drug factory. You're constantly changing your state with love and oxytocin and beauty.
Sure.
Changes your state. Great music changes your state.
Absolutely. And here's another sort of interesting idea, which is, you should say, like, where did consciousness arise? Well, assuming you believe in physics, which appears to be true, then the universe started off as basically quarks, electrons, and quickly became hydrogen and helium, lithium, like basically elements that we already table. But it was like mostly hydrogen, basically. And then over a long period of time, 13.8 billion years later, that hydrogen became sentient. Where along the way where is no consciousness? What's the line of consciousness and non-consciousness
Right.
between hydrogen and here?
Right. When did we video today that we played on a podcast earlier of a monkey riding a motorcycle down the street, jumps off the motorcycle and tries to steal a baby?
Yeah, so that one. That went
Yeah.
viral.
What is that monkey conscious? It seems like it is. It seems like it had a plan. It was riding a fucking motorcycle and it jumped off the motorcycle and tried to steal a baby. Seems
Yeah.
pretty.
The one that just dragged baby down the street pretty far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems pretty conscious. Right?
There's definitely some degree of consciousness there.
Yeah. It's not a worm.
It's
It
not,
seems to be on another level. Yeah. And it's going to keep going. And that's the real concern when people think about the potential future versions of human beings, especially when you consider symbiotic relationship to artificial intelligence, it will be unrecognizable. That one day we'll be so far removed from what this is. We'll look back on this the way we look back now on, simple organisms that we evolved from. And that it won't be that far in the future. Back.
well, I hope conscious propagates into the future and gets more sophisticated and complex, and that understands the questions to ask about the universe.
Do you think that's the case? As a human being, as yourself, you're clearly trying to make conscious decisions to be a better version of you, right? This is the idea of like getting rid of your possessions and realizing that you're trying to, like, I don't like this. I will try to improve this. A better version of the way I interface with reality. That this is always the way things are. If you're moving in some sort of a direction where you're trying to improve things, you're always going to move into this new place where you look back in the old place and go, I was doing it wrong back then. So this is an accelerated version of that.
Yeah.
A super accelerated version of that.
I mean, you don't always improve, but you can aspire to improve. You can aspire to be less wrong.
Yeah.
I think the tools of physics are very powerful. Just assume you're wrong and you're asking people to be less wrong. I don't think you're going to, if you succeed every day in being less wrong, if you can succeed in being less wrong most of the time, you're doing great.
That's a great way of putting it. Aspire to be less wrong. But then when, people look back and nostalgic about simpler times, there's that too. It's very romantic and exciting to look back on campfires.
But you can still have a campfire.
Yes.
Yeah.
But will you appreciate it when you're a super nerd, when you're connected to the grid, you have some skull cap in place of the top of your head that's interfacing with the international language that the rest of the universe now enjoys communication with people?
Yeah, but sure, I think so. Yeah, I like campfires.
I'm just worried. I mean, everyone's always scared of change, but I'm scared of this monumental change where we won't talk anymore. I mean, that thing.
We'll communicate.
Yes, but there's something about the beauty of the crudeness of language, where when it's done eloquently, it's satisfying and it hits us in some sort of a visceral way, like, that person nailed it. They nailed it. Like that, it's so hard to capture a real thought and convey it in a way, in this articulate way that makes someone excited. Like you read a great quote by a wise person, it makes you excited that their mind figured something out, put the words together in a way that makes your brain pop. Like, oh yes, yes.
It's about compression of a concept.
Yeah.
And feeling.
But the fact that a human did it too.
Yeah.
Do you think that it'll be like electronic music? Like people won't appreciate it like they appreciate a slide guitar?
I like electronic music.
I do too.
Yeah.
Well, you make it. I know you like
Sure.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I hope the future is more fun and interesting, and we should try to make that way.
I hope it's more fun and interesting too.
Yeah.
I just hope we don't lose anything along the way.
Yeah, we might lose a little.
But
But hopefully we'll gain more than we lose.
yeah, that's the thing, right? Gaining more than we lose. Like something that makes us interesting is that we're so flawed.
It's not for sure.
Right.
I mean, you look at civilizations through the ages. Most of them, they rose and fell.
Yeah.
And I do think like the globalization that we have at these sort of like the meme sphere is there's not enough isolation between countries or regions. It's like if there's a mind virus, that mind virus can infect too much of the world. Like I actually sort of sympathize with the anti-globalization people. It's like, man, we don't ever want everywhere to be the same, for sure. And then we need some kind of like mind viral immunity. So that's a bit concerning.
Mind viral immunity, meaning that once something like Neuralink gets established, the real concern is something that, I mean, you said it's Bluetooth, right? Or some future version of that. The idea is that something could possibly get into it, fuck it up.
No, I'm talking about like some iPad concept that that happens right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why don't there's viruses and embedded chips, right? Like they've embedded chips and then acquired viruses.
Well, when I'm talking about a mind virus, I'm talking about like a concept that infects people's minds.
Oh, okay. Like cult thinking or some sort of fundamentalism.
Yeah, some wrong-headed idea that goes viral in an idea sense.
That is a problem too, right? If someone can manipulate that technology to make something appear logical or rational.
Yeah.
That would that be an issue too? This is a very have versus have not issue, right? Once this thing, if this really does, I mean, initially it's going to help people with injuries, but you said ultimately it could lead to this spectacular cognitive change.
Yes.
But the people that first get it should have a massive advantage over people that don't have it yet.
Well, I mean, it's the kind of thing where your productivity would improve, dramatically, maybe by a factor of 10 with it. So you could definitely just, take out a loan and do it and earn money back real fast.
Yeah.
Super smart.
Well, in a capitalist society, it seems like you could really get so far ahead that before everybody else could afford this thing and link up and get connected as well, you'd be so far ahead they could never catch you. Is that a concern?
Well, I think it's not a super huge concern. I mean, there are huge differences in cognitive ability and resources already.
Yeah.
You can think of a corporation as like a cybernetic collective that's far smarter than an individual. Like I couldn't personally build like a whole rocket and the engines and launch it and everything. That's impossible. But we have 8,000 people in SpaceX. Like piecing it out to different people, using like computers and machines and stuff, we can make lots of rockets launch into orbit, up the space station. So that already exists. Where this, corporations are vastly more capable. But like we should be, I think, less concerned about like relative capabilities between people and more like having AI be vastly beyond us and decoupled from human.
Decoupled from human. So this is if you can't beat them, join them.
Yeah, I mean.
So you feel like it's inevitable, like AI, sentient AI, is essentially inevitable.
Super sentient AI. Like beyond a level that's difficult to understand. And impossible to understand.
And somehow or another, so it's almost like it's a requirement for survival to achieve some sort of symbiotic existence with AI.
It's not a requirement. It's just if you want to be along for the ride, then you need to do some kind of symbiosis. So the way your brain works right now, you've got kind of like the animal brain, reptile brain, listen, for argument's sake, it's like the limbic system, basically. And you've got the cortex. The brain purists will argue with this definition, but essentially, you've got the primitive brain and you've got the sort of smart brain, or the brain that's capable of planning and understanding concepts and difficult things that a monkey can't understand. Now, your cortex is much smarter than your limbic system. Nonetheless, they work together well. So I haven't met anyone who wants to delete the limbic system or the cortex. That people are quite happy having both. So you can think of this as being like the computer, the AI is like a third layer, a tertiary layer. So that is that could be symbiotic with the cortex. It would be much smarter than the cortex, but you essentially have three layers, and you actually have that right now. Your phone is capable of things, and your computer is capable of things that your brain is definitely not. Storing terabytes of information perfectly, doing incredible calculations that you couldn't even come close to doing. You have that with your computer. It's just like I said, the data rate is slow. The connection is weak.
Why is it so disconcerting, or why does it not give me comfort to think about? Like when I think about a symbiotic connection to AI, I always think of this cold, emotionless sort of thing that we will become. Is that a bad way to look at it?
I think that's not correct. That's not how it would be. Like I said, you already are symbiotic with AI or computers,
Phones, computers, laptops.
Yeah, and there's quite a bit of AI going on. So artificial neural nets. Increasingly, neural nets are sort of taking over from regular programming more and more. So you are connected. If you use Google Voice or Alexa or one of those things, it's using a neural net to decode your speech and try to understand what you're saying. If you're trying to do image recognition or improve the quality of your photograph, it's using the neural nets the best way to do that. So you are already sort of a cybernetic symbiote. Like I said, it's just a question of your data rate.
When do you think you're going to do it? How long will you wait? Like once it starts becoming available.
Yeah, if it works, I'll do it, sure.
Right away. How do we make sure it works? We try it on partners? Like, what do? You take rapists, cut holes in the head?
I like that somebody's got a serious injury.
Right.
And they'll have like very severe brain injuries. And then you can fix those brain injuries. Then you prove out that it works, and you expand, and make more and more brain injuries solve more and more. And then at a certain age, we all are going to get Alzheimer's. We're all going to get senile. And then moms forget the names of their kids and that kind of thing. So it's like, okay, well, this would allow you to remember your names of your kids and have a much more normal life where you're able to function much later in life. So I think that, so essentially, that there would almost everyone would find a need at some point if you get old enough to use Neuralink. And then it's like, okay, so you can improve the functionality and improve the communication speed, so then you will not have to use your thumbs to communicate with the computer.
Do you ever sit down and extrapolate? Do you ever sit down and think about all the different iterations of this and what this eventually leads to?
I think I've tried quite a lot. There's, like I said, this is not something that's going to sneak up on you. There's like getting FDA approval for this stuff is not like overnight. And this probably have to be on like version 10 or something before realistically be, a human AI symbiote situation. So we don't see it coming.
You see it coming, but what do you think it's going to be? Like when you're alone, if you have free time, I don't know if you have free time, but if you just sit down and think about this iteration, the next, onward, keep going, and you drag it out with improvements along the way and leaps and bounds and technological innovations. Where do you see it? What are we going to be?
Like when?
25 years from now, what are we going to be?
Well, assuming civilization is still around. It's looking fragile right now. I think we could have in 25 years, probably I would think there could be a whole brain interface.
A whole brain interface.
So pretty close to that. Yeah.
How do you define? What do you mean by whole brain interface?
Like almost all the neurons are connected to the sort of AI extension of yourself. If you want.
AI extension of yourself.
Yeah.
What does that mean to you? When you say AI extension of yourself?
Well, like I said, you already have a computer extension of yourself in your phone. So an outline, it's like Steve Eyes, it's like an online ghost. Their online stuff is
Yeah,
still
that's a good way to put it. It's weird when everyone's tweets after dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instagram and their stories and
Yeah.
Like
That's a great way to put it. It's like an online ghost. That's very accurate.
Yeah. So yeah, so there's it would just be that more of you would be in the cloud, I guess, than in your body. More of
Now, when you say civilization's fragile, do you mean because of this COVID-19 shit that's going on right now?
what's that?
It's this thing.
Yeah, no.
It's like some people just get a
No
cough.
idea what you're talking about.
Other people, it gets much worse. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, this certainly has taken over the mind space of the world to a degree that is quite shocking.
Yeah. Well, out of nowhere. That's what's crazy. It's like you go back to November, nothing. And here we are, December, January, February, March, April, May, 6 months. Totally different world. So from nothing to everything's locked down. There's so much conflicting information and conflicting opinions about how to proceed. What has happened? You find things where there was a meat packing plant, I believe, in Missouri, where 300 plus people were asymptomatic, tested positive or asymptomatic, and then in other places it just ravages entire communities and kills people. It's so weird. It almost appears on the like if you didn't know any better, you'd be like, "What?" It seems like there's a bunch of different viruses. It doesn't seem like it's the same thing, or has a bunch of different reactions to the biological variety of people.
Yeah. Before it played out in the US. So it's kind of like watching the same movie again, but in English. So yeah. I think the mortality rate is much less than what say the World Health Organization said it was. It's very much less. It's like sort of back to class.
Well, it seems to be very deadly to very specific kinds of people with specific problems.
Yeah, I mean, if you can look at the mortality statistics, by age and whether they have comorbidities, like do they have like basically existing conditions, and by age, and if you're below 60 and have no serious health issues, the probability of death is extremely low. It's not zero, but it's extremely low.
They didn't think that this was the case, though, when they first started to lock down the country. Do you think that it's a situation where once they proceed in a certain way, it's very difficult to correct course?
It seems like people really wanted a panic.
But at some places, a panic is deserved, right? Like if you're in the ICU in Manhattan and people are dying left and right, and everyone's on intubators, and it seems like when you see all these people on ventilators, and so many of them are dying, and you see these nurses are dying, and doctors are getting sick. In some places, that fear is justified, but then in other places, you're reading these stories about hospitals that are essentially half empty. They're having to furlough doctors and nurses because there's no work for them.
Most of the hospitals in the United States right now have empty. In some cases, they're at 30% capacity.
And is this because they've decided to forego elective procedures and normal things that people would have to go to the hospital for?
Yes, I mean, and we're not talking about just some of these elective procedures are quite important.
Yes.
Like it's like you have a bad heart
disease. Yeah, sure.
And you need a triple bypass. It's like sort of elective, but if you don't get it done in time, you're gonna die.
Yeah. Elective's a weird word.
Yeah, elective. It's not like, hey, I want to. This is like plastic surgery. Right? It's like, it's more like my hip is. I'm in extreme pain because my hip's blown out or my knee, and I want to go to the hospital. I can't go to the hospital. I'm in extreme pain. People that need a kidney, like people that have like quite serious issues that are choosing not to go out of fear. So I think it's a problem. It's not good.
It seems like the state of public perception is shifting.
It is.
Like people are taking some deep breaths and relaxing, and because of the statistics and essentially across the board, it's being recognized that it's not as fatal as we thought it was. Still dangerous, still worse than the flu, but not as bad as we thought it, or we feared it could be.
Objectively, the mortality is much lower. Like at least a factor of 10, maybe a factor of 50 lower than initially.
Do you think that the current way we're handling this, the social distancing, the masks, the locking down, does this make sense? Is it adequate, or do you think that we should move back to at least closer to where we used to be?
Well, I think proper hygiene is a good thing, no matter what. Yeah, wash your hands, and and if you're coughing, stay home or wear a mask. This is not good. Really, you wear a face mask and cough on. I think that would be a great to good.
Well, that's the speculation why men get it more than women, because men are disgusting. We don't wash our hands as much.
It's true.
It's true.
Yeah,
I admit it, bro. All men in this room, bro, gross.
Yeah, let's go to the restroom.
Yes, we're gross. My 9-year-old daughter yells at me. She goes, "Did you wash your hands?" She makes me go back and wash my hands. She's right. 9 years old. If I had a 9-year-old boy, do you think you'd care? I wouldn't give a fuck if I washed my hands.
Sure. So I think that there's definitely some silver linings here and improved hygiene.
Yes. An awareness of potential.
Yes, and I think this has shaken up the system. The system is like somewhat moribund with a lot of layers of bureaucracy, and I think that we've cut through some of that bureaucracy. And if we, at some point, there probably will be a pandemic with a high mortality rate. That's debate about like what's high, but I mean like something that's killing a lot of 20-year-olds, let's say. Like it's if you had like Ebola type of mortality,
Spanish flu, something that attacks the immune systems of healthy people.
It's like killing large numbers of young healthy people. That's find that as like a high mortality, then this is at least practice for something like that. And I think this given it's just a matter of time that there will be eventually some such pandemic.
Do you think that, in a sense, the one good thing that we might get out of this is the realization that this is a potential reality? We got lucky in this sense. I mean, in people that didn't get lucky and died, of course, I'm not disrespecting their death and their loss, but I'm saying overall, as a culture, as a community, as a human race, as a community, this is not as bad as it could have been. This is a good dry run for us to appreciate that we need far more resources dedicated towards understanding these diseases, what to do in the case of pandemic, and much more money that goes to funding treatments and some preventative measures.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's a good chance, it's highly likely, I think, coming out of this, that we will develop vaccines that we didn't have before for coronaviruses and other viruses, and possibly cures for these. And our understanding of viruses of this nature has improved dramatically because of the attention that is received. So, but there's definitely some, a lot of silver linings here. And
Potentially, if we act correctly.
Yeah. It's, I think there will be some amount of silver lining here, no matter what. Hopefully, more silver lining than less.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is kind of like a practice run for something that had a potentially that might in the future have a serious, like really high mortality rate. And we kind of got to go through this without it being something that kills vast numbers of young healthy people.
Yeah. When you made a series of tweets recently, I don't remember the exact wording, but essentially we're saying "Free America now." Like, let's
That is the
open it
exact
back.
wording.
That is it. But what was how much do you pay attention to the response to that stuff, and what was the response? Like, did anybody go, "Hey, Elon, what the fuck are you doing?" Did anybody pull you aside? Who does that? Who gets to do that to you?
Well, I mean, I certainly get that.
Yeah, but I don't read that. Do you read it?
Warzone.
You do sometimes, though, right? You do read it.
Yeah, I mean, I scroll through the comments. Like, as a meme Warzone. Yeah, I mean, people knife you good.
Something I enjoy about that. There's something about the freedom of expression that comes from all these people that do attack you. It's like, well, if there was no vulnerability whatsoever, they wouldn't attack you. And it's like there's something about these millions and millions of perspectives that you have to appreciate, even if it comes your way, even if the shit storm hits you in the face, miss things that are in front of them without any realization of what they're doing. Like, woo! Look at that! I got Elon mad. Look at that! This guy got mad at me. They fucking took this person down on Twitter. I got this lady fired. Oh, the fucking business is going under because of Twitter wars. It seems like there's something about it that's this newfound thing that I don't want to say abuse, but just I want to say that it's almost like, you hit the button and things blow up. You're like, wow, what else can we blow up?
Sure. I mean, I've been in the Twitter war zone for a while here. So,
Twitter war zone?
It takes a lot to face me at this point.
Yeah, that's good too, right? Like, you develop a thick skin.
Yeah, you can't take it personally. I love people that actually know you. It's just like, it's like if you're fighting a war and there's like some opposing soldier that shoots at you. It's not like they hate you. They don't even know you.
Right. Yeah.
So just think of it like that. Like, they're firing bullets, whatever. They don't know you. So don't take it personally.
There's something interesting about it too. It's like when you write something in 280 characters and they write something in it's such a crude way. It's like someone sending opposing smoke signals. that refute your smoke signals. It's like, it's so crude, and especially when you're talking about something like Neuralink. You're talking about some future potential where you're going to be able to express pure thoughts that get conveyed through some sort of a universal language with no ambiguity whatsoever, versus tweets.
Well, there'll always be some ambiguity.
Yeah.
Tweets are, it's hard. Like maybe there should be like a sarcasm flag or something.
Right.
Or I'm not, just kidding or whatever. Like that.
It seems like it would take away some of the fun from people that know it's sarcasm. Like if everybody knew that the Onion wasn't real, if you sent people articles, it's something about someone getting angry at an Onion article.
Wow, that's amazing.
You know what I mean? Where they don't realize what it is. There's something fun about that for everybody else.
Yeah, Onion's pretty great. Might be the best news source.
Do you know who Titania McGrath is? Hilarious. It's Andrew Boyle. He's a British fellow, brilliant guy who's been on the podcast before, and he has this fictional character, this pseudonym, Titania McGrath, who's like the ultimate social justice warrior. And
is this like a female avatar?
Yes.
Okay.
A female avatar that's actually a computer conglomeration of a bunch of faces.
Okay.
It's not really one person, so one person can't be a victim and be angry. You sort of combine these faces to make this one perfect social justice warrior.
Okay.
But the thing, I recognized it early on before I met him that this was parody. This was just fun. And then I love reading the people that don't recognize that. They get angry. Sure. And they really, like, there's a lot of people that just get really furious about some fun to that. There's some fun to the not picking up on the true nature of the signal.
I find Twitter quite engaging.
How do you have the time?
Why? I mean, like 5 minutes every couple hours type thing. So like I'm sitting on it all day.
But even 5 minutes every couple hours, if those are bad 5 minutes, they might be bouncing around your head for the next 30.
Yeah, you have to, like I said, take a certain amount of distance from. You read this and you're like, okay, it's bullets being fired by an opposing army. Don't like. It's not like it's not like they know you. So don't take it personally.
Did you feel the same way when CNN had that stupid shit about ventilators with you? I found that both confusing and
that was annoying.
It was annoying. But it's also annoying as a person who reads CNN and wants to think of them as a responsible conveyor of the facts. I would like to think that.
Yeah. I don't think CNN is that.
I think it used to be.
It used to be, yeah. What do you think's the best source of just like information out there?
That's a good question.
Let's say you're just like average citizen trying to just get the facts, figure out what's going on, like how to live your life, and just looking for what's going on in the world. That it's hard to find something that isn't, that's good.
Yeah.
Not trying to push some partisan angle, not trying to not sloppy reporting and just aim it for the most number of clicks and trying to maximize ad dollars and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You're just trying to figure out what's going on. It's like I'm hard pressed to. Where do you go?
I don't know. I don't think there's any pure form. My favorite places are the New York Times and the LA Times, and I don't trust them 100%. Because also there's individuals that are writing these stories.
Yeah, exactly.
And that seems to be the problem, is these individual biases and these there's purposely distorted perceptions, and then there's ignorantly reported facts. And there's so many variables, and you got to put everything through this filter of where's this person coming from. Do they have political biases? Do they have social biases? Are they upset because of their own shortcomings, and are they projecting this into the story?
Sure.
It's so hard.
Yeah, I think like maybe just trying to find individual reporters that you think are good and kind of following them as opposed to the publication.
I go with whatever Matt Taibbi says.
Okay.
I trust him more than anybody.
All right.
Matt Taibbi's onto something. he's as far as investigative reporters in particular, the way he reported the savings and loan crisis, the way he reports everything. I just listen to him above most. He's my go-to guy.
All right, I'll check it out.
It's Rolling Stone's articles are amazing. His stuff on the savings and loan crisis is just like, what in the fuck?
Sure.
And he wasn't, he's not an economist by any stretch of the imagination, so he had to really sort of deeply embed himself in that world to try to understand it and to be able to report on it.
Yep.
And with a humorous flair.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not that many of them. It's
No.
hard, and not a location where like we are no bullshit.
Sure.
We are no bullshit.com. Like the one place where you can say, this is what we know, this is what we don't know, this is what we think. Not this person's wrong and here's why. Like, oh, God damn it. I can't. You don't know. There's a lot of stuff that is open to interpretation.
Yeah.
This particular coronavirus issue that we're dealing with right now seems to be a great illuminator of that very fact. Is that there's so much data and there's so much that's open to interpret. There's so many things because it's all happening in real time, right? And like particularly right now in California, we're in stage 2 tomorrow or Friday, 2 days from now. Stage 2, retail stores opening up, things are changing. So, like, no one knows the correct process that needs to take place to save the most amount of lives, but yet ensure that our culture and that our economy survives. It's a lot of speculation and guessing, but if you go to certain places, they'll tell you, we know why, and we know this, and we know, it's hard.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think that's like we should be concerned about anything that's a massive infringement on our civil liberties.
Yes.
So it's like you got to put a lot of weight on that. A lot of people died to, when independence with the country and fight for the democracy that we have, and we should treasure that and not give up our liberties too easily. I think we well we did that actually.
Well, I like what you said when you said that it should be a choice, and that to require people to stay home, require people to not go to work, and to arrest people for trying to make a living. This all seems wrong, and I think that it's a wrong approach. It's an infantilization of the society. The daddy's going to tell you what to do.
Fundamentally, a violation of the Constitution.
Yes.
Freedom of assembly, and it's just. I don't think these things stand up for it really.
They're arresting people for protesting.
Yeah.
Because they're protesting and violating social distancing and these mandates that tell people that they have to stay home.
Yeah, these were definitely not stand up. The Supreme Court here. I mean, it's obviously a complete violation, right?
Yeah, and again, this is not in any way disrespecting the people who have died from this disease.
No.
It's certainly a real thing to think of.
Yeah, I mean, it just should be if you're at risk, you should not be compelled to leave your house,
Right.
Or leave a place of safety. But you should also not be if you're not at risk, or if you are at risk and you wish to take a risk with your life, you should have the right to do that.
And it seems like at this point in time, particularly, protecting the people that are at risk versus penalizing the people that are not at high risk for living their life the way they did, particularly having a career and making a living, keeping a restaurant open.
Yes. I mean, there's a strong downside to this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I just believe if this is a free country, it should be, allowed to do, what you want as long as it does not endanger others.
But that's the thing, right? This is the argument they will bring up. Like, you are endangering others. You should stay home for the people that you even if you're fine, even if you know you're going to be okay, there's certain people that will not be okay because of your actions. They might get exposed to this thing that we don't have a vaccine for, we don't have universally accepted treatment for, that we need to. There's two arguments, right? The one argument is we need to keep going, protect the weak, protect the sick, but let's open up the economy. The other argument is stop placing money over human lives and let's shelter in place until we come up with some sort of a decision, and let's figure out some way to develop some sort of universal basic income plan or something like that to feed people during this time when we make this transition.
I think there's a as I said, right. My opinion is if somebody wants to stay home, they should stay home. If somebody doesn't want to stay home, they should not be compelled to stay home. That's my opinion. Do you think if somebody doesn't like that, well, that's my opinion. This notion though that you can just sort of send checks at everybody and things will be fine is not true. Obviously, there's some people have this absurd view that the economy is like some magic corn and plenty. Like it just makes stuff, whatever. It just there's a magic corn of plenty. The goods and services they just come from this magic corn of plenty. And then if somebody has more stuff than somebody else, it's because they took more from this magic corn of plenty. Now let me just break it to you, the fools out there. If you don't make stuff, there's no stuff. Yeah. So if you don't make the food, if you don't process the food, if you don't transport the food, and the medical treatment, teeth fixed, there's no stuff. I become detached from reality. You can't just legislate money and solve these things. If you don't make stuff, there is no stuff. Obviously. We'll run out of the stores, run out of the machine just grinds to a halt.
But the initial thought on this virus, the real fear was that this was going to kill hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people instantaneously in this country. It was going to do it very quickly if we didn't hunker down, if we didn't shelter in place, if we didn't quarantine ourselves or lock down. Do you think that the initial thought was a good idea based on the perception that this was going to be far more deadly than it turned out to be?
Maybe I think briefly, but I think if any kind of sensible examination of what happened in China would lead to the conclusion that that's obviously not going to occur. This virus originated in Wuhan. There's 100,000 people daily in Wuhan. So it went everywhere very fast throughout China, throughout the rest of the world, and the fatality rate was low.
Don't you think, though, it's difficult to appreciate? It's difficult to filter what the information that's coming out of China to accurately really get a real truth with a lot of their propaganda.
The thing is that American companies have massive supply chains in China, like Tesla, for example. We have hundreds of suppliers, like tier 1, 2, 3, 4 suppliers throughout China. So we know if they are able to make stuff or not. We know if they have issues or not. Then China is back with full steam. Pretty much every U.S. company has some significant number of suppliers from China. So you know if they're able to provide things or not, or if it's high mortality rate. Tesla has 7,000 people in China, so 0 people die. Zero.
Okay, so that's a real statistic. That's coming from those people.
Yeah, we're in peril.
Do you think there's a danger of this? Folks are there.
Yeah, where?
Do you think there's a danger of politicizing this, where it becomes like opening up the country's Donald Trump's? It's his goal. It's his, and then anything he does is sort of there's people that are going to oppose it and come up with some reasons why he's wrong, particularly in this climate, where as we're leading up to November, and the 2020 elections. Do you think that this is a real danger in terms of public's perception? That Trump wants to open it up so they knee-jerk oppose it because they oppose Trump?
I think there has been some this has been politicized, both directions, really. So it's which is not great. Yeah, but like I said, separate and apart from that in this picture,
Yeah.
And what can the government make you do? What can they make you not do? And what's okay?
Right.
And I think we went too far.
Do you think it's one of those things where once we've gone in a certain direction, it's very difficult to make a correction, make an adjustment to realize, like, okay, we thought it was one thing. It's not good, but it's not what we thought it was going to be. It's not what we feared. So let's back up and reconsider. And let's do this publicly and say we were acting based on the information that we had initially. That information appears to be faulty. And here's how we move forward while protecting civil liberties, while protecting what essentially this country was founded on, which is a very agreed upon amount of freedom that we respect and appreciate.
Absolutely. Well, I think we're rapidly moving towards opening up the country. It's going to happen extremely fast in the next few weeks. So is when reporting sort of COVID cases to separate out diagnosed with COVID versus had COVID-like symptoms.
Yes.
Because the list of symptoms that could be COVID at this point is like a mile long. So it's like hard to, if you're ill at all, it's like, so just to give people better information, definitely diagnosed with COVID or had COVID-like symptoms. We're conflating those two so that it looks bigger than it is. Then if somebody dies, was COVID a primary cause of the death or not? If somebody has COVID, it's going to get recorded as a COVID death.
Is that real?
Basically,
not that bad, but heart attacks, strokes,
get hit by a bus,
cancer.
If you get hit by a bus, go to the hospital and die, and they find that you have COVID, you will be recorded as a COVID death.
Why would they do that, though?
Well, right now, so the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I mean, it's mostly paved with bad intentions, but there's some good intentions, saving sense in there too. And the stimulus bill that was intended to help with the hospitals that were being overrun with COVID patients created an incentive to report something as COVID that is difficult to say no to, especially if your hospital is going bankrupt for lack of other patients. So the hospitals are in a bind right now. A bunch of hospitals they're furloughing doctors, as you mentioned. Your hospital's half full. It's hard to make ends meet. So now you've got I just checked this box, I get $8,000. But I'm on a ventilator for 5 minutes, I get $39,000. Or I got to fire some doctors. So what's this is a tough moral quandary. It's like what you can do. That's the situation we have.
No. What's the way out of this? What do you think is, like, if you had the president's ear, or if people wanted to just listen to you openly, what do you think is the way out of this?
Let's clear up the data. So, like I said, just make sure we record it as COVID only if it is somebody who's been tested, has received a positive COVID test, not if they simply have symptoms, one of the 100 symptoms. And then if it is a COVID death, it must be separated. Was COVID a primary reason for death, or did they also have stage 3 cancer, heart disease, emphysema, and got hit by a bus and had COVID?
Yeah, I've read all this stuff about them diagnosing people as a COVID death despite other variables.
This is not a question. This is what is occurring.
And where are you reading this from? Where are you getting this from?
The public health officials have literally said this. This is not a question mark.
Right. But this is unprecedented, right? Like if someone had the flu but also had a heart attack, they would assume that that person died of a heart attack.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is unprecedented. Is this because this is such a popular, I don't want to use that word the wrong way, but that's what I mean, a popular subject.
And like I said, this is not some sort of a moral indictment of sort of hospital administrators. It's just they're in a tough spot here. They actually don't have enough patients to pay everyone without furloughing doctors and firing staff, and
Yeah.
they're potentially going bankrupt. So then they're like, okay, well, the stimulus bill says if we get all this money, if we say if it's a COVID death, like, okay, they coughed before they died. In fact, they're not even diagnosed as COVID. They simply, if you had weakness, a cough, shortness of breath. But frankly, I'm not sure how you die without those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's so many different things that you could attribute to COVID too. There's so many symptoms. There's diarrhea, headaches, dehydration, cough.
Yes, but to be clear, you don't even need to have gotten a COVID diagnosis. Right. You simply need to have had one of many symptoms and then have died for some reason, and it's COVID. So then it makes the death count look very high, and then we're then stuck in a bind because it looks like the death count's super high and not going down like it should be. And now, so then we should keep whatever, keep the shelter in place stuff there and keep people in their home, confine people in their homes. So we need to break out of this. We're stuck in a loop.
Yeah.
And I think the way to break out of this loop is to have clarity of information.
Clarity of information will certainly help, but altering perceptions, public perception, from people that are basically in a panic. There's a lot of, essentially, well, at least a month ago, we're clearly in a panic. I mean, right where, when you look around April 5th, April 6th, people were really freaking out. But here we are, May. In May, people are relaxing a little bit.
Yes.
They're realizing, like, hey, I actually know a couple of people that got it. It was just a cough. And I know some people that got it where nothing happened.
I know a lot of people who got it. I know 0 people who died. I know a lot of people who got it.
Yeah, it's not what we feared. We feared something much worse.
Yeah, that's correct.
So the adjustment's difficult to make. So you said, first of all, we need real data. You need
just parse out the data. Don't lump it all together. And if you give people just parse out the data better, clearer information about. Like I said, was this an actual COVID diagnosis, or was it or did they get the test and the test came back positive, or do they just have some symptoms? Just parse those two out, and then parse out just if somebody died, did they die? Did they even have a COVID test, or did they just have one of many symptoms? Like how do you die without weakness? I don't know.
Right.
It's impossible, basically.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If you're gonna die, you're gonna have shortness of breath, weakness, and you might cough a little.
So was it quantified? What was it?
Yeah, did that person die? Did they actually have a COVID test? And the test come back positive? And then if they died, did they die where COVID was? It doesn't have to be the main cause, but it was a significant contributor to their death, or was it not a significant contributor to the death?
Right. It's not as simple as just because you had COVID killed you.
It's definitely not.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, people die all the time. They have like flu and other colds, and we don't say that they died of those flu and other colds.
Well, that's what's so weird about this. It's so popular, and I use that word in a weird way, but it's so popular that we've kind of forgotten. People die of pneumonia every day.
Yeah.
People die of the flu didn't take a break. Oh, COVID's got this. I'm going to sit this one out. I'm going to be on the bench. I'm going to wait until COVID's done before I jump back into the game of killing people. No, the flu's still here killing people.
I mean, every year in the world, several 100,000 people die directly of the flu.
Yeah.
Not tangentially.
Right.
Not every.
61,000 in this country last year.
Yeah. And we're only 5% of the world.
And then there's cigarettes.
So, oh man, cigarettes will really kill you.
That's a weird one, right?
What's up, baby? Did we make it to morning? Excellent, excellent. That's great. Oh. We're rocking and rolling. It's flying by. Well, I'm glad we made it through. So I know on my end, I was a host on one of my devices, and that device, for one reason or another, lost co-host. So maybe tonight, if we do it, I'll use a different device. But I'm glad this one went. It was pretty seamless, I think. Is able to fill 420 hours. Exactly, whatever the people want. Agreed, and it's physically impossible.
We can definitely try to set a margin of like 90% activity time or something along those lines, or whatever. More people catch word of our mission. You know, maybe we can have some type of charity this too.
We got Reptile Hybrid in the house. Welcome.
Just made I notice, like it's a marathon effort out there in the digital wastelands. But I have to say this. Playing clips, and I was just in here listening. It was like 8 minutes of dead air. I represent the Guinness Book of Records for longest Twitter space, and I'm here to advise you. You're about to be disqualified if you don't step it up a notch, boys. Can you confirm, Rabbi, that's actually who holds it? It's debatable, bro, but it can, like, without a word of a lie, 400. Rabbi, can you confirm that's actually who holds it? 420 hours is commendable, but 420 hours isn't the same as 2 days straight hardcore Twitter spaces, toe-to-toe. Yo, you're a clown, bro. Maybe you hosted the longest clown show on Twitter. Nobody said, dude, it'd be easy to stay up 48 hours straight out here. As compared to keeping this going for almost 3 weeks.
Agreed. The sheer technological challenges that you face are really going to be the biggest issues that we confront. To just stay up with your friends for 48 hours isn't too big a deal.
Oh, I mean, I've seen up for almost 3 days straight for college exams and things like that.
Shout out to Reptile Hybrid, though. I understand the point that they're making, but we have to fill time with something, so give the people what they want. Agreed. I mean, Mountains of Cocaine will get you that title of longest Twitter space. He said 48 hours. I know someone who did it on their own for 51 hours. So that's, in my opinion, is the longest. How's the coin doing this morning? That's what we like to hear.
Probably a lot of people are catching word of what we're doing here. Some people are making YouTube videos.
That's phenomenal. Roger, where are you in the world?
I'm actually in Michigan.
Hell yeah. What part of the Mitten? Or are you in the UP?
I'm long peninsula, but on the north end of Detroit.
Oh, very nice. Like Troy area?
Not far from there. Well, I guess you'd say like 30 minutes east of there.
Very nice. Michigan's great. Are you a Wolverines fan or a Spartans fan?
Spartans.
Hell yeah. You like Tom Izzo?
Oh yeah, I love Tom Izzo.
Fuck yeah. I met him once. He's a very nice man.
That's awesome. Oh my God! If you look up 420 hours Twitter space on Twitter, our Twitter space shows up right now.
That's sweet. So I guess it's a good time for me to ask, what's the history of the WSB baby in its coin?
So if you go to our website, this is actually the original logo of Wall Street Bets. So if you go to wallstreet.baby, you'll see a video that says the origin skips to the time where the baby's actually seen. And if you go to the web archive, you'll actually see that the baby is used as the original Wall Street Bets logo. So it is the original Wall Street Bets logo. So we have the Wall Street Bets logo. It's made by a nonprofit educational organization called TED. Take a little further, you'll see that there's an actual guy that runs the Wall Street Bets that he designed it for that company. So this is pretty much the original logo of Wall Street Bets. But it makes sense that if Wall Street Bets was ever going to be unboarded for a meme coin, it would be through the original logo.
Exactly. How long ago did it launch?
We're April 21st. So it's 3 days away from actually being able to verify the account.
Very nice. That's sweet that it's the original logo. It's OG.
Exactly. 58 people in here. I guess a lot of people are gonna yell other
I think there's something therapeutic about it, like societally. I don't know, just knowing that you're connected with people all over the world. I think people get a lot of relief out of that fact.
I'll be able to go on my laptop and verify this while we're waiting for, I guess, updated on May 21st we'll be able to actually be able to verify the account. I'll let Elon retry it.
When you say verify the account, you mean get the blue check mark, and it needs to be created for at least a month. It may take a little longer too because they have to verify it, correct? Were you able to sleep? Thank you so much, Nick. Thank you for your kind words. Very nice. If you're in the audience, you want to come on up and speak, feel free. We'd love to hear what's going on in your life. Tell us all the good, tell us all the bad. We'd love to hear it. Apologies, I had to drop down. My phone is smoking. It's so hot. I have an ancient iPhone 8. I think it's probably from the Roman archives. Probably found in an aqueduct at some point. Man, what a lucky phone. Think of it. Of all the phones that were being made, this is perhaps the one to be the record setter. All its friends have to be jealous. Imagine, come right out of the package and they put you to work right away, like on the unstoppable mission. I slept a little bit, not a whole lot. I kept kind of checking just to make sure, because you never know when the microphone can actually, just mute itself, or anything can happen. It's a crazy amount of factors. We were able to make it through we made it through Elon Musk's first Joe Rogan interview, and about 5/6 of the way through the second one. It's really interesting to hear what he has to say. I mean, those interviews took place years ago, and he's talking about how he warned the politicians of the United States about AI. And yeah, it's a good one. Agreed. Very well rounded.
Another idea for a quiz, Rabbi. If I don't know if you're interested, if you ever wanted to run another one, but you can have a panel here, like, you know, your admins, your team on here, and they could be them versus the Telegram guys just typing out the community, basically.
And
You know, and maybe have a prize or something. I think that, you know, maybe just something funny like a Wall Street Baby t-shirt or something, I don't know.
I think that's a great idea. We might do that tonight. Very well.
The team might be a bit handicapped because they've only had about 3 hours sleep. Right? So we have to go get some coffee. We'll order some coffee at this point. Time in the morning, usually we can barely get 30 people on here at 9 a.m. Here we are with 70 people last night.
Do you guys post to Reddit often?
As much as you can, yeah.
To the day. No, I didn't. No. I think I spent the night. And I saw my dad. Hell, I think we sat next to each other.
One other thought maybe would be a good idea if you get Jamie and Brilliant feeling up while you're doing it sometime in 3 weeks. That might be a nice idea.
Well, that's we have to run at one point.
I don't know if there's any way you can speak this. I've only chatted to him myself, a couple of interactions. He came across as a lovely bloke, but I know a lot of people haven't. So no official mascot on the Telegram. Maybe he can come up and say a few words. I don't know how much fun you have with the guy, but he's got a lot of respect in the community. I know that.
Yeah, definitely. We can send him a message too. Be under 400 hours to go.
Hell yeah. Then it's smooth sailing. Everybody knows the last 400 hours are the easiest.
There's going to be so many major players that come up in this space. Like, if you don't think we can do it, just put this into perspective, guys. The last 3 weeks, we've been working tirelessly, minimal sleep. Like, we're doing the same thing now, just with the Twitter space going at the same time. We should, like I said, we should have our targets for when we should get Elon Musk to join. So, I was thinking 4 days, 20 hours into this. Obviously, hour 420, we're going to want him up here. Maybe an hour, day 6, 90 minutes in. It's CZ Binance that's always posting a number 4, maybe on day 4 he'll join us. I could tweet out right now, actually. I could join you at 4:20 p.m. any day. Like 4:20 a.m. any day. This space has reached 18.3 thousand people. It's kind of crazy, man. We all decided that we're gonna do this space to world records along the Twitter space. Expect there to be a lot of like news reporters and like Cointelegraph, CoinDesk, a lot of major players popping in, but definitely on hour 4:20 I can see Elon Musk popping.
I expect it. It's his loss if he doesn't. He really wants to pump that Tesla stock. He'll be here.
Yeah, I mean, we're also testing the fabric of this network, right? Is it stable enough to make this happen? It makes him look better too.
Agreed.
To show human population without we all need babies, just get that's context talking about babies, really.
I found it interesting listening to those Joe Rogans with Elon Musk, where they're talking about Twitter and now he owns it. He's like, yeah, I check it every couple hours for like 5 minutes. And he's like, and another thing I found interesting is he didn't have any other social media aside from Twitter. So you can tell, even he's liked it for some time.
Totally agree with that. I say he likes it so much that the things he didn't like about it, he decided to buy the company's correct. I mean,
And thankfully he did. He changed the entire environment, gave people their voices back, made it much more a free space haven. And I think those are all positive things for the platform.
yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. I mean, to be able to actually do that in the first place, you know, to have the vision, to actually put it through before Joe was broken was really saying to me, it's like, how do you just have these ideas and then, you know, just like, smash it out? I mean, obviously he's got the wealth now, but before that, you know, when he was young, he still had that mentality that I'm going to have an idea, I'm going to push it through, and it's going to succeed. It's great lesson for all of us, really, that, you know, very positive mentality, just, you know, the belief. Yeah, good lesson for us all.
I absolutely agree. Pardon my ignorance, but can you buy NFTs on the Wall Street Bets Baby coin?
You'll be able to buy it. I will see. Like a community member went out of his way to actually make an NFT collection for the community. So it's all quite interesting.
Not to put down any other coins of which I've had any interaction, but this one definitely is the biggest, has I think the most amount of foresight, and I really think is in a good spot to be the next Pepe.
Appreciate that. Yeah, we've definitely taken the proper steps to make it happen at this point.
Roger, I take it you're on Eastern time, is that correct? Are you a Pistons, Lions, Tigers fan?
I'm a Lions fan.
You poor thing.
I know. Actually, last year we had a good season.
Yeah, I mean, but
For the Pistons. I like the Pistons, but they've been so god awful. I don't really watch them. I like the Red Wings too.
very nice.
baseball, yeah, I mean, I like to play this. I grew up with some better teams in baseball history.
I've been to Comerica Park. It's very nice.
Oh, yeah, it's a great time. I won't be planning any baseball games for at least 3 weeks. So,
That's right. After that, though, you can take in as many as you want because this coin will be to the moon.
right? Front row, baby. Gonna wait till more of our communities online for the next hour. Yeah, there's a decent amount of new faces in here. I'm gonna drop out of speaker now, I just want to wish you all the luck. I may drop in again, obviously, at some point in the fall, but good luck with today, and catch you later on. Hope it all goes well, guys.
Take care, Nick.
Take care, dude.
Obviously, it's no record attempt space getting hosted by the Wall Street media community. There's a ton of more stuff on the hour by hour. I guess you could say, or not the hour by hour, but on the daily playbook, I guess you could say. So, I think for now we could all use some music. Most of our community is not online for about a couple more hours. We'll start to see them all pop in here pretty quick. People throughout today figure out find out what exactly it is that we're doing here. It's going to get bullets to the WSP community.
Music's difficult, at least for me to play, because I've got so many streams going, and the copyright infringement can mess with my accounts. If you want, I can continue where we were in that Joe Rogan podcast, and you just mute me when more people are here. Very well. Here we go.
We're terrified of this disease that we're projected it could potentially kill 100, if not 200,000 Americans this year. With cigarettes, kill 500,000, and you don't hear a peep out of any politician. There's no one running for Congress that's trying to ban cigarettes. There's no one running for Senate that wants to put some education plan in place that's going to stop cigarettes in their tracks.
Yeah, I mean, a long time, like several years ago, maybe 10 years ago, I helped make a movie called Thank You for Smoking.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. Smoking, barbecuing your lungs is bad. Just bad news. It's not good. You know, turning your lungs into smoke beef, not great. Yeah. Tylenol also, by the way, also kills a lot of people.
Yeah, what is the number for Tylenol over here?
I'm not sure the exact number, but I believe until the opioid crisis, I believe Tylenol was the number one killer of all drugs. Because basically it's if you acetaminophen, essentially it causes liver failure. so people would like get wasted and then like have a headache and then pop a ton of Tylenol curtains.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Curtains.
Yeah. You know, so but nobody's like, you know, raging against Tylenol.
Yeah. It's weird, acceptable deaths are weird. And that's the slippery slope about this, people shaming people for wanting to go back to work. You know, other people are going to die. Well, if you drive, do you drive? We should stop driving because people die from driving. So, you definitely should fill up all the swimming pools because like 50 people die every day in this country from swimming. So let's not swim anymore.
Yeah, what is the really dangerous?
We need to chop down all the coconut trees.
Water.
Coconuts kill 150 people every year.
Yes.
Cut down all the coconut trees. We need those people.
Yes.
It's at a certain point in time, it's like, we're vulnerable. And we have a finite existence no matter what.
We do. Nobody lives forever.
Right.
I mean, I think you want to look at, say, deaths as like but for this disease, whatever, they would have lived X number of years.
Yeah.
You know, so, if somebody dies when they're 20 and could have lived till 80, they last 60 years. But if somebody dies when they're 80 and they might live till 81, they lost 1 year.
Yes.
So it's like how many life years were lost is probably the right metric to use.
I don't read my own comments, but I do read other people's comments. And I was reading this one little Twitter beef that was going on where someone was saying that COVID takes an average of 10 years off people's lives, and we should appreciate those 10 years. And then someone else said,
It's not true.
I'm sure it's not true.
Yeah, definitely
It's
not.
the Twitter. It's the world. But someone else said the average age of people who die from COVID is older than the average age people die.
It's very. Just say it's like it's about the same.
That's a beautiful way of looking at it. I mean, it's unfortunate. It sucks. But it sucks if grandpa dies of Alzheimer's or emphysema or leukemia. It sucks.
Sure.
It sucks when someone you love dies.
Yes. I mean, actually, if this, I think a lesson to be taken here that I think is quite important is that if you have grandparents and their age of grandparents, really be careful with any kind of flu or cold or something that is not dangerous to kids or young adults, but is dangerous to the elderly. Is basically if your kid's got a runny nose, they should stay away from their grandparents. Competitive, no matter what it is. It's the things that are where a young immune system has no problem, an older one has a problem.
Yeah.
And in fact, a lot of it's the little kid had a cold or flu and
Give it to grandpa.
Yeah, they have the family gathering and they don't know that this is a big deal, but it's just important to remember when you get old, your immune system's just not that strong, and so just be careful with your loved ones.
And I think there is some true objective understanding of the immune system and ways to boost that immune system. And I really think that information should be distributed in a way, a non-judgmental way. But look, this is a way that we can all this is a scientifically proven way that we can boost our immune system, and it might save your life, and it might save the life of your loved ones. And maybe we can teach this to our grandparents and our parents and people. Shark proteins, all these different variables that we know contribute to a stronger immune system.
Yeah, actually, just a thing that is tough. Like when you as you get older, it's hard to tend to put on weight. Suddenly that's happening with me. Like as the older I get, I'm like, man, it's harder to stay lean. That's for sure. And so actually being overweight is a deal.
Yeah.
It's a fact.
The New York hospital said it was the number one factor for severe COVID symptoms was obesity.
That's correct. That's exactly.
It's also we live in a world where people want to be sensitive to other people's feelings. So absolutely. We don't want to bring up the fact that being fat's bad for you. It's a judgment on your
food's great.
Yeah, I do love food.
Yeah, and I mean to be totally frank, speaking for myself, I'd rather eat tasty food and live a shorter life.
Yeah, those moments of enjoying a great meal.
Yeah, and
then even talking about it, they're valuable. They're worth something. Yeah, it's not. We don't want to eat Soylent Green and live to be 160.
Tasty food is great. It's one of the best things about life.
It really is. Yeah, it's an art form as well. It's like fine food. It's a delicious sandcastle. It's temporary. It doesn't last very long, but there's something about it that's very pleasing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know what advice to give. Maybe have tasty food with smaller amounts of it. And I think regulated feeding window is really the way to go. Some sort of an intermittent fasting approach. Sure. When I started doing that, I found myself to be quite a bit healthier. When I've deviated from that, I've gained weight. So what's 16 hours? Well, 16 hours. Yeah. So like at night or? Yeah. So I get to a certain point and then I count out. I usually hit the stopwatch on my phone, and then I look at 15 hours and I'm like, okay, got an hour before I can eat. Yeah. And so anything in between that is just water or coffee. Actually, eating before you go to bed is a real bad idea, and actually negatively affects your sleep. Yeah. And it can actually cause heartburn that you don't even know is happening, and that subtle heartburn affects your sleep because you're horizontal and your body's digesting. So if you want to improve the quality of your sleep, be healthier. It's do not eat right before going to sleep.
Yeah.
It's like one of the worst things you can do.
Some of the biggest mistakes I've ever made. I've done that, particularly after comedy shows. I'm starving. I come home and I'll eat, and then I go to bed and I just feel like shit. I wake up in the middle of the night.
It's gonna crush your sleep, and it's gonna damage your pelvic sphincter, your esophagus. It's in fact, drinking and then going to sleep that's one of the worst things you can do.
Yes.
So just try to avoid drinking and eating
Booze.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Don't, small amounts of alcohol that evidence suggests it doesn't have a negative effect.
I put it in the same category as delicious food. Kind of makes things a little more fun.
Yeah,
I like it.
I mean, some of the people who've lived the longest, was a woman in France who I think maybe has the record or close to it. And she had a glass of wine every day.
Yeah.
Small amounts is fine. Yeah, this is like I live this like quite late in life. It's like just avoid having alcohol and avoid eating at least 2 or 3 hours before going to sleep, and your quality of life, your quality of sleep will improve. Your general health will improve a lot.
For sure.
It's a big deal, and I think not widely.
Do you have time to exercise?
A little bit.
Do you have a trainer or anything?
I do, although I haven't seen him for a while. But yeah, especially if I'm out, like say we're working on Starship or something in South Texas, and I'm just living in my I got a little house there in Boca Chica Village. And I don't have much to use. Or like I'm working on just lift some weights or something. Maybe I don't. Some people love running. I don't love running. But
what do you like to do exercise-wise?
To be totally frank, I wouldn't exercise at all. But if I prefer not to exercise. But if I'm going to exercise, lift some weights and then kind of run on the treadmill and maybe watch the show that. If there's a compelling show that like pulls you in.
Right. Yeah, that's a good thing to do. Yeah. Watch a good movie or episode of Black Mirror or something like that. It's great.
Man, don't watch Black Mirror before go to bed either.
Well, don't watch Black Mirror today. It's too fucking accurate.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, wait, this already happened in real life.
Yeah, it's too close.
It's too close.
Well, didn't you say that the guy who makes Black Mirror?
Yeah, he said it's not a good time to start season 6.
Yeah, he wants to hold off because reality
nailed it.
is Black Mirror.
Oh man,
it's like he's gonna have to like reassess and attack it from a different angle.
Yeah,
you should try something that's fun to do. That's not just like learn a martial art or something like that.
I did martial arts when I was a kid.
Did you? What'd you do?
Yeah. I did taekwondo. I did karate, Kaikushinkai.
All right, cool.
And judo.
Also, you really branched out.
Yeah. I did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu briefly.
Did you?
Yeah.
Where?
I'm in Palo Alto.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, no shit. I was going to suggest that. That's a great thing for people. Like, that's a thing about jiu-jitsu. If you look at it from the outside, you think, oh, a bunch of meatheads strangling each other.
Sure.
But there's some of the smartest people I know are jiu-jitsu fiends because they first of all, they get introduced to it because usually either they want to exercise or learn some self-defense.
Sure.
But then they realize that it's essentially like a language with your body. Like you're having an argument with someone with some sort of a physical language. And it's really complex. And the more access to vocabulary and the sharper your words are,
Sure.
the more you'll succeed in these ventures.
Yeah.
It's really almost an accurate analogy of what jiu-jitsu is.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, probably like a lot of people, but the way really the first MMA fights in West Gracie, and it's like incredible.
Yes.
It's like
Technique.
Yeah. It was like winning against people way bigger and that kind of thing. It was just like, oh, this is cool.
It was what martial arts were supposed to be when we were kids. So martial arts allow you to beat someone far bigger and stronger than you.
Right.
most of the time that's not real.
Especially if they know martial arts too.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no.
Yes, but in the UFC, when Hoist Gracie off of his back was strangling Dan Severn with his legs, you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
This guy's being pinned by this big giant wrestler, and he wraps his legs around his neck and chokes him to the point the guy has to surrender.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, Hoist got beaten up pretty bad in some of those.
He definitely had some rough fights.
But he won.
He won, yeah. But he's a legend. And what it showed, and I mean, I'm a huge lover of jiu-jitsu. What it showed is that there is a method for diffusing these situations with technique and knowledge. Yeah. And I think it's also a great way to exercise too, because it's almost like the exercise is secondary to the learning of the thing. The exercise is like you want to develop strength and conditioning just so that you could be better at doing the thing. Sure. And the analogy that I use is like, if you had a race car and you could actually give the race car better handling and more horsepower just from your own focus and effort.
Sure.
That's really what it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah. When am I going to be able to...
My kids, I should say, I sent my kids to jiu-jitsu since they were like, 6.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
It's a great thing to learn. It really is. Yeah. Maybe something like, I mean, even if you just have someone that holds the pads for you, you get a workout in and it'd be fun. When am I going to be able to buy one of them roadsters? When's that happening?
Well, I can't, say exactly when, but we got to get it. This COVID thing's kind of thrown us for a loop.
I'm sure.
So, not to blame everything on COVID, but it's, certainly set us back on progress for some of our months. The things we're going to get done ahead of Roadster are wrapping up the Model Y production. That'll be a great car. It is a great car. Getting the Berlin Gigafactory built, and also building Y, expanding the Shanghai factory, which is going great. Get the Cybertruck, semi-truck, Roadster. Roadster's kind of like dessert. So, like, we gotta get the, meat and potatoes and greens and stuff.
But Roadster comes before Cybertruck.
I mean, I think we should do Cybertruck first before Roadster.
I'm not mad at that.
Some of the things for Roadster, they're the tri-motor plaid powertrain. We're gonna have that in Model S. So that's like one of the ingredients that's needed for Roadster is the plaid powertrain, the more advanced battery pack.
I wanted to ask you about this before I forgot. Well, there's a company that's called Apex that's taking your Teslas and they're giving it a wider base and wider tires and a little bit more advanced suspension.
Sure.
How do you feel about that? Do you work with them? Are you cool with those people?
Yeah, I'm over it. Go ahead.
They're jazzing stuff up with carbon fiber and doing a bunch of interior choices. You're cool with it? You can't fuck with that. You don't have time. So is it good that someone comes along and has this sort of specialty operation?
Yeah, I got no problem.
That's what it's called, right? It's like, Jamie, is it called Apex?
Yeah, I got a Unplugged Performance. That's Apex.
That's right, Unplugged Performance. Yeah.
Yeah, you can for sure lighten the car up and improve the tire traction. And
have you seen that company's stuff? What they do?
I don't know specifically, but
it's pretty dope.
Yeah.
They make it pretty dope looking. They take Model S and they widen it and give it a bunch of carbon fiber. That's it right there.
Cool.
Ooh la la! Look at that.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, it does. Now the plaid version of the Model S, are you going to widen the track and do a bunch of different? I know you guys are testing at the Nürburgring. Can you not talk about that?
Well, I think we got to leave that for proper sort of product unveil.
I understand.
Yeah,
I understand. Last time you were here, you convinced me to buy a Tesla. I bought it. And it's fucking insane.
Oh, great! Glad you like it.
Ah, man.
Pretty fun.
It's not just pretty fun. It's like the way I've described it is it makes other cars seem stupid. They just seem dumb. Like I love dumb things. I love dumb cars. campfires. Like I love campfires.
Yeah,
I love
totally.
campfires. I have a 1993 Porsche that's air cooled.
Sure.
It's like it's not that fast. It's really slow compared to the Tesla.
Yeah,
really slow.
it's really quite slow. But
Yeah, but there's something engaging about the mechanical, just like the gears, and it's very analog. But it's so stupid in comparison to Tesla. Like when I want to go somewhere in the Model S, I hit the gas and just go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
yeah, you've tried it like Ludicrous Plus and stuff
Oh,
like that.
yeah.
Cool.
yeah. Oh yeah.
We just did a software update where it'll do like a cheetah stance. So so it's because it's got a dynamic air suspension, so it lowers the back.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, just like a sprinter, basically.
Right.
Like what do you do if you're a sprinter? You
Right.
hunker down and then I shaved like a tenth of a second off the 0 to 60. I mean, like it is pretty fun.
It's so. I've taken so many people, and I'm like, I take them for the holy shit moment. I'm like, you ready? Like, hang on there, and then I stomp on the gas.
I've never felt anything like it.
It's confusing.
Yeah,
it really is. Sure. The instant torque, and just the sheer acceleration is baffling.
It's baffling.
It's baffling.
They've never felt it.
No,
it's faster than falling.
It's crazy. It's so fast. It's a roller coaster.
Yeah.
And my family yells at me when I stomp the gas. Like I tell my kids, I'm like, "You want to feel it? You want to feel it? Like, do it. My wife's like, "Don't do it."
Yeah.
Boom. What?
Yeah.
And even if I just do it on the highway for a couple of seconds,
it's
very exciting.
Yeah.
It's very.
It's like having a roller coaster on top.
It really is like a roller coaster on top.
Yeah.
Without the loop-de-loops, but it's the pitting to your seat. It seems like you're not supposed to be able to experience that from some sort of a consumer vehicle that you can just a regular person could buy if you have the money. It seems too crazy. And then the idea that this Roadster is a half of a second faster than that.
Yeah.
That's madness.
Well, with the Roadster, we're going to do some things that are kind of unfair. So we're going to take some things from kind of. So.
Oh, I read about that. Yeah. Explain that. Like, what do you do?
Well, like I said, we can't do the product unveil right here, but it's going to do some things that aren't fair. And the one who's been waiting, they won't be sorry. Yes, they won't be sorry.
Oh, sure. Well, anything 0 to 60, was it 1.9 to 0 to 60? That's the top of the chain model. Okay. Faster than that. Just say faster than that. Yeah. That seems so crazy to me. Now, what was it like when the dude threw the steel balls at the window and they were supposed to not break and it broke?
Well, yeah. I mean,
I
was not expecting that, and then I think I muttered under my breath.
Yeah. You didn't get mad though.
No,
you didn't Steve Jobs it.
No, I definitely swore, but I think the mic would pick it up, but it did. But so, like, we practiced this, behind the scenes.
Yeah.
At Tesla, we don't do like tons of practice for our demos because we're working on the cars, like we're building new technologies and improving the fundamental product. So we're not spending doing like hundreds of practice things or anything like that. We don't have time for that. But the hours before the demo, both Franz, head of design, and I were in the studio throwing steel balls at the window and just bouncing right off. I'm like, okay, this seems pretty good. Seems like you got it. Okay. And then we think what happened was that when Franz hit the door with the sledgehammer, so like this is like exoskeleton, high strength hardened steel. You can literally wind up with a sledgehammer, full on double handed sledgehammer, and hit the door, and there's not even a dent. It's cool. But we think that cracked the corner of the glass at the bottom. And then once you crack the corner of the glass, you're just game over. So then when you threw the ball, that's what cracked it.
So in hindsight, it didn't go through. That's true. It didn't shatter the whole thing like a regular window would either, which would just dissolve, right? So in hindsight, the ball should have been first, sledgehammer second.
Yeah.
You live, you learn.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, man, we've taken up a lot of your time. You had a child
Yeah, I got to
recently.
get back to
It's amazing that you had the time to come down here, and I really appreciate that. I appreciate everything you do, man. I'm glad you're out there, and I really appreciate you coming down here and sharing your perspective.
Well, I think you got a great show. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. My pleasure. My
All right.
pleasure. Elon Musk, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
You know what? That should be a little play.
Roger, you want me to just keep rolling and you just mute me when everybody's here?
Ben Shapiro, we are live.
We're gonna go with
The
Neil
people
deGrasse
spoken.
Tyson next,
Well, thank
actually.
you for having me.
Thanks
Just
for
a
being
moment.
here, man. I became a fan of yours when I watched you.
Just one moment. Let's get my computer going. This is Joe Rogan Experience 1159, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
You don't say how's the wife
already.
How's the wife and
How's
kids?
everybody, man? How's life? How's your book that's been on the Times bestseller list for how many weeks?
Oh, the astrophysics for people in a hurry. That's been on the New York Times bestseller list for 67 weeks.
That's pretty intense.
It's that's a lot for any book, much less for a science book. And so that tells me, while all these Trump books are wafting in and out, this is bobbing like a cork on the ocean waves, as the book of the moment that either praises Trump or criticizes him come in and off of that list. So this tells me that there is this unserved hunger that people have. There's a curiosity that this is serving, and it's astrophysics for people in a hurry. That's kind of that's very purposefully juxtaposed. It's like neurosurgery in 4 easy steps. You know, if you saw a book with that title, you'd have to pick it up because you wonder what's going on.
Well, not to kiss your ass again, but I always say this about you, and I think it's important. You make learning stuff about astrophysics fun, and that's what's missing. You know, it's not that people don't like to be educated, that they don't like to learn. They just don't want to be bored.
That's a perceptive point because, you know, think of the image we have of, let's say you're in a school where most people don't go to college. You're in high school. And then last day of school comes. What do people do? They toss their papers in the air as they run down the steps. School's out. No, what's the rock song? School's out for summer. Was it forever? No, forever. Right?
Yeah.
So that attitude must mean the school didn't train you to embrace curiosity.
Right.
That learning was a chore, and now the chores are over.
Yeah.
So I think the educational system needs an adjustment. Forget whether or not you go to college, because you're going to spend more years not in school than in school, even if you do go to college. What you want, I think, are lifelong learners, lifelong curiosity,
Yes.
where once you are trained and your curiosity is stimulated, the curiosity we all had as children. Your children don't need to be taught to be curious. They are curious to the point of destruction of whatever it is they touch. Oh, what is this egg on the counter? What is this glass? What is this plate? What's under a rock? What happens if I pull a leg off of Daddy Long? You know, they are experimenting with the world. We don't think of it that way, but that's what it is. They're all born scientists. And I say this often. You spend the first years of a child's life teaching it to walk and talk. Then you spend the rest of its life telling it to shut up and sit down. It's this is the wrong combination. So speaking as an educator, I think a missing component of school is it the teachers? Is it the curriculum? I don't know. But when you get out of school, you should say to yourself, damn, I want to learn more.
It's almost universally accepted, too, that that's when your learning ends. When you get out of college, it's over.
Then you say you're done.
Yeah.
And if it does, then you're ossified in life.
Yeah.
And that's how, when the job market shifts, you're not ready for it because you don't know how to think. You don't know how to learn.
Right.
And it's the difference in the workplace between the person who gets an assignment. Say, Joey, Janet, I need you to do this. That's not in my job description. I'm not trained for this. That's one kind of person in a workplace. Another kind of person is, here's a new task I need you to do. Wow, I've never seen that before. Great, let me figure it out.
Right.
These are two completely different species of human being. And what the world needs more of is like the second case, where you take a new task and you say, wow, I get to learn. I'm going to learn on my own. I'll ask people who know more. You just embrace the act of learning to satisfy your curiosity. And I think this book is capturing that in the public.
Well, it must be doing something.
Yeah.
60, how many weeks?
67 weeks.
God dang.
Yeah.
That's a lot of weeks.
Yeah, every morning I wake up, I'm calm, but I'm really not calm. I'm saying, holy shit. Sorry, you're live. Can I say
Yeah,
it?
you can say holy shit.
I can say it,
Neil
okay.
deGrasse Tyson swears, ladies and gentlemen, people think you're a robot. Now they know. It's a great sign, I think. And I think your podcast is a great sign as well. The success of your podcast and the success of a lot of science podcasts.
That's an excellent note that you noticed that. There's a rise of science-curious podcasts out there.
Stuff to Blow Your Mind is one that I really enjoy.
Right.
I really love Radio Lab. They've always got
Radio Lab
really
is
interesting science.
The annual perennial favorite.
Fantastic.
So many people.
Probably the best.
Right.
Yeah, and yours as well. And I love Chuck Nice. Shout out to Chuck Nice.
Oh, Chuck. We all love Chuck.
He's great. But what you're doing is you're making learning interesting, and that's why it's so fun. It's there's excitement to it. You bring a comedian like Chuck on with you. Things get silly, but they're also curious, and you're getting these experts, and everyone's talking about these various subjects. And
as you know, not only yourself as an exemplar of this, stand-up comedians are some of the smartest people in the world. They have an awareness.
I won't go that far.
Okay.
Listen, come to the Comedy Store with me today. I'll change your mind.
All right, let me buffer that a little.
They're curious.
Okay, no. So stand-up comedians are perceptive people.
Yes,
and
for sure.
And they're aware, and they notice things that you don't notice. They see the same things you do and get to shape it in a way you never thought possible, and then you end up laughing at other things, at yourself.
Was it your idea to do your show with stand-ups?
So what we have there's several of us who created this concept, and there's Helen Matzos is one of the partners, and there's another one who's now left, but what's his name? I'll get his name in a minute. But there were three of us who, David Gamble is his name. The three of us got together and applied for a National Science Foundation grant. What we said was, there are programs out there that serve people who already know they like science. But who serves the people who don't know they like science? Or better yet, the people who know they don't like science. There's nothing for them because they've already rejected it. They're not going to tune in to Science Friday because they don't like science on NPR, right? So what we thought was, suppose we bring in a celebrity. That's the pop culture draw. This is the pop culture scaffold. We bring in the scaffold and clad the scaffold with science. Because whatever the celebrity does, it doesn't matter. There's going to be science in that person's life. We had the guy who portrayed Gollum in Lord of the Rings.
A lot of science in that. But there is. Like that suit that he had to wear.
Exactly. So what we did was we interviewed him and we talked about the technology necessary to portray Gollum he portrayed that live. That was not some later animation. He is live, and he's got his whole body wired up for this, and he is that voice, and he is portraying it. So whatever it is that you have done, that you do, there is because it's evidence that science is everywhere. You can't say, I'm done with science, let me sell my textbook and move on to other things. Because practically anything else you do has been touched by science. And so Star Talk is a celebration of that. And then it jumps species. And so now we're on TV now. All right? It's a TV show on National Geographic Channel, Star Talk. And since you started this, by the way, I didn't come here to talk about you. You started this. It's our fourth year in a row where we're nominated for an Emmy for Outstanding Informational Programming.
Are you going to keep doing Cosmos too, though?
So Cosmos. So I have 1 week remaining out of like 70 shoot days to finish shooting Cosmos, Possible Worlds, premiering spring 2019. That's the third installment of Cosmos. If you trace the first one to Carl Sagan back in 1980.
I used your segment on wolves, on how wolves became dogs.
Oh,
I showed it to my kids.
And that's
And
right.
you can see the little wheels spinning like, whoa.
Yeah,
Like, that's how a dog became a dog?
and what you didn't see is I'm sitting at the campfire in this snowy environment, and they got wolves walking around me. They're on these fishing wires because they are not dogs.
Right.
Okay. They
Do whatever the fuck they want.
correct.
Yeah.
And when they're looking at you, it's like, should I rip his neck out now or later
Right.
when I'm more hungry?
Right.
There's no eye contact with them because they don't see you as anything other than something they could possibly eat. And so you can't interact with them the way you would with ordinary dogs. So they're on these fishing, high tension fishing wire that you can't see against the snow. And they're like hooting and hollering around me as I described. And the name of that show is "And the Wolf Shall Become the Shepherd." Yeah.
My friend did a commercial with a wolf, and there's this commercial where he's running up this mountain and the wolf is there, and at the end of the commercial they had to get the wolf to snarl. So what the trainer does is he shows the wolf some meat, and then he pulls the meat away from the wolf, and the wolf snarls, and they're like, and then the commercial's over. He's like, no, there's no working after that. Like there's no, you're not going to be near the wolf.
Right,
like
right.
that switch is turned on.
Done.
Yeah, and it's crazy. He's like, once that thing snarled, everybody just backed off, and the trainer let everybody know, like, once I get to this point, we're done. Like, there's no more. And that thing's like, okay, everybody, we're done. Let's get the fuck out of here.
All three of these Cosmoses, the original one with Carl Sagan, the one that the privilege of hosting in 2014 and 2019, are co-written by Anne Druyan, and she's the widow of Carl Sagan.
Oh wow!
But she kind of in his shadow back then, but she's hugely creative and highly enlightened, and so most of the sort of the soul energy, if you will, the what makes Cosmos distinct from other documentaries where you're sort of sitting there learning, you put your thinking cap on, your learning cap on. In Cosmos, it's your feeling cap. You're not only learning, you're also feeling to you, to civilization, to the world, to the universe. And her infusion of this, she's a highly scientifically literate writer, producer. And so I just give a shout out to her. Just working with her has been a delight.
Is Cosmos on Apple TV or
So Cosmos
Amazon or
was
anything?
so Cosmos was after it premiered on Fox and then went internationally on Nat Geo. It then went to Netflix. So, but I think this run of Netflix is going to drop until the next one comes in. I think they want to clear the landing zone for the next Cosmos, but it went to Netflix.
But is it available for anyone to get right now?
Oh, right now? It should be. I haven't checked. That's a great
Because
question.
I have it all on my DVR and I'm scared to delete it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
only have like 6%
Left.
hard
we
drive
all,
space
that's
left.
what everyone's DVR looks like.
I got all your Cosmoses in there.
Yeah. So thanks for having them all in there.
What was that Morgan Freeman show?
Through the wormhole.
Yeah, I got that on there too.
Yeah.
That was great.
Well, that's a Joe Rogan thing.
Yeah.
If you didn't have that, I'd be disappointed. I say you're an imposter. You're
Well,
fake.
It's an opportunity to be entertained and learn, which I think is what everybody misses.
Right.
And I think that's what's missing in most public education. It's people are bored,
Yeah.
and you take these kids with so much energy, and then you make them sit still and watch something that's not even remotely stimulating by a person who doesn't really care to be there.
Right. And they know this. They know this intuitively, if not explicitly.
Yeah.
That the enthusiasm is absent.
Yeah, they could feel it.
Yeah.
And just it's the worst way to learn. It's the worst way, and it's so hard to escape. Once you get out of that system, it takes forever for a lot of these people to just get their excitement about education back.
You know what I say when I address teachers? We all. And by the way, I'll do this right now in this room. We have only three of us, but let's take a show of hands. In your life, with all the teachers you've ever had in every class you've ever taken, how many had like a singular influence on who and what you became? Give me a number. It's going to be, I'm betting it's 5 or fewer, probably more like 3.
Yeah, for teachers.
What's your number?
Well, the one that I talked about on your show the last time I saw you.
Thanks for coming on to Star
My
Talk. Yes.
pleasure. Was a science teacher that I had when I believe I was in 7th grade.
Right.
He told me that if you really want to hurt your brain, look up and recognize the fact that that goes on forever, that this is infinite, and then just think about what that means, infinite, that there really is no end to it.
So, but how many teachers such as that were so influential in it?
That one guy saying that one
So
thing,
for you, it's
that
one.
one class,
It's one.
he might be the one.
What do you got?
Two at
Two.
most, maybe.
For me, it's like 2.5. And I've had scores of teachers.
Yeah.
Okay, 100 teachers at least. So what I tell teachers is, be that teacher to your students. We've all had those teachers. Be that teacher. And in every case, it wasn't because the topic was something you knew in advance you would like. It's because their energy for sharing their passion and love for the subject was palpable.
Yeah.
And it just spilled out of them and went into course through your veins and your arteries. And you walk out of there thinking, wow, that was the most interesting thing I've ever done in my life. You don't even care what you get on a test after that because you got touched and you became an enlightened participant in that exercise, in that exploration.
Yeah, it's just so hard for them to even get kids' attentions, though.
Yeah,
There's just so many wrestling
unfortunately,
matches going on.
that could be in some places half the energy of the teachers is maintaining order.
I think the success of your book, the success of your show, your podcast, and many of these other really intelligent podcasts are showing that there's an appetite for this stuff out there.
Yeah, and I'm delighted to be a servant of that curiosity. And I brought this just because it's not even out yet. You're airing like now live. You're live. You are live. Okay, so this
There's like a 5-second delay or something.
Is that to bleep all my expletives?
No. What is this? Accessory to War?
Oh, this is like another book. This is coming out in 3 weeks.
Is this about space war?
Accessory to War: The Unspoken Alliance Between Astrophysics and the Military. Yeah, so this other book was Astrophysics for People in a Hurry. If you're in a hurry, do not buy this book. This is not for people in a hurry. False item at the checkout line. This is all about. By the way, we know what role the physicist plays in war. The physicist makes the bomb, invents the bomb. The chemist perfects napalm. The biologist weaponizes anthrax. And the astrophysicist, well, we sit at the end of a telescope and wait for photons to cross the universe and enter our detector, and we go into conferences and argue about them. So there is no obvious connection between what we do and military strength, hegemony, dominance, empire building. It's just not obvious. That's why the subtitle, The Unspoken Alliance. It's not a secret. It's not there. It's there, but it's not, nobody's talking about it. Do you realize? I'll just give an example, okay? If you needed more reasons to think that Columbus was a dick, okay, let me add one to it, okay?
There's a difference between when we were kids and today.
Yeah, I know. But actually, I do have something mildly redeeming to offer about Columbus, if you have the time.
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted, okay.
Start off with that.
You want me to start out with that?
How do you want to do it?
Voyage. By the time of his third voyage, he'd already planted enough Spanish flags that Spain had already begun to set up governments and infrastructures in these places that he had found. Yeah, basically conquered. And so in one of the places, it's in the book accurately, I think it's Hispaniola, one of the island today. He has to get back. This is his third voyage, 1503, 1504. He's got to get back to Spain. He doesn't have enough resources, not enough food for his crew. So he asks the natives, would you please give us some of your stock that you have collected from your farming? Now, this particular group of natives only makes exactly the amount of food they need to tie to the next crop. They don't have surplus. So they said, no, we don't have surplus. Hence, coincidentally, there was going to be a total lunar eclipse where the moon in its orbit around Earth enters Earth's shadow. The full moon enters Earth's shadow and disappears. And the geometry of that event, it's just a simple lunar eclipse, but the geometry says that sunlight passes around Earth through Earth's atmosphere and takes on sunset colors that leach into Earth's shadow, giving the moon, if you can see it at all, a deep red amber hue, almost the color of blood. Columbus said, and he knew about this because he had read the tables, the eclipse tables, all right? We'd known enough about the solar system at the time we got that, okay? Actually, back then it was just the known world with Earth in the middle of the known universe. But that didn't matter. The rhythms of the universe were known. He says to the natives, if you do not give us food, my God, which is more powerful than your God, will make the moon disappear and it will turn blood red. That will happen in 1 week. You have 1 week to comply. Some of them were skeptical. What? You can't, what? Others said, shit, we got to do what this guy said. Look at the ships they came in. Their guns, their power, their culture. Look what they've got. Sure enough, right on cue, the moon begins to disappear. According to that is a famous woodcut. You got this? Those viewing the video of this,
Yeah.
that is a famous woodcut. And notice the natives bowing to him, and he stands proudly because he knows the science. He knows the astronomy. He knew this. And so he invokes this to dominate people who are not yet scientifically literate. And within seconds of this beginning, they bring him all the resources he wants, and he gets. And we don't know what happened, back at the island, whether the people survived the winter, but he got back to the island. That is one microcosm of ways that the universe has been invoked. I'll give you another example. Los Alamos, one of the national labs. They today, as basically since their inception, are charged with tracking the nuclear arsenal of the United States. Our nuclear power, the nukes that would go into nuclear weapons. They think about this. Do you realize they hire astrophysicists? I had colleagues working there. You know why? Because there's a room. There are two rooms. I mean, I'm simplifying this, but basically there are two rooms adjacent to one another and a computer between the two of them. The most powerful computers in the world. And there is code running on those computers that calculates the energy yields of hydrogen fusion. That's exactly what an astrophysicist cares about when stars blow up. Okay? As stars die, they explode as supernova. This is a natural thing going on in the universe. On the other side, it's a classified room. They're calculating yields of hydrogen bombs. And they have lunch together. They compare notes. The government doesn't always have the best people, but if you hire some of the best people to do whatever it is they want, and their calculations happen to relate to a military project, there you have a two-way street in progress. Why do you think the Hubble telescope, the mirror issues notwithstanding, which were ultimately fixed when it was first launched, why was that so successful? There were versions of the Hubble telescope previously launched by the military, looking down. That the model for that telescope had already been conceived and built and was operating. Then we said, oh, we want one of those. Okay, but that's not public that this is going on. The telescope gets designed, has the benefit of previous versions of it having been used successfully, but looking down, and we look up. This is the perennial two-way street of astronomy in the old days and in modern times, astrophysics. And the invention of the telescope. You haven't said anything yet. Well, you're a good listener. Should I keep talking? or am I preventing you from interrupting?
Okay. Don't worry about me.
Okay, fine. Galileo perfects the telescope. He learned that it is opticians, right? So they invented the telescope and the microscope within a couple of years of one another. This transformed science.
When did they invent the eyeglass, the reading glass?
The reading glass, earlier than that, but I don't know when. The real advance was putting two lenses in line with one another. It sounds trivial in modern times, but that was a huge leap, conceptual leap in what you would accomplish. And in so doing, depending on how you curve them and how you grind the shape of those lenses, you would get a microtraces. That's basically the birth of modern science as we now think of it and conduct it. Because you say to yourself, my senses, I don't trust them to be the full record of what's going on in front of me. You pull out a microscope. Oh my gosh, Leeuwenhoek. He got the microscope guy. He got a drop of pond water, puts it under his microscope, just to think to do this. It's just water. Why do you think that's something interesting to do? He said, I wonder. He was curious. He puts it under and sees little, what he described as animalcules, happily swimming. Animalcules. These are like the amoebas in Paramecia. And it is. And so he reports on this to the to scientific authorities, and they don't believe him. They say, Von Leeuwenhoek, we think you might have had too much gin before you wrote this letter. Why would anyone believe this? That there's entire creatures, an entire universe of creatures thriving in a drop of pond water. And so the way science works is one report does not make it true. You need verification. They sent people to the Netherlands to verify his results. And there it was, the birth of microscopy. And then they looked at everything, the cells, you need vocabulary to describe what you're now seeing. Well, that was the journey down small. Then the journey went up big. And Galileo perfects the telescope. He looks up and says, whoa, I see craters, mountains, valleys on the moon. The sun has spots. Venus goes through phases. This became the corpus of evidence for Earth going around the sun in support of Copernicus' idea that Earth went around the sun. My point is, what was the second thing he did with his telescope? He contacted the Doge of Venice, invited him to the clock tower, and said, look at what this instrument can do for you as we look out into the lagoon. You can identify a ship's intentions, friend or foe, by its flag 10 times farther away than you can with the unaided eye. Venice bought a boatload of these telescopes in the service of their military defense. And this was a source of money to Galileo. Now he could go look at the universe. This has been a two-way street ever since people have looked up. So this is an accounting of that. It goes on and on. The first X-ray machines for airports. You're old enough to remember. Why were they put in? Because of hijackings to Cuba, basically. They were armed hijackings of airplanes, of American carriers to Cuba. And Congress said, we got to do something about that. Oh, by the way, there's a company in Boston called American Science and Engineering that was building an X-ray detector small enough to put on a satellite to observe the universe in X-rays. And because no one had used visible light, but not X-rays, that's a branch of the electromagnetic spectrum. We think if there are black holes out there, their region surrounding them will give us X-rays. It's a new window on the universe. And then they said, oh my gosh, there's a call for X-ray machines at airports. We've got the technology that we've perfected to put in a freaking satellite.
So the technology for those ones you walk through the airport initially came out?
Initially, yes.
Wow.
Yes. There was a two-way street. There was, oh my gosh, we need this for security. Oh my God, we were using it. Let's apply that technology to these detectors.
Well, that's been a lot of the stuff with the space program, right? A lot of the stuff that they devised for use on the space station and many other technologies have trickled their way down into regular society.
That always happens, and even some simple things. Because people say, why spend money up there and we should be spending it down here? But there's an interesting fact here that is almost never discussed. The people who think about the universe and study the universe are hugely creative, and the creative energies cannot be pre-prescribed. You can't go to a creative, you might, but I don't know that you'll get their maximum creativity. Say, I need you to invent a cure for cancer right now. Use that brilliance. I'll try, but the greatest discoveries, the greatest cures, the greatest of these comes from a cross-pollination of interests that people have, that where they were engaged because they were interested just for the sake of being interested. So watch what happens. Here's an example. The space shuttle. It's a glider when it lands. Okay, it's got no engines. It's got flaps. There's a little bit of brakes in the tires, but that's about it. When it comes in, okay, how do you make sure the thing that stays on track? Because they kept drifting and crosswinds and this sort of thing. And so they said, why don't we groove the road so that the rubber on the road, the runway, so that the rubber can align with the grooves and stay in a straight line because rubber doesn't slide well doesn't slide sideways very easily on grooves. When they realized how effective that was, it's now put on off ramps to freeways. If there's a freeway off ramp that's a little tight, not quite banked well enough, it's going to be grooved. Check it out next time. And you could say, well, okay, that's a pretty simple low-tech solution. Why couldn't we just discover that on our own without the $20 billion a year space agency called NASA? But you didn't. You didn't. Power tools, cordless, high-torque power tools, were invented to service satellites in orbit by NASA. Because you can't just plug it into a 120-volt socket when you're floating in space. So the engineers said, how are we going to solve this problem? Let's make a high-torque power tool. So now NASA invents the high. Now that is the only way you're buying a power tool today, is the cordless variety. All construction sites, they're not looking for a power outlet for these things. So why didn't we invent this without the $20 billion space? You didn't. You didn't think about it. You said, oh, I can plug it in. This is great. You're not even thinking what you need. So yes, there are all of these applications, but I don't. That's a good reason to do it, but I don't think it's the best reason. The best reasons are, my gosh, don't you want to keep dreaming? Don't you want to keep looking into the future?
That would be ideal, but that's not attractive to people that are spending tax dollars. When it comes to tax dollars, people get super pragmatic and they go, why do we need to go to Mars? Now, what we need to do is take care of this and pay for that, and with the deficit and the budget. And
NASA's budget today is 0.4% of the federal budget. So if you take $1,
0.4%.
I will quantify it. If we take a dollar bill and imagine that's your tax dollar, and you can cut it to whatever percent you want. So let's cut 0.4% off of the edge. That doesn't get you into the ink. You're still in the white border around it.
I wouldn't even notice they took that dollar.
You could trim that off the dollar
and pay for anything.
So my point is, most of the people who say, don't spend it here, spend it there, they think NASA has more budget than it actually does. If you ask them, how much do you think they're getting? Oh, 10%, 5%, several percent. No, it's 0.5% of 1%. So if you're going to tell me that if you can take that 0.4% and spend it in these other problems and solve them, I would say, yeah, go right ahead. But is this where you really want to pull the money from? When it's the only thing that has us thinking about tomorrow, is us thinking about a future.
Well, for a guy like you, that's super important. But for a guy who lives in Cleveland, who doesn't give a shit about science.
Oh, excuse me. That's like the person who says, okay, I don't need the space program. Why do I need the space program? I have my cell phone and I have the Weather Channel and I know anything I need. This is...
Yeah.
You're using GPS satellites to understand where you are on this earth, to understand where grandma's house is.
Do you know who created it?
Who created what?
Who created spread spectrum technology that led to GPS and Wi-Fi?
Who is it?
Hedy Lamarr.
Oh, I did know that. Yes. Yes, she did.
Actress, 1941.
Yes, she did.
How about that?
Thanks for reminding me of that.
Super hot, though. That was the problem. Nobody cared. Hey, you're smart, too.
Yeah, but... Yeah, it would take decades to really realize that. And of course, GPS is launched by the military, and it's now hundreds of billions of dollars worth of the American economy thriving on this space application. But it was a military intent, and it was to navigate the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
To navigate. And the first Gulf War was the first big use of space assets in the conduct of military operations.
I believe even when Hedy Lamarr created it, with another scientist, the idea behind it was for encoded transcriptions or encoded information during the war.
Well, so that's a big challenge. How do you encode information?
Yeah.
That's, by the way, the future of this might come from. It's still not clear. The jury's still out, and there's sort of opposing views on this. But you've heard about quantum entangled particles.
Yes.
Where I can create a pair of particles that know about one another, and now they're separated in space and in time. And if you observe that other particle, it instantly changes the state of the particle back, the other particle that's back where I am. And by the way, that they communicate instantaneously, faster than the speed of light.
When you say if you observe, do you mean that if you observe it with
Anything, doesn't matter.
but you have to do something?
Yeah, you have to do, yes.
So something has to interact with it. It's not woo.
No, it's not.
But
It's
people
so
think,
not woo.
but you say that, people go, yeah, I saw that in The Secret.
Yeah, so the problem is the word observe, people
Right.
think is a psychological thing, but in physics, it's got nothing to
It's
do
a
with
measurement.
It's a measurement thing.
Right.
And so in other words,
Act of
if
measuring.
if there's an electron sitting in the middle of this table and all the lights are out, I can say, I think there's an electron here. Let me find out. And the moment I turn on the lights, the light interacts, a photon measures its position, the less I know its position. So, because you need to, the measurement requires an interaction with it. And in the quantum scale, interactions change the state of the experiment that you're conducting. We know this, we've quantified it, we don't like it, but we deal with it. And in the act of dealing with it, you can exploit that fact for other purposes. We exploit quantum craziness to birth the information technology revolution. There is no creation, storage, or retrieval of information without an exploitation of the quantum. So, and by the way, the quantum was discovered in quantum physics as a branch of physics was discovered in the 1920s. If you were around back then and your tax buddies who don't like paying taxes, what would you have said? Why are you spending government money on the atom and on molecules and you can't even see them? What good is it? I'm a woodworker. I just care about my wood atoms, right? Here I am, to shove that where your tax dollar is. And so it would look like you're wasting your own time and everybody else's money. It would take decades, 5 decades, 4 or 5 decades before we would realize what role that would play in computing this creation, storage, and retrieval of information. And by some measures, it's a third of the world's GDP is traceable to what quantum physics does for us on a computing scale. So anyone, yes. Well, I mean, there are ways to do it. There's certain industries that would still be there without computing, but they're made more efficient with it. Okay, so UPS tracks all of their trucks with GPS and with computing devices that invokes the quantum. But UPS predates the use of these tools. But you can look at profits relative to their efficiencies that are enabled by these technologies, as well as entire fields that didn't exist before computing. You add all that up, it's a stunning fact. And so my only point is that if you want today to say, why study this when we have these other problems? All I do is take you back to the cave and let's say, all right, we're in the cave, and there's a mountain over there in the valley, and I tell the cave, I tell the tribe leaders, I want to explore that mountain and that. Now, we have to solve the cave problems first before anyone leaves the cave. We laugh at that. That's an absurd claim to make. In caveman days, I don't know if anyone did it, but that's a crazy thought, because there are solutions to your problems that might exist, and time has demonstrated likely exist by leaving the cave that you can then discover. So for me, exploration is not just space, all the frontiers of the unknown, biology, chemistry, AI. You know those frontiers, and then you can cross-pollinate them and transform civilization. And then the last example I give, and then I'll shut up because I want to hear you talk too. It's not for me. I want to hear you interact with what I'm telling. Here's one. You ready?
Okay.
My physics professor in college studied the universe, loved the universe, studied gas clouds between stars, and studied how would you detect a gas cloud if it's not radiating light? Well, they give off radio waves, right? And he figured out what kind of radio waves they give off and why. And in this, he gained expertise in the nucleus of the atom. And he discovered that the nucleus can resonate. Depending on the mass of the nucleus, which means depending on what atom it is on the periodic table, it will resonate slightly differently when exposed to the same electromagnetic field. He discovered a new phenomenon in physics called nuclear magnetic resonance. It would then take a clever medical technologist to say, wait a minute, if you can distinguish one heavy atom from another, let me make a machine out of that, put your body in it, and I can then distinguish one kind of tissue from another. And thus was born the magnetic resonance imager, the MRI, arguably the most potent tool in the arsenal of modern medicine, where I can diagnose a condition in your body without cutting you open first. That is based on a principle of physics discovered by a physicist who had no interest in medicine. By the way, the real title should be nuclear magnetic resonance imaging, but that's the other N word. You're not so.
Nuclear, you don't like that?
Yeah, people don't like nuclear. They're less likely to go inside the machine if the word nuclear was on it. But my point is, that was a cross-pollination of ideas with clever people on their frontiers looking over the fence at discoveries that are being made. It's how we got the microwave oven. That wasn't invented by a thermodynamicist. Microwaves. This is a World War II attempt to communicate using microwaves. And they found out some guy's chocolate bar melted in the microwave field. And they said, what happened there? And they did some more tests. And of course, the water molecule and other molecules common in food respond to microwaves. It vibrates them ferociously. And so you put food in a microwave cavity, the water content of the food vibrates, friction cooks the food. There's still people today who say, oh, nuke this. Because they it's so fast and they quite, oh, you still say it's still have no fear, it's just friction. Okay, friction it.
Yeah, but everybody's scared that it fucks up the food.
Well,
does it?
No, it just heats the water.
People get scared, the woo-woo people do.
Okay, so here's the thing. There's certain foods that don't respond well to the flipping of the water molecule. And one of them is like bread products.
It gets hard.
Yeah, it gets chewy and leathery.
Yeah.
And
but only if you overdo it.
If you overdo, you got to do it just right and you're still good. If you overdo it, it can get leathery. That's kind of it. I'm trying to think. You wouldn't grill a steak in a microwave. You would heat up the meat uniformly, and that's all it would do. It cooks bacon pretty fast.
Yeah.
But it's a mess and it splatters all over. So you pick the foods that are best for that situation. As you would pick the foods best, you wouldn't put toast in an oven at 350 degrees bread to make toast. We have toasters for that. Right. So different things in your kitchen do things best. You wouldn't make ice cream in your toaster oven.
But people are afraid of microwaves. The one thing that they're afraid of.
It's not that they're afraid of microwaves. That they're afraid of things they don't understand. That's
yes.
Precisely.
Yeah. They're afraid that something's going to happen to their food that makes it less good.
Correct. And it's not the not knowing that people fear.
My wife's friend's mom will not eat something that comes out of a microwave.
Really?
She quotes that as part of what makes her healthy. She drinks a lot of water. She refuses to eat microwave food.
The whole life is around not using microwave food.
She won't eat anything that comes out of a microwave.
Okay, I'm glad that she doesn't, she can live a long, happy life as such.
She has to reheat food old school.
Okay, one of the hardest things is reheating lasagna if you don't have a microwave oven.
It's true.
That's like impossible.
Because you're going to cook it again.
You're going to cook it again.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
So I think microwave ovens were invented for leftover lasagna.
Yeah, just eat a bowl of pasta, just in general.
Yeah.
Soup.
Yeah,
great for soup.
Soup is good.
Yeah. So you don't have to worry about it. It's not doing anything to it. It's not sucking any nutrients out or adding any nuclear radiation.
Correct. Electromagnetic radiation. It's already light from the bulb. We tend to use radiation in the context of stuff that would hurt you. So that would be radiation of high enough energy to hurt you. And microwaves are not in that category.
I never even thought about what microwaves do until this conversation.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a certain frequency of microwaves that beautifully pairs with the water molecule. And it vibrates it brilliantly.
So it doesn't work for completely dry things?
Yeah, that's why if you put something that has no water in it, it's not really very useful.
What happens
it's why
beef jerky?
There's still some moisture in it, correct.
Yeah.
It's why it heats the food and not the plate. If the plate gets hot, it's not because the microwave oven heated the plate. It's because the
food's hot.
The food. That's why you can usually pick it up at the handles. You can cook food on a paper plate.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't burst into flames.
It doesn't burst into flames.
This is crazy.
What? You didn't, Joe?
What is the difference between MRI and fMRI?
Oh, so an fMRI. I don't claim total expertise here, but I'll tell you the the little I know. The MRI, they put you in there and you're stationary, and then they make this map of whatever part of the body they're studying. It's typically your head, all right? But you can do it out for your joints and other parts of your body that might require this level of three-dimensional analysis. And it's a 3D map of what's going on in the part that they surveyed. And so you look at it through slices through that section. So you might see in MRIs of your brain, of your skull, and they take slices. As the slices go through, you see like the eye socket come in and then go out again, or the nose cavity. And you can look at it in all three dimensions, front to back, side to side, up to down. So depending on the sophistication of the machine, fMRI is they are looking at your brain while you were thinking. So time is now an active coordinate of what's going on.
And they're measuring it as they're talking to you about
Correct. So they say, oh, think of ice cream sundae with a cherry on top. Think of a naked person who you'd want to have sex with.
And F stands for functional.
Functional, right. And so it's basically a real-time observation of what's going on in your brain.
To convict a person. There was a woman in India. It's really a highly criticized case, but she was convicted of a crime. I believe it was murder, because she had functional knowledge of the crime scene. And the arguments against it were like, if you're going to be accused of a crime, clearly you're going to study the evidence. You're going to talk to a lawyer. You're going to go over some things. You're going to be.
I don't know if fMRI is that precise.
Yeah, they don't think it is. That's why it was very disturbing that this was used in court. It's like, do you remember when these Italian geologists were, I think they were tried because they should have known about an earthquake before it happened. And then scientists had to say, hey guys, this is not how it works. Like, this shit can just happen.
Yeah, that's so.
Do you remember that?
No, I don't, but that's what I do know. Let me share a couple of things with you that I've thought deeply about recently. There are three kinds of truths in the world, okay? Because we're in like a tree. I'll give you three, okay?
The Rudy Giuliani kind?
Yeah, well, okay, so you ready?
True isn't always true.
I know, so let me try to unpack that.
Okay.
All right, you ready? Okay.
Alternative facts?
There's something called an objective truth. An objective truth is something that is true, whether or not you believe in it. And the methods and tools of science are uniquely conceived to seek out and establish objective truths. And this, I'm referring to the invocation of the scientific method. No one scientific research result is true until it is verified by other people's research results using a different experimental method with different wall current from another country. When your competitor says, I think you're wrong, let me show how you're wrong, and they reproduce your experiment and get the same result. When you have generally the same results emerging, that is a newly discovered objective truth about the natural world. And when you have objective truths, they're not later shown to be false. That's an objective truth. Then you have personal truths. These are truths that you hold dearly. Jesus is your savior. Mohammed is the final prophet on earth. Abraham is these are your personal truths. There's a heaven you're going to. No one is going to take that from you, not in a free country where freedom of expression and speech and religion is protected. That's a personal truth. The problem here is you can't convince someone else of your personal truth without some act of persuasion, and in the limit, an act of violence. Okay? In the limit. This is how you get holy wars. So I have this personal truth, and I require that you share my personal truth.
Well, why is
that's a recipe for disaster?
And not a belief.
Because the people who hold the belief will tell you that it's a truth. So I don't want to take that usage of the word away from them.
Okay, so you're giving them the definition.
I'm giving them the word truth, but modifying it to say personal truth. That's correct. I'm not gonna. They've used it that way for millennia. I'm not gonna. True, and it's true in their bones. I'm simply saying that because it's your personal truth, you cannot require that someone else share it. And in this country, because in the United States, because God is not mentioned in the Constitution, itself a controversial thing in its day, by the way. Actually, God is mentioned, but in a very insignificant way. The Constitution is a God-free document. And because it's a God-free document, it protects your expression of religious faith, because it means the government has no say in who and what you believe or why. If the Constitution mentioned God and Jesus, well, there it is. There's Christianity built into the fabric of the country. And if you want to be some other religion, you're going to have a hard time because we can set laws against it. This is why so many religiously persecuted people came to the United States, to escape their country where they could not practice their religion a little differently or a lot differently from what was going on in their homeland. So
is it a problem though to call it truth?
I would rather not call it truth, but I'm a big word guy, and I respect what happens to words. I don't always like it, but I respect it. And so I'm going to say there's an objective truth, which is true whether or not you believe it. There's your personal truth, which is true to you. Third truth is a political truth. Political truth is something that is true because it has been incessantly repeated. And then you just believe it at that point. Okay, what's Hillary Clinton's first name? It's Crooked. Her first name is actually Hillary? Okay, I thought it was Crooked Hillary. This was incessantly repeated in the Trump campaign. And that's an absurd example of it. But the point is, if you keep saying that the New York Times is fake news, you just keep saying that, eventually people believe it. And it becomes a political truth because the politicians repeated it.
So it's a political truth that people believe it, or it's a political truth because people believe it? Which one is it?
So again, you're trying to preserve the fundamental meaning of the word truth.
Yeah.
And I've just given up on that.
Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris had an infuriatingly frustrating podcast where they went over the meaning of the word truth for more than an hour.
And like I said, you can do that, and philosophers like arguing and debating the meaning of things. For me, it's however people are using the word, that's the meaning. I concede that.
Well, we can see those things.
Why I don't call myself an atheist. It's why. You can look up the dictionary definition of atheist, and it kind of applies to me, but what is the definition of atheist in practice? It is what leading atheists do, and it's their conduct, and it's their behavior, it's what they say, and it's their attitude. That is what an atheist is today, because they are the most visible exemplars of that word. And most of their conduct, I either don't agree with or simply don't engage in.
What don't you agree with?
I don't debate religious people and tell them they're idiots. I don't.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Whether or not it works, it's not in me to do that. I don't purge myself of words that have religious foundations in them. I once, in my Facebook, I had a friend going up in orbit to repair the Hubble telescope, one of the astronauts, and I said, Godspeed. And then I gave the astronaut's name. People wrote in the thread, said, I thought you were an atheist. How could you say Godspeed? An atheist got angry with me? And I said, okay, first of all, this phrase is deeply historical in the space program. When John Glenn was launched, the headline was Godspeed, John Glenn. And every mission where we send human beings into space, somewhere there's that reference in the NASA family.
What does that word mean?
I'll tell you what it means.
Please do.
Okay? So, by the way, I'll get to that in just 1 minute.
Take your time.
The atheists who are arguing that I was using Godspeed as a phrase, they all have used the phrase goodbye, haven't they? See you later, goodbye.
Right.
Where does that word come from? It's from God be with you. It's a contraction of those three words. And why would you say this? You would say this to someone leaving the city wall where it's dangerous. Okay? Back when you had city-states, you're going to, God be with you. To bring protection for you between one city wall and another.
Correct. Look out for you.
So now, what is the source of danger if you're going to space? It's not alien space muggers. It is the fact that you have space marauders. It's the fact that you have high speed. And high speed is the source of essentially any death of anything that's in motion, if you were part of that disaster. So Godspeed is like a space equivalent to God be with you.
Is that really the
I,
origin
well,
of
I'm
it?
just saying.
But
It's,
did they say that before there was space travel? Did they say Godspeed?
I don't know the actual origin of space travel, of the term. I don't know how far back it goes, but I do know it became common after John Glenn, because they're not going to say it to Yuri Gagarin because they're all atheists in the Soviet Union.
Right.
But here in America, Godspeed John Glenn, and I respect that tradition. And so I said that, and then they jump. So if atheists are jumping on me for having said that, clearly I'm not an atheist. And ask me my favorite Broadway musical of all time.
What's your favorite?
Jesus
Broadway?
Christ Superstar. All right. So and I still use BC and AD in my writings. Okay. I still do
You
it.
don't use BCE?
I don't use BCE. All right. Oh, see, even you copping it too, right there. Right.
Interesting.
I saw your face. You got the camera.
Oh,
Do you see the face?
interesting. You said interesting. It's interesting.
No, I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Okay. First of all,
Doesn't make any sense.
BCE
It's not current era 2,000 years ago.
I'm going to tell you. So BCE, as you know, stands for Before Common Era,
Right?
and CE stands for Common Era. So this is de-religiousifying AD and BC.
Right.
Okay. Yet, of course, they reference the same calendar.
Right.
Okay. Well, who invented the calendar we all currently use in modern society? It's called the Gregorian calendar. It was invented by the Catholic Church, by Jesuit priests in the 1580s, assigned by Pope Gregory to fix the problems in the calendar because, I'm sorry, I'm screaming at you. You got me started.
Scream. Get crazy.
I got to calm down.
I'll bring in coffee.
The Julian calendar, put forth in ancient Rome, had one modification to previous calendars. It had a leap day. Okay? It had a leap day. And, okay, leap day is how often? Every 4 years. This was good. Because what are we trying to track? We're trying to, the Earth goes around the sun. And so we say, all right, how long does that take? Well, it takes a year. But it turns out we're not actually tracking how long it takes Earth to go around the sun. We're tracking how long it takes Earth to repeat its seasons. And the year that corresponds to our seasons is slightly different from the year that corresponds to how long it takes to go around the sun. Slightly different. And that difference was not recognized in the early calendars. And that difference accumulated so that by the year 1584, the vernal equinox, the first day of spring, did not occur on March 21st. It occurred on March 10th. It shifted from the calendar date. That's what happens if you don't match the cycles of things. And the Pope said, we're not having any of this, especially since Easter might land on Passover, and we're trying to distinguish ourselves mightily from the Jews. So let's fix this. The Jesuit priests got to study this. They looked at the cycles of the heavens, the sun, the moon, the stars, and they came up with a new calendar, the Gregorian calendar, a modification to the Julian calendar. You know what they had to do? To invoke it, they had to take 10 days out of the calendar. To jumpstart, to put the first day of spring back on March 21st. Then this happened in October 1584.
Why is there?
They took 10 days out of the calendar.
That is
So now how much rent do you pay? They had to invent amortized rent.
really?
Yeah, because you're going to pay for 3 weeks instead of, 20 days instead of 30. They had to figure that out. Okay? Point is, this was hard earned, and the whole world uses this calendar. It is the most accurate calendar ever devised. Okay? Yes, I'll tell you what. Okay, you asked. So watch what happens. The leap day overcorrected the calendar. It overcorrected.
Overcorrect.
Yes. Yes.
So you need a leap year.
So the leap day is every 4 years. That one day every 4 years was slowly putting too many days moments into the year. Okay? The Gregorian calendar figured this out, and it had put 10 extra days since the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar. 10 extra days. First, jumpstart, get rid of the 10 days. Now everything's lined up again.
Okay.
Now, how do you prevent this from happening again? Because it overcorrects, how long do you have to wait to remove a leap day that you would otherwise put in? Okay. That's every 100 years.
Oh.
So every 100 years, that would be a leap day, you remove the leap day. Now, it turns out that undercorrects it by an even smaller amount. Okay? So, how long do you have to wait before you have to put a leap day back in every 400 years.
Oh, God.
So, the year 2000 was a century year, which normally would not have a leap day, except it's a century year evenly divisible by 400. So they put the leap day back in. And everybody on February, almost everybody except the astronomers, on February 29th in the year 2000 said it's just a leap year because it's divisible by 4. No, it is a rare leap year. It is a century year divisible by 400. That corrects it back. And so now you have a stable calendar for tens of thousands of years. I got to give props to the Jesuit priests. I'm not going to say, no, I'm taking the Christianity out of this reference because they figured out the calendar that we all use, and it's a fucking awesome calendar. Sorry to drop an F-bomb there. So I'm not, just because some atheists are telling me to rid God out of everything in the universe, I'm not doing that. I'm going to say they came up with this calendar. The reasons were because they didn't want to confuse it with Passover. The motivation is whatever it is, but the science is good. And so there it is. So in Accessory to War, where we go back many centuries, the editors said, well, we should use BCE because the Romans came up with the calendar and they counted using Roman numerals, and Roman numerals don't have a 0. It was not yet invented. No. So it went from 1 BC to AD 1. BC is before Christ, AD is Anno Domini in Latin, the year of our Lord.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, of course, in Islam and in China and in Hebrew cultures, Israel in particular, they have access to the Chinese calendar, the Muslim calendar. Muslim, of course, dates to Muhammad. Chinese calendar dates to actually a planetary alignment in 4,700 BC.
They use a different system.
They use a different system, that's fine. And the Hebrew calendar dates to like the beginning of the universe as interpreted in the Torah. So they have access to those, but when they're conducting international business, we just simply use the Gregorian calendar. Just get over it.
But do they use it in China? Do they use it constantly and consistently, or do they alternate between the Gregorian calendar and something else?
I'm not a Chinese expert, but from what I know of China and my friends and colleagues, for conducting business, the world's business is conducted on the Gregorian calendar with a 12-month calendar with the year as referenced by everybody else.
And does it have to be done that way in terms of like, has anyone ever done a study on possibly creating a more effective, more accurate calendar that doesn't invoke leap years? And
the problem is the length of the day does not cut evenly to the time it takes Earth to go around the sun. So there will always be fractions of days that you're accumulating.
Right.
And then what do you do with them? You wait till you accumulate a day and you put it in or take it out.
What did the Mayans have? They had a lunar cycle calendar, right?
They had a calendar based on Venus. And so, yeah, they had a really good calendar.
Yeah, it was
overstated that it was like a really accurate calendar.
Overstated?
It was overstated. It was good, better than anything that came before it.
Not as good as the Gregorian.
No, the Gregorian calendar.
People love old shit, though.
They do, and they want to believe that, especially people who, they want to believe that people 5,000 years ago somehow knew more about the universe than we do today.
Yeah.
Just no.
Why is that? Why do they want to believe that?
I think, I don't know. For me, that's one of the great puzzles of life. Why do people want to believe that the Egyptians somehow had some access to the universe?
Well, they knew something.
Of course.
They definitely knew how to build some incredible shit.
Of course.
Right? But that just the presence of these incredible buildings leave the possibility that maybe they had some knowledge that we lost.
Lost knowledge is a real thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to belittle or diminish the significance of real knowledge. We forgot how to draw in perspective, from ancient times. Had to be rediscovered as I understand from the artists, had to be rediscovered in the Renaissance. The archway, the Roman arch had to sort of be rediscovered. Okay. So, yes, you can lose knowledge. But if you look at the knowledge we have gleaned using the modern methods and tools of science that go far beyond our 5 senses in our access to the world, to say that somehow they knew something that we don't using our tools, that's just false. Sorry. It's not possible.
But
We know the physiological limits of your ability to know what's going on around you.
Right.
And then people say, I have a sixth sense. Fine. But as a scientist, I have dozens of senses.
Right.
Okay, I can measure things that your five senses can't. I can measure the magnetic field around you, the electromagnetic field, how much microwaves are coursing through your body now. We have no sensors for this.
I can see auras.
Fine, I can see other things that are affecting your body now. I can tell you if ionizing radiation is passing through you. I have Geiger counters that can do that. You can't. Oh, you'll eventually learn whether you're exposed to ionizing radiation because you'll get cancer of your organs and your limbs fall off.
All right, I can see that we know far more today than
Yes.
perhaps, not even perhaps, than at any other time
Yes.
in conceivable history.
Yes.
But it is possible that they knew some things, like how to build a pyramid,
Yes.
that we really just don't understand today.
I don't know what it means to not understand how to build a pyramid today. We have 150-story buildings.
But we do
We're not
it
thinking
with
about
different
pyramids.
stuff.
I can tell you this. Do you know what the first thing that was built by humans ever? No. That's only part of the sentence. Sorry. I love your enthusiasm. My sentence only barely came out of my mouth. The tallest thing human. So in other words, what's the next tallest thing after the pyramids?
Oh, right after.
Yeah. What is the next tallest thing we built? Stable structure after the pyramids.
What?
The Eiffel Tower.
Really?
Yes. 89, 1870, late 1800s in Paris, the Eiffel Tower.
Huh.
That was the first stable structure we built as a civilization that was taller than the pyramids. So the Egyptians knew they knew architecture. They knew. No one's taken that away from them. But to claim they have some secret knowledge of the functionings of the universe, no.
Well, people love saying that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that makes for great TV.
But the fact that they didn't have steel, and the fact that you're dealing with the very, very most recent 2,500 BC, they built.
You just have to be more ingenious, more innovative than we otherwise would have to be. Yeah. How do you move the blocks? How do they make Stonehenge? Those rocks are nowhere in the region.
Mm-hmm.
They were carted from some. They found a place where those rocks were would have been mined, removed, and those are some big ass rocks.
Yeah, as are the ones. It's not less impressive because they're just big. Like what the thing about the pyramids that's so impressive is the precision and the sheer numbers. 2,600,000 stones.
Our best understanding of Stonehenge is that it's a functioning observatory that can actually predict eclipses. So I just got to bitch slap you there. Oh, Stonehenge not impressive. It's just big stone. They're lined with the solar solstice.
Right.
There are holes that are not stones, but they're 56 holes, which is 3 times the Saros, which is the cycle of eclipses, of the matching of the orbits of the sun and the moon in the sky, the paths of the sun and the moon in the sky. And when they match up, you get an eclipse.
It's
an eclipse observatory. A guy named...
That's absolutely what it is?
There's a book published in the 1970s by a guy named David Dawkins. It's not Richard Dawkins, but it's another one of these. Hawkins. Richard Hawkins. Richard Hawkins? Hawkins. Damn.
One of them dudes.
Damn. Well, we got our top crack researchers here.
James on the ball.
Just look up, the title of his book was Stonehenge Decoded. Just look up the title of the book. Anyhow, it's highly convincing, and we're all there with it.
So it's essentially just a study of the position of the stones in relationship to Gerald
Hawkins. Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah, Stonehenge Decoded. So I visited Stonehenge as a kid at age 15 on an expedition, and he was the expedition head.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so
how lucky for you.
Yeah, it was good, and that stuck with me, which is why I named this phenomenon in Manhattan, where the sun sets along the street.
I saw that. I saw that on your Instagram.
Yeah. So I named that Manhattan Henge, sort of harkening back to my early days, thinking about the alignment of the sun and structures that we might build. So twice a year, for those viewers or listeners who don't know, twice a year, the Manhattan street grid, which is not perfectly aligned north-south, the Manhattan street grid the sun will set exactly on the grid. And what's up there now that image, what's not obvious is that picture is taken along a street that is itself 3 miles long, and then you're crossing the vanishing point on it. So all those are zoomed in. Let's go to, that one looks more like my photo. Wait, go back to that other one. Yeah, see, so that's on 34th Street, the one you see now, and then you get this sparkling effect. That happens twice a year.
That sort of crazy wild light effect.
Yes.
That looks
Yes.
photoshopped almost.
Yeah.
There's an image on his Instagram that is linked on my Instagram. The most recent photo.
Oh, okay.
There he goes. Oh, there's you with the selfie.
That's the selfie.
Look
Right.
at
Okay.
you.
So come on down.
Powerful afro.
Oh
Damn,
yeah, that's
strong.
That was my first
How old
selfie.
were you?
I was 14. Let me see. It was probably 1974.
Wow.
So I would have been 15. I think I've been 14 or 15.
So your path of curiosity was set
Oh, it goes back. It goes back.
very early.
Right. But that's not the one we're looking for here. Let's go. That one. Thank you.
It is.
So there's another one. But go back to all of the
Across
images.
the rivers. Wow.
Zoom back out so you see all the pictures there. Go to the bottom left. There you go. Okay. That might be the first ever Manhattan Henge photo.
What year is that from?
I took that in
2001.
right, and it got published in 2002.
This is before September 11th. This is July 11th.
I took it before September 11th. Right. And then I had a means to publish it, and right then, notice that it's a green light and traffic is ready to knock me over. So no one is in the streets doing this, but now there are tens of thousands of people that pour into the streets on these days. We post what day you get Manhattan Henge from the American Museum of Natural History, my day job, and then that goes out, the press gets it, and tens of thousands of people spill into the street, blocking traffic. And if you think of all the ways traffic gets blocked in your day,
Look at this.
yeah,
Look at these dorks.
like
all of them. There's too many of them. See by yourself. It's interesting.
that's great. Yeah, so that's what it has become.
Holding up phones. Yes.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Coined. I'd say coined.
Coined it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Manhattan Henge. Because the buildings are like henges. The henge is a stone. It's a vertical stone. It's a vertical structure. If you made a stone, it's a stone henge.
Why isn't it possible to construct a calendar that doesn't have leap years?
What you would have to do, you could do it, but what would happen is it means you care more about the year than you do about the day. So what would happen is you would celebrate the new year at like 3 p.m. Right? And then the next year you'd celebrate it at like 12 minutes after 3 p.m. And then 20 minutes. It would sort of move through your calendar. And then that means you cared more about the year. You care more about the, did I say that right? We always want New Year's to celebrate it in 24 time zones, not all at the same time.
Right.
So it's interesting. Everyone thinks of that as a moment. Yet it's really a calendar event. Sorry, it's a clock event. It's celebrated over 24 hours.
Yeah, if you're in Thailand, it's 14 hours difference.
So therefore, if you were to do it astrophysically, you would know the exact moment where we returned in our orbit, and everybody would celebrate that instant. And that would be, so then the whole world would celebrate the new year at the same time. It means you value it differently. It's not a midnight celebration. It's you could do that.
Celestial celebration.
It's celestial, yeah.
Huh. So that would be the only way?
Yeah, that's the only way, because a day doesn't cut evenly into the year. Those two have nothing to do with one another. There's no reason why that would happen. So so in other words, let me say it another way, just because you're looking like you're looking off in space here. So there's New Year's. Okay, let's count 365 days. When we do that, we are not at the same place we were when we last celebrated New Year's Day, New Year's Eve. Okay,
We're not at the same place in our
in
rotation.
our orbit, our revolution.
Around
Okay,
the sun.
you rotate on an axis, you revolve around something else. That's those two words.
Okay.
I use those two words. So we're not in the same place, but we celebrate New Year's anyway. Well, when will we be in the same place? A quarter of a day later, 6 hours. So we would celebrate the next New Year at 6 a.m.
Nobody's willing to do that.
No one's willing. And the next New Year at noon, then the next New Year at 6 p.m., and then the next New Year kind of aligns back again. Well, that's the leap day. That's the 4th year where you put in a leap day.
Oh.
See?
So it's our love of the day.
Yes.
that keeps us
Yeah.
fucked up with the world when it comes to the year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
You pick one, and then that's how you do it.
And what the Mayans base it on the moon, right?
I didn't study their calendar as deeply as I should have and wanted to, especially back in 2012, and everyone said, "Oh, the Mayan calendar runs out, so therefore it's the end of the
That's
world."
what I was thinking. I was thinking it was the end of the world
Because
baby.
the Mayans said so. The
But I
Mayans
also
said so.
felt like that was back when, before that had happened, it was, George Bush was president in like 2007, and everybody was thinking, Jesus, this is going to be the end.
So every decade there's somebody predicting the end of the world.
Sure.
And I'm actually quite entertained by this exercise.
Do you remember when they had billboards all around
Yes.
LA just a few years ago?
No, that's a different end of the world.
Oh, it's a
That's a
different
guy with a radio podcast church that and then the underworld didn't come, and so he pushed it forward. So it's entertaining. We live in a free country. It's evidence that we live in a free country where freedom of speech is protected and you can practice any religion you want.
Right.
They didn't learn much science in school.
That's part of it.
That's part of the fact that you have this in our world. I don't mind it, actually. I find it entertaining, but it becomes an issue if people such as that gain power over legislation, over the rest of us. Because this would count this as a personal belief. It's your personal belief the world is going to end on October 19th. That's your personal. You're fine.
Right.
But if you now create laws that require I go with that, you just impose your personal belief on me. And your personal belief is not true for everyone. It's only true for you.
Yeah, that's a problem. Right?
And an objective truth is true for everyone. So if you're gonna have governance, you're gonna want to base governance on what is objectively true, because it would apply to everyone, independent of your belief system.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And by the way, there are things that we're not sure are true yet that we're still researching. That's not what I'm talking about as an objective truth. Objective truth have been verified by multiple scientific studies, not just one study. This was the problem with the cholesterol study. There's a cholesterol study that set everybody on the course to drop their cholesterol levels, okay, saying it would be good for your heart and all the rest of this, because a series of countries were studied where they had longevity and low heart disease and low cholesterol intake. That study happened to leave out France. It just wasn't in the study. And a couple of other places that have high cholesterol intake but don't have higher heart disease. So that study was flawed, but it was hard to replicate it because it went over many years and it was thousands of people, and so everyone just jumped on it. You don't have a scientific truth, and this is a general problem with medical results, because the press is waiting at the journal editor's office. Here's a new study that shows that this gives you cancer. Oh, that must be true, and out comes the headline because you want to be the first to report it. And then that gets emblazoned in people's heads, and not everyone reads the follow-up.
Exactly.
No one could duplicate that study. So there's a flaw. We don't even know what the flaw is. We know that no one else could get those results. So it goes in the dustbin of scientific research. Most research in any journal of the moment will ultimately shown to be wrong. That's the bleeding edge of science. It's a great place to be because you're in the trenches and you don't know what is true. You can't look up in the back of the book what the answer is to double check. You don't even know what the question is to ask half the time. Oh,
that's very frustrating for people that don't get it. And
correct, but it's
if
exciting. It's exciting for the scientists.
It's exciting for
Yes.
knowledge.
Yes.
Period. It's constantly expanding and growing. It's very frustrating for people that really don't have the time and maybe did get some outdated nutrition knowledge,
or they need an
20
answer
years
right
ago.
now. They need an answer right
now,
and religion in many ways gives you answers right now.
Yeah.
Without the need to sort of to research it, to go on the front top.
New generations of kids, right? Like when the new generations are coming up, if they know less than the generation before, that's when we really start to freak out.
That would be a problem. Although I have good confidence in the 30 and under general, and he's like my kids are millennials, so they're 20-ish. 30 is a little old. So 25 and under, I think, are the millennials.
Yeah, but 30, when they were 10, the internet was around.
I know, but they need a different marketing
Right,
term, so you can market to them differently.
Yeah,
So to me, I would put them in the same technology.
of course.
They don't fear the science or the technology. They embrace it because it has shaped the civilization that has enabled their social life.
It has, but through this, like one of the things that I tweeted, I think it was from Scientific American yesterday, maybe it was yesterday, that it's a little bit misleading. But one of the things they said is only 64% of millennials have a strong belief. These coasters are terrible. They look great, but then things stick to the
What the
bottom.
hell is
of
it
them.
made of?
I don't know, metal.
A metal coaster?
Yeah, see?
What the hell is
It
that?
sticks. Yeah, that's the issue. It sticks when it gets moisture.
You know about this? We flip this over, tip it over.
What
We haven't
happens?
done that. You never did that?
What?
Yeah, it'll
Stays?
stay. Yeah,
Oh, because of the pressure?
yeah, the air pressure.
Don't do it. I don't trust your science.
Okay,
Your objective truth
64% of what?
of millennials are not, or only 64% are convinced that the world is a ball. The world is a circle. That the world is a, what is it, a spheroid? Is that what it's called? Oblique.
I mean, I'd like to see how that
Oblique
question was
spheroid.
asked.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because if they know that we are oblate, and the thing is asking, is Earth a ball? They'll say, no, we're an oblate ball. We're
Well, it's-
slightly wider below the equator than at the equator, so we're a pear-shaped oblate spheroid.
But it's not a pear that you would find normally. If you found that pear, you'd be like, this fucking pear that's shaped like a ball.
So these differences in measurements are so small that if you found it on the ground, you would say this is a perfect sphere.
Right.
Let me tell you
That's the
how
point.
good a sphere it is.
Right.
All right, you ever see the schoolroom globes, the geographic globes, and you rub your finger over Nepal and you get the Himalayas.
Topographical.
Yeah, and you get the Rockies. And so, that is a gross exaggeration of reality.
Yes.
Do you realize if you took Earth with all of its mountains, valleys, and hills and shrunk it down to the size of a cue ball, it would be smoother than any cue ball ever machined? Yes. Yes. Think about it.
What?
Think about this. Joe.
Really?
Joe.
Everest?
Joe, chill. Listen to me. You ready? Okay? Do you know the deepest part of Earth's crust?
No.
The Marianas Trench, off the coast of the Philippines, in the Pacific Ocean.
That's the deepest part.
Deepest part. It goes 6 miles down. Okay?
Oh, okay. So, okay. I was
Without digging.
thinking of the depth of
Sorry,
the crust
exactly.
itself.
No, just access to the deepest part of Earth's crust, the lowest point on Earth's surface, the Marianas Trench, right off the coast, the tip of K1.
K2. Is it K1 or K2? Which one? Is it Japan?
I think it's K1. Well,
that-
why would you name the tallest peak K2?
That's a good point.
I'm just,
Right.
I'm not a mountain climber,
Yeah.
but I'm just thinking.
Where is K1?
K1, it's the Himalayan mountains
Okay.
in Nepal. Okay, isn't it in Nepal? I think it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's. How high up is that? It was 28,000 feet, so it's like 5 miles up. Okay.
Right.
The distance between the lowest point on Earth's surface and the highest point on Earth's surface is 11 miles
That's here to the Comedy Store.
from one another. If you were a cosmic giant and you came up to Earth,
They asked you to debate one of them flat Earth guys.
no, I don't. No.
I know. We talked about it, and we're gonna have them on Skype.
No, what we do is, and I think this is a diabolical plot, so that the next time we can ship people en masse into orbit, they all want to be the first in line because they know we're going to send them. So if they can see the round Earth, they're going to be the first ones in space. Just so they can stop annoying the rest of us.
I don't think you're correct.
I
there.
think
I don't think you're correct, but
you
I
don't think
do
it's a
have,
diabolical plot?
I do have people that I've met that don't believe because the problem with YouTube videos is it's a problem with a lot of things. But one of the things about being unchecked while you're discussing things is you can say things, you can use big words, you can sound articulate and smooth, and you can do it in a very professional looking manner.
Or
where
do
you-
it passionately.
Yes, passionately, convincingly, charismatically, and you're unchecked. But if you did that in front of an expert and you showed them that, along the way they go, stop, That's not true. Stop. That's not how it works.
Right.
Let me show you why this is incorrect. Let me show you how you can prove that this is incorrect.
Show you objective truths
But this is not happening.
that render your argument invalid.
Right. So people who don't have any education, and then they watch one of these YouTube clips, they start actually believing that this stuff makes sense because it's unchecked.
And I would say it's not about whether they've had education. It's about whether the education they had teaches them skepticism of information and teaches them how to inquire. You realize it's just as intellectually lazy to believe everything you see as it is to deny everything you see.
Yes.
Why should someone know automatically that Earth isn't flat? Yet both of those sound equally preposterous, except one has evidence to back it and the other does not, and very strong scientific, theoretical, and experimental underpinnings. So when you are trained to inquire, you don't either believe everything outright or reject everything outright. You're trained to ask questions. You're trained to probe deeper than the layer of information that comes to you. That's what should be taught in school, and it's not. They give you a book and say, learn this, and you'll get tested on it. And then when you're done, learn this.
Well, isn't also there's a problem with being inexorably connected to your first belief. When you have an idea and it's in your head, it's very difficult for people to shake that idea, and they start arguing that idea. That idea becomes a part of their identity.
And they dig their heels in deeper
Yes.
when an opposing view is presented
Because
to them.
they connect themselves to these ideas.
Right.
It is who they are.
Right. And so I character profile on something that is not yet verified as objective truth.
And that's a very good thing to do.
It's one of the reasons why I don't have tattoos on my body. Holding a sign. Go on, stretching my face. Go on. One of the reasons is there's nothing I am so sure about that I want to put it indelibly on my skin. No, that's not. Let me say it differently. There's nothing I value in my mind, body, and soul so much in this moment that I want to indelibly etch it on my skin, because I want to leave room for me to have a possibly more enlightening thought later that would override whatever was my decision in that moment. And since I count myself among the lifelong learners, I'm learning stuff all the time. It's like, wow, that's good. I didn't know that. Oh, that's even better.
What's something you learned recently? So you went,
Okay, let me think. Okay, here's something I learned recently. I think I knew this when I was a kid, but if you're playing basketball and you're shooting, okay, and you say, oh, that didn't go in. Oh my gosh, well, the rim, they should maybe make the rim a little bigger. I can score more often. Do you realize 2 basketballs can fit exactly side by side through the opening of a basketball? Yes.
I guess that makes sense.
2 basketballs.
Tough squeeze.
Now, it's not a cosmically mind-blowing moment, but that gives you perspective next time you watch a basketball game. It's how these guys can fly from the foul line in an airborne slam dunk and not miss, because the area of this opening is 4 times, you do the math, is 4 times as large as the ball itself.
Right, because the different positions it could be in.
So the multiple positions, and they can still do it. So it's not that that's easy to accomplish, but knowing this, you realize how much easier it is to score than you might have otherwise thought.
I wonder if basketball
So that was
players,
a recent revelation.
That's a good
Yeah.
revelation. I wonder if basketball players occasionally practice with a smaller hole.
I think about this all the time. I said, if I was a basketball player, you don't want to practice with a heavier
Jamie's
ball,
saying yes.
because that would throw
That
you
would
off.
throw off your
Yeah,
hand.
you practice with this.
They had a bigger ball.
They use a bigger ball as
Yeah,
well?
we use a ball. Sometimes it's almost as big as the rim.
But wait a minute, is it heavier?
No,
No, you don't want to use a bigger ball.
it's a thing they did a long time ago.
I bet they still don't. They no longer do it, because then your grip is different. The grip
Right.
matters.
Right.
Where your
it
2
feels.
hands go and what that feels.
Yeah.
So you want to do it, you use a smaller rim.
Mm.
And in baseball, you throw a faster pitch to give you less reaction time.
That pool table that you see
You use
out there,
a skinnier bat.
that pool table is a very small pocket opening.
Nice.
It's a 4-inch pocket opening as opposed to a 5.5-inch. It's quite a bit different.
You're doing it. You're
Yeah.
doing it. And so I would also, growing up, I played stickball in the street in New York. And so you're using basically a broom handle. And so when the first time you play baseball officially, it's like, whoa,
Yeah.
I've got this huge bat. And so stickball players tend to transfer very well to baseball when you're a kid
Yeah.
because your instrument is bigger. To
Did you
hit
ever
ball
read the
with.
talent code?
No,
Daniel Coyle?
no.
One of the interesting parts about it is Brazilian soccer players, how good they are. And he attributed it to a different game that they play with a heavier ball that they do indoors. It's a small, heavy ball. And because they do it in tight quarters, it involves incredibly fast footwork
Okay.
and movement. And then these guys take that footwork and movement, and it translates amazingly well to an open soccer field.
I wonder if they calculated that because what you would do is, let's say the ball weighs twice as much, then it would only go half as far when you kicked it. So then you make a field half as large.
I don't think they did
And then you
calculate
can
it.
reproduce almost all of the dynamics of the soccer game.
I think it was based on just trying to play a game in
Like how far you're
close
going to throw it
quarters.
in. Over, if the ball's twice as heavy,
Mhm.
you throw it half as far, the field is half the size.
Right.
And
That
then you
makes
have
sense.
a mini game, basically.
Right,
if you do it
right. That makes sense. That
By the way,
makes
there's a whole fun exercise you can do playing sports on other planets with different gravities. It's a very, very fun thing to do.
If you're a dork. Sorry.
You know what's funny? Occasionally I'll tweet something and people say dork, and I say, yeah, thanks for the compliment.
Nerd is okay. Nerd is accepted.
I'm
Nerd
taking
used
dork.
to be a bad thing.
It used to be.
Take dork as well.
You give
Yeah.
wedgies to the nerds.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, the nerds would also be the people that were like, but now a nerd is like you can be a science nerd and people like it. That's like, oh yeah,
yeah.
oh, I'm an old movie nerd. You can say that.
Yeah, or movie geek. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm taking dork.
Okay.
I'll take it
Geek
all.
and dork and nerd. Yeah.
Did I tell you? I must have told you this last time I was on your show. When I was a kid, I was bigger than other kids. I was always one of the tallest 2 kids in the class out of 30. So I was bigger than others in the day. And I was also physically fit and physically active, athletic. But I was squarely in the geek camp. Okay, I had my slide rule back in the day, walking down the corridor.
You were also wrestling.
I was captain of my high school's wrestling team. So I was a geek person who could actually kick your ass, okay? And I saw how my fellow geeks, because that's the community that I associated with card carrying, were treated by the football quarterback and the popular kids and the kids who are all beautiful and the ones who, and I imagined my future as a superhero, defender of the geeks.
Oh.
So that you put up a little, bat signal or whatever, geek signal, put a few digits of pi, and I come flying in, and there's a wedgie in progress, right? I would just land, and I grab the bully and rip them off the counter, and I've just saved the day. This is my superhero.
It's always the football players, right?
No, always. It's all because I think they're rewarded for
Violence.
For violence.
They also have brain damage.
As we come to discover.
How fucked up is that? You find out the
Completely.
high school kids
Right.
that literally across the board, the majority of people who
Right.
play football have CTE.
Right.
In as far down as 7th grade.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, CT, remind me, that stands for
Chronic traumatic encephalopathy.
dot.
Yeah. Encephalopathy. Say it like Mike Tyson. Encephalopathy.
So let me tell you that story about Christopher Columbus.
Please.
So,
The dick story.
I already told you the dick story.
Yeah.
Now let me tell you just something else.
Okay.
Okay, I think him coming to America was the most significant thing to ever happen in our species.
Bro. Not internet porn?
No, that's just porn in another medium.
Right. Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, internet porn is just a matter of degree, not a matter of
Yes.
does it exist or does it not.
Right.
Okay. I think it was the most significant event to happen in our species.
Kind of amazing when you stop and think about the fact that at that point in time, other than the Native Americans who lived here, who were living a nomadic tribal existence, very few people that had the wheel, that had firearms, that had all these things that had already been achieved in the rest of the world had made their way to this place.
So then watch. Okay. Here's how it worked.
Right.
So you're going to hear. So I presume that you have some skepticism of this claim, as most people would, especially the Columbus haters who are out there. All right.
I don't really have any skepticism about it, to be honest with you.
Okay, so let me describe to you why I think this is true,
Okay.
and then you can tell me whether you agree or not. All right. We are hunter-gatherers. We haven't settled down yet. Early humans, and we're basically wandering. We're following the herds. All right. And then the Ice Age hits. Well, what is an Ice Age? An Ice Age means it is so cold that when the moisture evaporates from the oceans, goes to the clouds go over the land. It doesn't rain, it snows. And the snow falls, and then it stays. So the water that had lifted up from the ocean does not return to the ocean. It accumulates on the land. And this accumulation, when it's significant and sustained, we call glaciers. Glaciers is not itself a snowfall. It is compressed snow that's basically changed state into this ice river that flows very slowly back to the ocean. But the oceans are getting drained faster than they're getting replenished. So during the Ice Age, the ocean levels dropped, exposing the Bering Strait land bridge between Asia and what is now Alaska, basically North America. Our ancestors who come out of Africa go into Europe. Some stayed, others kept wandering. Some stayed low above the Mediterranean, others went high. They populate Asia. They keep walking because there's a land bridge there. They don't even know it's a bridge, it's just more land. So they walk and they enter North America. From there, that's kind of the only way you can go is south at that point. The weather gets a little better. The Ice Age ends. The glaciers melt back into the oceans. The ocean levels rise, closing the land bridge, stranding a branch of the human species for 10,000 years. Those humans who made it across that land bridge and spread out into North America, Central America, South America, have only a few families as their parent genetic origin. Okay, only it's like some research says it's like 8 family lineages populated the entire North and South American continents. Then the land bridge breaks. Now you have Europe, Asia, Africa, and North and South America, and they know nothing of one another. 2 separate branches of the human species. The Vikings notwithstanding, maybe they came over, they didn't. Even if they did, their influence was near zero relative to the Europeans. So we're talking about influence here. This is a branch. Had this continued, this is how you speciate. This is why the species on Australia, that's why you have mammals there that have pouches. All right? No other mammals do that. They split off and they evolved their own way. Okay. So 10,000 years is not enough to grow 3 heads or, 12 fingers. But our species is separate. Now, Columbus crosses the Atlantic, makes contact with humans. This is the first time that has happened in 10,000 years. We have rejoined 2 branches of the human species. We are now one common genetic group. And that genetic crossbreeding now continues to this day. We fly to any corner of the world and mate, okay? And the mating already began immediately. Yes, there were diseases that Columbus brought to North America, much written about that. Less written is that he brought syphilis back to Europe. The first cases of syphilis in 1492.
Whoa.
And then it
They got
skyrocketed.
syphilis from the Native Americans?
Yes.
What, did they have no problem with it?
Well, I don't know the details of how the physiology of the natives
Huh.
dealt with that, or whether it mutated. I don't. And there may people who know that. I'm not among them.
That's fascinating.
But just look at the graph of reported syphilis cases in Europe. It all began in 1492 when he came back.
Whoa.
So what I'm saying is, this was a hugely significant event. The rejoining of the branches of the human species.
Well, yeah, no, I would imagine that makes sense. That is the most important event then.
And by the way, Native Americans, this infamous problem with metabolizing alcohol, okay, with Native Americans. You know who else has that problem? The Chinese.
They do?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
So it's an Asian issue.
Well, so who stayed in Asia? So you look at who populated North and South America after before the land bridge. It's whoever was right at the edge of Asia.
Right.
Then the land bridges. So Asians and North American and the natives of North and South America have more in common with each other because of this than most other peers or groups you might grab around the world. But my point is, obviously, there's a lot to blame Columbus for, but he just happened to be the guy who did it first. Europe was coming to the New World no matter what. Everybody was trying to find a faster trade route to the Indies. And so if it wasn't Columbus, it would have been Arnold Schmetnik, whatever. It doesn't matter. Somebody did that. And the rest is, as they say, history. So personally, I think it is the most significant thing to happen in our species. Otherwise, we'd still be two stranded branches of humans.
It would be fascinating, though, like Australia's stranded, to see what would happen if this has gone on for hundreds of thousands of years.
If hundreds of thousands, that would have been a different story, right? And your immunities would be different. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's the big concern about aliens, right? One of the big concerns is that there's some sort of a virus that you pick up from somewhere.
I think that's harder to accept. So, for example, what are the chances that an oak tree would catch whooping cough?
Not so good.
Not so good. We're two different species. So viruses tend to be very species targeted.
Yeah, but what about...
Well, now they can jump species.
Sure.
They can jump species, but so there's a jump mammal to mammal, there's a jump vertebrate to vertebrate.
Mm-hmm.
But so, yes, that can happen. But the more different the life form is, it is sensible to suppose that the less likely you're going to share the same diseases. That's all. But NASA, regardless, has safeguards in place in the event that happens. So it's called the Planetary Protection Program. In NASA, it's a whole division of NASA. It's protecting Earth from bugs that could be coming from space on our own spaceship that we bring back, and it protects destinations from us. There's a certain sterilization levels that we invoke. The Cassini spacecraft, we plunged that back into Saturn in its death when we were done with it and ran out of money. We're done with it. Plunged into Saturn to vaporize. We didn't leave it in orbit around Saturn. Why? Because it might have crashed into one of Saturn's moons that might have life. And if someone had sneezed on the spacecraft before it got launched, we don't want to contaminate the life that we were later going to one day want to study.
What?
So that's why. So we plunged it into Saturn.
That's why?
That is why.
Because they were worried about maybe it hitting Europa or something?
Once it's dead and you can't track it or guide it anymore, then it's a wild card. It might hit Europa is a moon of Jupiter, but Enceladus, there are other moons that have sort of ocean water, they're water worlds basically. And
so the concern is that we would introduce life.
Suppose we did, it crashed, and then we go back later and find life, and it has DNA just like here. But was it our life that we contaminated with? Is that what, you don't want to confuse the future science of it. So that's the plan.
Can you even watch a science movie, like science fiction movies? I know you had a real problem with gravity, but
all right. So let me set the record straight here. Okay. Let me just go on record.
Okay.
I've been deeply misunderstood with my comments on these. Deeply misunderstood. Deeply. And so I've just stopped. When was the last time you saw a movie comment in my Twitter stream? You haven't. I've kind of just stopped.
Wasn't it the Matthew McConaughey movie? Did you comment on that one? The one
Interstellar.
Yeah.
Interstellar. That's the last one I commented on in any big way. Right.
You've done.
Yeah, I'm done. Because people then thought I was just being nitpicky. Oh, it's not fun going to movies with you. Why would you do it? Yeah. Tyson will just say that can never happen. And so my intent did not match how people received my intent. My intent is, here's an observation that I think if you understood this, it would enhance your appreciation of the movie. Let me give an example.
Please do.
Star Wars: The Force Awakens. They've got
Which one was that?
That's the one that introduced BB-8. Okay.
Is that the most recent one?
No. This is like 4 movies ago now. Okay. Plus, I've lost track because there's another one.
There's so many
okay. So the one that introduced BB-8, cute as ever. Cute little fella. And in there, they have the updated Death Star.
Right.
Okay. Remember the old Death Star? It has enough power to destroy a planet, and that's devastating. This one, it can suck energy out of a star so that the star no longer exists. Then it can take these energy beams and kill 6 planets at once. It's no longer just a 1-planet killer. 6 or 8, whatever the number was. It was like high single digits. Okay. Well, I did the math on this, and I tweeted, and I said, first, okay, if you take all the energy from a star, you become a star. But let's not, maybe they've got a containment mechanism. I'll give it to them. It is the future, after all.
I don't think it's the future.
Okay.
Long time. I'm going to go in a galaxy far away.
It's another universe of civilizations. Okay.
Mess.
But they have light speed and we don't. So it's the future of our technology, even if it's the past of our time. Ooh. Let me pause on that one. So you do the calculation. And I forgot the number, but I calculated how much energy is stored in a star. That's enough energy to explode 1,000 planets. Oh my gosh, they underrepresented the energy that it sucked out of the star. And I thought this could have been more badass than even they came up with in this movie. That is the nature of my comments. Not could this happen, could it not happen?
Let me give you a perspective.
Okay, wait. So 20% of people just get pissed off. 80% really like it and they want more. But that 20%, they cut me no slack. And I'm only doing this for people to enjoy. And if I have that level of hate mail, I don't need to continue it. So I just basically stop. I'll have these thoughts to myself, but I don't have the urge to share them. I still have the thoughts.
I got to teach you the art of post and drop. Okay? This is what you do. You post something, you know people are going to get mad, you drop your phone, and you walk away. You got to learn how to do that, man. You can't be reading those fucking comments.
No,
you're dealing with too many human beings.
No, I get that.
But you don't, because you're still changing your behavior based on
rebuttal.
morons.
Here's my rebuttal.
Your rebuttal?
My rebuttal is, if you're watching a movie that takes place in 1958, it's a period piece, and there's a car from 1960.
Oh yeah, that'd be crazy.
And someone who's a car expert points that out. You say, hey, he's an expert. That's pretty good. Do you complain that the person noticed that? No. You praise their expertise.
I get mad at the movie.
If you get mad at the movie, if you're watching a Jane Austen period piece, and 1870, whenever they took place, and someone gets out of the carriage with tie-dyed bell-bottoms, you would cry foul.
Right.
That would take you, I'm exaggerating there, obviously. It could be a top hat instead of a derby.
Right.
You would cry foul if you were a costume designer. And we would all be impressed by that level of knowledge that you exhibited. I am bringing a level of science to bear on a movie that is no different from anybody else's expertise who is out there that we have praised for that invocation. Yet people are not granting me that latitude to make those comments.
I don't like these generalizations. I don't like this.
It is true.
No, but I don't like what you're saying. People are not doing this. No, a small vocal minority that are assholes. And those are the people that you're altering your behavior for. That's what I think is ridiculous about this.
No, because
most people enjoy it. They hear you talking about gravity and the fact the hair wouldn't do that and the space stations weren't that close together.
Right. You can see it in the sky. My
God. It
gosh.
doesn't work.
Right. But
It's assholes.
My tweets are offerings. They're
Yes.
not, but I'm not. I don't.
The problem is
I
you're
don't need to
reading
force feed
responses. That's the problem. The only problem is you're reading responses.
No.
What you're doing is wonderful.
No.
You're educating people.
20% freak out is high for
What
me.
the fuck is 20%?
No, listen, hear
I
me
don't
out.
even believe those numbers.
Hear me out. When it's 5%, then I take notice.
But you say 20%. Like, what are you doing? Calculations? You're actually doing
I scan 100 of them. I see 20 of them.
You
That's
just run into 20 assholes. So 20 assholes out of the millions and millions of people that follow you have decided to reach out and you're altering your behavior for assholes. I like those quotes. I like when you break things down because I didn't know those things. I like thinking about like the hair and gravity. I was like, oh yeah, a fucking shit be standing straight up in
And
the
the
air.
only reason why I mentioned it about hair, because every photo of anybody with long hair wouldn't happen to you, but anyone with long hair in space, it's standing
Like
up on
this.
edge. It's a completely obvious thing
Yeah,
that was omitted from the filming of Gravity.
yeah, but you have to have hair and makeup. They have to have a reason to exist.
So what I might do, I might take a poll. I might put up. I
Fuck
might post
polls.
it. Stop! I'm a
Don't-
servant of curiosity. I don't want to force feed
You
curiosity.
don't have to listen
I
to your feed.
I
No
don't
one
want
has
to
to
force
read it.
feed anybody.
You're not force feeding anything. You're putting offerings out there, like you said. It's not force feeding. You're not knocking on someone's home. Wake up, bitch. Read my shit.
That is true. I'm not forcing
You're not
myself
doing
on
that.
your property.
You're not doing it at all.
And put the shotgun down. You're going to
you're
hear
an
me talk
expert.
about your movie.
Listen, man.
I said about BB-8. I said first. I said BB-8 is way cuter than R2D2, and I use like 5 A's in the way just to start a fight because that's a fun fight.
Right.
Then I said, by the way, BB-8, a smooth metal rolling spherical ball would have, and the whole movie's moving around on sand.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
That's why you deflate your tires.
That's why you deflate your tires to drive on sand.
Mm.
That's correct.
Oh.
Have you ever tried rubber tires? Imagine steel tires.
You ever tried running on a sand dune? Holy
Oh
shit.
my gosh! Oh yeah.
One of the hardest things you can do for
Talk
exercise.
about getting into shape, right?
Yeah.
So it will work if you have a hard surface just below a dusting of sand.
Right.
Then you,
Of course.
yeah, then you can
dig into it.
You
The sand
dig it, and
offers
then
you some
the
resistance.
sand then connects to the hard surface.
Yeah.
So I posted this, and people say, "You're ruining the movie for me." And then people started.
Assholes. Again, when you say people, you're just listening to assholes. Smart people are going to read that and go, oh, yeah. Yeah, this is stupid. It would roll around.
Yeah, I'm
Give
just-
that fucking
just
thing
saying.
some tractor
But
treads.
you know what's actually happened as a result? I think I'm getting phone calls from producers.
Oh, well,
They
that's
say
good.
there's a little bit of science. We want to make sure that you don't tweet about it.
Come on, man.
It's
That's
done.
good.
So,
That's good. You're keeping them on point.
as you know, I might be most famous in movie commenting for the final scene in Titanic. Okay, I don't know if you knew about this.
What would you say about the
Okay,
final
so
scene?
we know where the Titanic sank, the
Right.
longitude, the latitude.
Yes.
We know what time of day.
Oh, so
What
the
time of
stars.
So at the POV, the point of view of Rose, as she's looking up deliriously to the sky, there's only one sky she should have seen, and it was the wrong sky. But not only that, the left side of the sky, it was worse than that. The left side of the sky was a mirror reflection of the right side of the sky.
Did you call Jamie
So it was
Hammond?
lazy. I called it no reply. Back in
Can you fix that
1996,
shit?
I saw it when it first came out. I noticed instantly, and because I know the sky, this is what I
Yeah.
okay. So no reply. 5 years later, I bump into him at a meeting. NASA hosted a meeting with some explorers and some scientists. I brought it up to him, and he says, "Well, at the time, I was not overseeing post-production, and that's when we added that." So I immaturely wanted him to grovel at my feet for forgiveness.
Did you
But,
really?
yeah, I wanted him to, but that's not what happened. So then 5 years after that, I brought it up again when I bumped into him. And then he said, you know, last I checked, Titanic has earned more than $1 billion worldwide. Imagine how much more it would have earned if I'd gotten the sky correct.
That's a stupid answer from an asshole.
It
He should be tweeting you.
no. So
That is an asshole answer.
listen,
That's an ego answer.
but it's not the end of the story.
Okay,
So that was okay. I have nothing more I can say here because he's right. Okay,
No, he's not.
he's right.
No, it made a lot of money, and it would have made the same amount of money if
With
you
the
did
correct,
that.
yeah, okay.
That's true, but that's not the point.
But he's
The point
right.
is you fucked up, bitch.
The-
You fucked up. Say you
What?
fucked up. Don't say how much money you
A
made.
week later, I got a phone call Hi, I forgot his name. John Smith. Hi, John. How can I help you? Is this Dr. Tyson? I said yes. He said, I work post-production for James Cameron. He's producing a director's cut where he's adding new footage, and he tells me you have a sky he could use. I was like, yes! Oh! So, the centennial release of Titanic, released in April 2012. Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Yes. So, how'd you dig up that? There it was, April 2012.
I feel like you and I had this conversation.
We might have. I just put this in context now. It's got so he actually put it. So he did come through. So here's what happened. Seth MacFarlane calls me up and said, "I'm making a movie about a talking teddy bear, and I need to know the sky over a town outside of Boston in 1985 on Christmas Eve, looking northeast. You got a sky?" I say, "I'll get back to you." Half hour later, I send him the sky. That was the sky that the kid wished on where Ted came to life.
Wow.
So Ted had the correct sky, and Titanic did not.
So it's good.
On first
that you're correcting these
Ted
people.
won, Titanic 0 on that. Right. So the point is that people started thinking about it. And the highest compliment I ever got was Andy Weir, who wrote The Martian. He said to himself, while he was writing the novel, he said, because he's an engineer, so he has the fluency and he also knows how to write. He's write creatively. He said, if Tyson were looking over my shoulder, would he tweet about this or not? And so that put him on notice to make sure that his calculations were accurate. And The Martian is one of the most entertainingly accurate explorations of how to invoke science to not die that there ever was. So for me, that was a very high compliment. And it was kind of worth it, all of the naysayers, to know that Andy Weir came through on that.
Yeah, so why stop?
I don't know, maybe I'll change.
I think you need to
Because of
learn
this
how to
conversation.
post and drop.
Okay.
Just think about it like this.
Post and
Boom,
drop. Boom.
boom. Walk away.
Walk away.
Just go do something else, man. You don't need to look at that shit. You don't need to look at what people are going to say. Make sure that there's no typos. That's always a struggle.
It is. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, I got fat thumbs.
Me too.
I care though
I'm sure you do care.
about how people can think about what I wrote if it's a way that I had not considered.
Okay.
I
see what you're
like knowing it makes me a better communicator when I'm in front of an audience. I'll know what percent will think one way versus another, and I can modify what I'm saying to be more precise and to, as we say in physics, to reduce the impedance between the signal and the receiver so that there's a better match between the communicator and the audience.
I understand that. But if you
You surely have told jokes that people just took the wrong way.
oh, yeah.
without your intent.
The right way. They just didn't like what I was saying.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But it's surely like you see the word cuck in a response, you know that person's an asshole, right? There's just certain things you just see. Like, you're a cuck. Like, okay, I don't have to listen to you anymore. Now I know what you are.
Yeah,
You're a fool, right? You see that. Like, yeah, you're spending all the time staring at the fucking sky instead of fill in the blank. Those are just assholes.
Well, I have pretty thick
Right.
skin, so it's not that it upsets me. It's that I'm here to serve you, not to piss you off.
But you're not there to serve
I'm an
most
educator.
people. There's some people,
I'm an educator.
they're looking to get angry.
I
They're
get
not
that, but
really
maybe I
angry.
can bring him around.
Bet you can. The arrogance of thinking that you could fix 30 plus
Okay.
years of worthless shitbag
Okay.
living with a couple of tweets.
Okay. And you know something? I don't even want to take you up on that challenge because you're probably right.
I'm telling you, you gotta walk away. But for most people, myself included in those most people, I enjoy those tweets.
So I got
learned
one.
something.
Here's one. So I tweeted something, and somebody responding to somebody else's tweet said, I don't really like Tyson. He's so pompous. Okay. So I tweeted back to that person, and I said, thanks for your note. Could you please share with me the single most pompous thing you've ever seen me do? And he wrote back, he says, damn, you would have to be reading my tweets, would you? Now you put me on the spot. I can't think of anything right now, but overall, I really like your work. He put nothing forward.
Yeah, that happens all the time because people are just shocked that you respond.
Well, but plus, people can get into a stereotype mode where
Yes.
that person is that, and therefore
Yes.
everything.
They just decide.
They decide.
Yeah.
They decide.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you can't listen to those people, dude. You're
Right.
too smart for this.
And
This is
other
why
people
it's
said, "Look, this
confusing.
dude wrote a book called Astrophysical People in a Hurry."
Yeah,
You think, how pompous is that?
that's not
Right,
pompous at
right.
all.
Right.
You're a science educator.
I interviewed on Star Talk. Yes, you were one of my guests, but so too was Katy Perry.
There
And
you go.
people got pissed off because she's nothing to add. She's just pop culture. I said she wrote a song about boning an alien, and I wanted to find out what she was thinking. Yes,
Did she?
It was
Did
a
she
line.
write it?
It's her song. She has a line about it where she's making love to an alien. So there's always ways
Well,
you
after
can.
you fuck Russell Crowe a few times, or what's his name? Peters. Sorry, Russell.
I don't. Yeah.
Brand. What is it?
Oh, Russell
Peters?
Brand?
Russell Peters. Russell, what's up? Russell Peters is a good friend of mine. He's like, Joe, what the fuck? Sorry, Russell.
I don't keep up.
It's been a long day. I'm on
People's
jet
sex
lag. I
lives.
just got back from Italy.
Oh yeah.
I'm very confused.
Mhm.
Yeah, my brain's not
You're
half
zoning
maxed.
a little.
Yeah, I'm just out of it. Just
Yeah, all right.
completely out of it.
I'm trying to keep you awake for your
Russell
audience.
Brand. Russell Brand.
Russell Brand.
Sorry.
Mhm.
You fucked Russell Brand. Say it.
I didn't know. I didn't follow. I didn't know any of this.
They were married.
I didn't know this.
So he's like an alien. Is my point. He's a very odd duck.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, he's a brilliant guy, but he's out there. You know?
He'd be like one of those guys that would be in the Men in Black aliens that they're tracking. Do you remember that scene in the headquarters? There's a big board
Right.
where
Undercover aliens.
yeah, they're all aliens.
Yeah.
And they're like Michael Jackson was there. People who just there's something a little different about them, you know. So
There's people that really do believe that. That believe that there's aliens amongst us.
again, we live in a free country. I'm fine, but
Well, you know what happens?
evidence at some point should matter.
But you find out about like Russian agents that have been living in like New Jersey for like 30 years.
But that's the whole
pretending
premise
they're
of the
all
show.
Americans.
Yeah, the Americans, yeah.
Well, it's a real story too.
Mhm.
I mean, it really has happened
Mhm.
on multiple occasions. And so they wonder, well, if the Russians were doing that, what do the aliens want to do?
Yeah, so just find me one.
Yeah.
Maybe they are doing
Are
it,
you
but
open-minded to that?
of course. Oh my gosh. No, who doesn't want to
Do
meet the
you-
aliens?
Do you wish?
I would love to meet the aliens. They're gonna have technology that we don't have. I want to compare notes. I want to. Oh my gosh.
Do you?
Oh, by the way, in the movie Arrival, with the
Which one?
arthropod alien.
Okay, isn't there's two arrivals?
Well, there's an earlier Arrival with Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, that
where
was
he
a
played
good
an
one, too.
astrophysicist, by
That's
the
a
way.
good one too.
So this one is, it's like a septopus lands.
Yes.
It's got 7.
Freaky things with speaking ink.
Okay, speaking ink, right? So, so they sent a physicist and an anthropologist, not an anthropologist, a linguist, and I tweeted. I said, if aliens come, I would not send a physicist and a linguist. I would send an astrobiologist and a cryptographer. But then the linguists got all upset, and they started piling on.
The linguist piled on.
Yeah. She's not a linguist. She was if you're an anthropological linguist, but they all are. But you can just look up the title, what her profession was. But anyhow, so they all piled on. But that's fine.
Well,
It's
what'd they
acceptable.
say to you?
Because how many linguists are ever shown in a film? So
Right.
this was their time in the
Big
sun.
moment,
It's their
right?
big moment. So I get it. That's fine. But there are a couple of things. So, for example, there it is making these circles and they're interpreting them, but it's making them on glass. So how do they know we weren't seeing them, the mirror image of what it was trying to communicate? That was not addressed in the film. But yeah, I'd want to meet the aliens as they did there. They brought the military, of course. That will be a likely fact, but because your protection is of extreme importance. But here, this happens in all sci-fi movies. You go up to this thing and you get lifted up against the force of gravity. At that point, I would just put down all my weapons because there's stuff going on that's way beyond your understanding of the laws of physics.
Yeah.
It's like pulling out your pistol and shooting at the spacecraft that crossed half the galaxy to come to you. What are you doing?
Yeah.
They're clearly superior to you in ways that you don't even know yet. So just find another way to do your talking rather than sending bullets their way.
But isn't that always the case in every film? I mean, that's always part of the
Yes.
narrative is that
Yeah.
the primitive people fuck it up for the advanced civilization that's coming here to help us.
Yeah, it's never been good for the less technologically advanced civilization.
Ever. Yeah.
Right.
And going on right now, currently,
And by the way,
undiscovered tribes.
not to sound pluggy, but one of the profiles here is of Captain Cook.
Ah.
Just a quick thing. I've visited Hawaii only a couple of times in my life. One of the times I saw Don Ho in a show.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And he was like, he only sat down. He was like big and heavy and old, and he died a couple of decades ago. But anyhow, Don Ho, he just tells Hawaiian stories, and one of them was about Captain Cook. And someone asked him, well, whatever happened to Captain Cook? You know how he replies? He says, nobody's ever seen him since.
For people listening, he's making things like he's picking things out of his feet.
Nobody's ever seen Captain Cook of late. So rumors are that he was eaten by
Yeah.
Pacific Island natives.
That happened to a lot of pirates.
So watch what happens. So the Brits send Captain Cook to the South Pacific. Why? Well, you look at his marching orders, there's what's called a transit of Venus that's going to take place, visible only from the South Pacific. This is where Earth in our orbit and Venus in orbit are such that when Venus passes between us and the sun, it actually is exactly between us and the sun. You can watch it move, this circle move across the sun's surface.
Did they look at it through a device?
Yeah, that device, that filters. We're fine. Okay? So, if you measure that, you can learn the exact scale of the solar system. So you learn deep scientific knowledge about how far away the planets are and how far away the sun is from the Earth. It was not known with precision before that measurement was made. So Captain Cook goes on this voyage to do this. Well, it's a pretty expensive voyage. Oh, wait, flip over the marching orders. Oh, open the envelope. Oh, while you're there, use these new navigation techniques that use the sun, moon, and stars and map every coastline you find and bring that information back to us. Within 10 years of Captain Cook navigating the South Pacific, as well as and New Zealand, within 10 years, Britain took control over those coastlines, became part of the British Empire. Hegemony at its finest. On the premise that he's observing something about the universe, but there was a tandem role that he played.
I did not know they knew that much about the cycles of the planets, that they could be there. They knew accurately that they could be in
Part of
the
the motivation of knowing any of this was navigation around the globe. Was navigation. How are you going to know where you are on Earth? You can get your latitude. That's just the altitude, the height of Polaris, the North Star above the horizon. Measure that at night. You can wait that long. Where do you know where you are in longitude? Ships would be shipwrecked. Millions of dollars worth of commerce would be at the bottom of the ocean because they didn't know where a coastline was. And the only way you can measure coastline is if you have good navigational tools and tactics, which involves an accurate chronometer, a timekeeping device for your and knowing what the sun, moon, and stars are doing in your sky. So the astronomer in that day was crucial to the mapping of the Earth. And who's mapping Earth? Is it just geologists for fun? No, it is nations wielding power over regions beyond their own coastlines. And I have a quote here. That's where this quote comes from. I got a guy from 1757, James Ferguson. 1757. Here's his quote. Of all the sciences cultivated by mankind, astronomy is acknowledged to be, and undoubtedly is, the most sublime, the most interesting, and the most useful. For by knowledge derived from this science, not only the bulk of the earth is discovered, but our very faculties are enlarged with the grandeur of the ideas it conveys, our minds exalted above their low, contracted prejudices.
Oh,
if I got to drop a mic on that, here you go. Boom, drop that mic. So notice he lists mapping the earth first. Then he talks about how it exalts and our grandeur. So Yeah, it's an exercise in dominance, in hegemony, in power.
Under the guise of studying.
Well, it's not so much. It's just they
did it together.
They matter to one another.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know.
part of it.
It's part of it.
And they're using a sextant for all this.
So sextant helped. There's an octant a little earlier. The Muslims used an astrolabe. Okay, you got. By the way, what's the number? It's a third or two. About I forgot the fraction. Around a half of all stars that have names in the night sky have Arabic names. Because in the golden age of Islam, 1,000 years ago, navigation was a big deal, and they navigated using astrolabes, which was sort of the Islamic counterpart to the sextant and the octant that we used in the rest of Europe. Astrolabes are gorgeous. Oh, then they're works of art. They're brass. They're etched. There's writing.
I sell them.
You can buy replicas, but you're not going to get original. Well,
Find astrolabe.
Yeah, astrolabe.
See what that looks like.
Oh, yeah. So there's a thing that hangs down. There are different discs that you can replace depending on where you are on Earth to know where you are more accurately. So this is all navigation.
So it was almost like chips for a GPS device.
Yeah,
Wow,
they're gorgeous. They're completely gorgeous.
Wow. What the fuck?
Yeah, you carry them with you.
If you found that somewhere, you go, okay, aliens.
Yeah, exactly. If you didn't otherwise know your history.
Like, look at that.
The size of that, that's about the size of a heavyweight champion's buckle belt.
So
belt buckle.
what is that thing doing?
So, yeah, it depends on where you are on Earth when you want. That's what I'm saying. So we're talking about this was, 1,000 years ago, this 700 years ago, 600 years ago, 500. The Ottoman Empire is spreading their influence, and they've got astrolabes. So this is Islam. You don't even learn about this in school because you only hear about the rest of Europe, Christian Europe. So this matters.
Incredible looking device.
Yes, and these are dials that turn.
It looks like a tribal tattoo. It doesn't even look like there's a rhyme or reason to it with all the claws and everything. Right. It completely looks like art. It looks like some bizarre. Or it looks like an alien. Yeah. So again, if you're only listening, just Google astrolabe and look at any of them. That's a more primitive one there. Oh, wow.
A simpler one. And so that's 1602. So that one that has the spirit of an astrolabe, but I don't know that if they would have called that an astrolabe. The others, they go way back. And so the most decorated ones are the ones from the Middle East. Wow. But anyhow, the point is, GPS is no different from the navigation tools in concept, from the navigation tools that Captain Cook invoked for Britain to then take control over all the South Pacific that they did. It is, where are we, and do we know this information with precision? And what happens if an enemy force takes out our GPS and we have so much dependent on it? What are we going to do? We've got people now working on using navigation by pulsars. Can't take those out because those are cosmic. They're sending highly timed pulses that reach Earth in different places on the sky. And by measuring them, and the time delay between one and the other, you can actually localize yourself on Earth's surface with extremely high precision and without any use of satellites. That's the future of navigation, where you are insulated from a rogue nation that might want to take out your satellites. Pulsars. And by the way, the Trump Space Force, there are a whole lot of Trump haters out there. But if you want to hate Trump rationally, you want to not hate him no matter what he says. You want to evaluate statement by statement what he says, right? That's what you need to do. He says, I want a Space Force. Well, let's think about it. They were part of the Army. It was called the Army Air Force. And then we realized that command and control in the air needs different kinds of soldiers because they have to be pilots. It's a different kind of decision making, different kinds of tactical actions you would have in the theater of operations. And so it was sensible to spawn off a new branch of the military called the Air Force. No one today would question whether that was a good idea. Today, you should know that operations in space, in the vacuum of the universe, is a different regime that you're operating in from moving through the air. Your hardware looks different. Your strategies are different. Your command and control is different. So it's not just because it came out of Trump's mouth doesn't make it a crazy idea that you might want a Space Force. In fact, I had proposed a Space Force in 2001 when I was on a commission appointed by George W. Bush to explore the future of the United States aerospace industry, a commission of 12. So I put it on the table. We have Air Force generals there, former members of Congress, people from Lockheed Martin, and people said, well, the Air Force is currently overseeing space, United States Space Command. So everybody was happy with it, and so I said, okay, let's not worry about it. If everybody's happy, but as long as the needs of our presence in space grows, but more importantly, the size of our assets, as long as that continues to grow, what else would a military do beyond protecting your borders? They would protect your assets. And our space assets by day by day, are growing by leaps and bounds. So it's not
assets, meaning like satellites, stations,
and the value of those. It's not just the cost of the satellite; it's the value of the satellite to you.
Right.
The military is now creating a whole other GPS system that will be exclusive to them, and then they're going to cede the current GPS to. And what have we done with GPS? This hard-earned engineering and physics and orbital mechanics. What have we done with the GPS? We now use it to find out who you want to mate with.
Oh, someone's in your area.
Yeah, this is Tinder. This is Grindr. This is show me mateable people within 20 square blocks of where I am. That's a GPS.
I don't think they mate on Grindr.
You're right. I did look at the definition. Mate implies you're making a baby. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Who are you gonna have sex with? Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that has a certain economic value to society. So does Uber. So do all the things so does UPS tracking their trucks.
Yeah.
So it's not the cost of the satellite, it's the value of the satellite to our economy. You want that protected.
Makes sense. Is there a Space Force currently? Like, is it real? Have they recruited
There's
people?
United States Space Command. So
is there anybody who's a general?
If we make there's generals in the Air Force overseeing Space Command. So if you're going to make a Space Force, you would offload the space activities of the Air Force
Space Command
to this U.S. Space Command primarily, to the Space Force, and then add or subtract from that in whatever way is sensible given the need. If we have a Space Force, you know what I want to see?
What?
I want them to protect us from asteroids. How about that for a defense program?
That makes sense.
Okay.
Do you want the government involved in that? Shouldn't it be someone a little bit more thorough?
That's not how it works.
It's not. Scientists.
Yeah, you just
It's
made
not hired by
you made a blanket anti-government decision because you're just an anti-government guy.
That's what people say.
Okay, so private enterprise is not good at doing expensive things that have never been done before.
Right. You need government money.
Government does it first. Okay.
Right.
Then you learn where the hostiles are, where the friendlies are, what patent did you need to make this happen. Then the venture capitalist meeting about whether I'm going to make a buck on it has some teeth in it. They say, how much will this cost? Well, we know because the government did it, and we think we can do it for half that price. Is it dangerous? Yes, the government did this, and they lost 2 people, but we will put protections in so we won't have that risk. What is the return on the investment? The government got no return because that wasn't the objective, but here's how we can bring it. So I'll do it second, I won't do it first. This is how you get the Dutch East India Trading Company. They were not the first Europeans to the New World. Because where's the edge of the earth? Will you find India? Where will you? What? You don't know any of this. I'm screaming at you. Sorry. You don't know any of this. Columbus does it first, and he can tell you where there's food and where there isn't, and where they want to kill you and where they don't. Then you hand that information to the mercantilists, and they make a buck after the fact.
So they come in.
They come in.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
That's how modern airplanes came about. People are making planes in their garage. The government said this could be a cool thing. Let's pay them and have them compete to carry airmail. New kind of mail delivered by air. Oh, that's cool. So now I make an airplane because I want that contract. You say, no, you want the contract. You make an airplane that has more cargo, a better engine. You're cleverer. Now you just took the contract from me. Now I make a bigger airplane. I said, oh, I see what he did there. Now I can improve on that. Now, wait a minute. I don't need to carry mail. I can carry people. And thus is born commercial airplane. The government basically bankrupted it, as did prize money for accomplishing certain achievements. Like Lindbergh, no one talks about the fact that there was cash money available to him for having flown across the Atlantic solo first. Cash money.
No kidding.
Yeah, he did it for the money. Yeah, as most of them did. Fly the longest, the highest, the fastest. Each of these had money associated with it. So this drove the marketplace. It was not whether you could make a product out of it initially, because you got to get over the early humps. You got to get through, you got to know what it is that works and what doesn't.
So is there a plan with the Space Force? Like, are they going to make space weapons and space ships?
There's a treaty in the 1960s to which we are signatory. Okay.
Oh, let me hold it then.
No, yeah, can you hold it? Yeah. Yeah, I just feel, but it's the unspoken alliance between astrophysics and the military. You look beautiful with that book.
Thank you.
Primarily because there's a bow and arrow here
Oh, there is.
being shot by
That's
Sagittarius
right.
that became a weapon and a missile. And you're a bow and arrow guy. Yeah. Last I checked.
Yeah.
Got a freaking bow and arrow in the back room here.
Yes.
What are you afraid?
I'll practice.
When the zombies come
Dave,
and they run out of bullets. Yeah.
Zombie son, I'm pulling this sword out like the chick from Walking Dead.
Oh.
Seems to be the best weapon. Everybody runs out of bullets.
Right.
And the zombies are slow.
And her weapon is, in fact, a samurai
samurai
sword.
sword.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So, what was I saying before I interrupted myself?
Space Force.
Who's paying attention out there?
Weapons.
Asteroids.
Asteroids.
Weaponizing space. So there's an
Yes.
outer space treaty for the peaceful uses of outer space, and it was in 1967. There's some modifications since then, but that's the basic one, and we are signature to it, and so are the other major countries of the world.
Yeah, but didn't we just break out of the Paris Accord? Just break out of that goddamn space pussy shit too.
It's a beautiful document. It tries to be very forward-looking. If there's an astronaut from another country who is at risk, then you will go to help them without question. It's very kumbaya.
Okay.
So one of my sort of, now that I'm old and tired and I'm a realist, it's why should we promise to not kill each other in space when we are not successful at doing that here on Earth?
And we don't even promise to not
We
kill
don't
each
even
other here.
promise to do it here on Earth.
Yeah.
Who are we to say, oh, well, we'll kill each other here, but in space we'll all hold
Well,
hands?
maybe
I don't
yeah.
have that much confidence in human conduct. I've become cynical over my years, and I'm angry. Demonstrate to me that on Earth you know how to not kill one another. Then I'll believe your space treaty. That's all I'm saying. Now, given that there is a treaty, it says you can't put heavy weapons in space. As I will never finish this for 1,000 years. I brought in a co-author, Avis Lang, who is a longtime editor of my essays that I'd written for Natural History magazine. Just give a shout out to my co-author.
How does that work? So the
In this
co-author
case-
sort of takes your stuff and stitches it.
And details that would require a nitty-gritty of sort of research just to get the right numbers and the right year and the right commander and the right this. But I know broadly how it happened and what sequence. And so then she would take that and shape that into a chapter. Other places I would say, this happened, and that happened. She would say, well, that wouldn't fit the narrative as it's coming together. Let's drop the middle one and take the other two. I say, great. So I'd write that up, and she would stitch it. She would graft it, is a better word, into the rest of what was going on. So this is, even though there are places here where I speak in first person, it's a co-written project. It's not ghost-written. It's not, I'm just putting my name, but somebody else wrote. I write. I know how to write. So we're co-authors on this. But thanks for asking. That was good. Okay, there's nothing more useless than a space weapon relative to Earth's surface. Okay, if you're in space, you're in orbit. Think it through. I use your skull here. That's okay. Okay, if this is Earth, okay. Everything more spherical here? I guess not. I'm using your skull. Okay. All right. So this is Earth.
Okay.
And I've got a satellite in orbit around the Earth. Okay. And I say, okay, I want to weaponize the satellite, put a bomb in it, and I want to drop over some city. Some bad person wants to make that decision.
Right.
Well, what's the city you want to hit? Well, it's up here somewhere.
So you got to drop it halfway there.
So you got to, well, no, it's not just that. These are not very high above the planet. And so you have to like change the orbit to align it so that it goes over your target. Satellites don't go over every spot on Earth.
Right.
They only go over the orbit that had been preset for it. Okay. We can already destroy a city with an intercontinental ballistic missile, and we can aim that. We can aim a missile to any place on Earth, and it'll get there in less than 45 minutes. And destroy the whole city with nuclear weapons. We can already do that. There is no advantage to putting nukes in space if that's your objective. Not only that, suppose there's a break it out. You're going to destroy it. Oh, now you break it into 1 million pieces, 1,000 pieces. Now each piece is moving 18,000 miles an hour and puts your own satellites at risk. That's the modern equivalent to in the First World War when they said, oh, we have a good idea because we can't shoot them in the trenches. Let's gas them out. So they have the mustard gas. Oops, the wind changed direction. Such as would happen in space if you go in and start exploding satellites out of orbit. So war in space is a different thing. It's not what you think it would be.
So what would they do?
So the peaceful use of outer space treaty allows you to have defensive things in space, not offensive, for defensive purposes. It allows that. So
Treaty aside, though,
yeah.
what could you do? Could you have
A
space
rogue
war?
state could take out our GPS satellites
Okay, but
and
what if,
render the military blind, and then you won't be able to pick up your Uber. You won't have anyone have sex with tonight.
oh,
That's the range of stuff that GPS applies to.
right.
And so it'll affect our economy and it'll affect our security. And then our Navy can't talk to the Air Force can't talk to it. And that would be bad. Armies, wars are no longer fought just by how many soldiers have you lined up at the border. It's what have you done strategically to render your opponent, to weaken your opponent or render them incapable of fighting. This is why the attacks on September 11th worked. Because we had a policy that if someone wants to hijack a plane, you follow their instructions. You do not deny them their requests. Because the assumption was that if you deny their requests, they will start harming people. And if you follow their requests, it will delay when they harm them, if they harm them at all, and maybe everyone will end up safe. It was not in the game plan that they would crash the plane on purpose. Okay? So, September 12th, you will never again be able to do that to an American plane. Forget the extra x-rays that we're doing. A pilot will never relinquish the cockpit ever again. No matter who they're torturing in the back of the plane. No matter what they're doing, even if they're shooting people one by one, because the plane going down takes everybody out. So that was a pretty easy door to close, literally and figuratively, but no one saw it coming.
You know what drives me crazy? When they put that drink cart
Mm-hmm.
in the hallway
Yeah.
to protect the pilot when they open the
I
door.
asked them about that. So it's just to delay you a fraction of a second to give them a chance to go in and lock the door. Right. It's you have to get through them and the flight attendant. That takes an extra second. You can't just run it. Plus, they don't even allow you to stand in the aisle while that's happening. They'll tell you to sit down.
You sit down.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you have to get out of your thing, charge the cart, and get through the cart and the flight attendant, who will be fighting for their life at this point. Okay? And because the plane is everything.
Right. Yeah, I've seen that opening though. You can get through there. Those ladies aren't going to stop, man. Nobody who really is physically.
So Joe Rogan has already thought this through.
Well, it's an unfortunate thing that my mind does.
The point is, you can.
I would never do it, of course.
You know what I thought about? Not that, but I thought to myself, the plane that went, because I was like eyewitness September 11th, 6 blocks away from 6 walking blocks, 4
Did
blocks.
you actually witness the plane hit?
No, because my view was blocked from the south. So, but I have camcorder footage of the explosion, biggest explosion I've ever seen. And by the way, one thing I noticed is that there was no shockwave. I might have been the closest scientist to the event. So all I could do was apply every bit of physics that I know. There was no shockwave. I said, well, how can we have an explosion and no shockwave? And I later learned if you kind of make a deflagration wave, if you atomize fuel and then you spark it, then the flame moves across the fuel. It's not a It's not a shock wave. It's just a deflagration wave, and therefore there's no shock wave. And so windows are not blown out a quarter mile away as they were in Oklahoma City with the
Giant bomb,
Timothy McVeigh. Why am I bringing this up? What was I talking about? Can't remember. The plane. Oh yeah. So here's something I calculated. I said if I was in a 767 and we're about to crash into a building, if I was in the last row of the plane, how much time would elapse before given the speed of the plane going into the building?
500 miles an hour.
Yeah, well, that's probably slower than that by then. I would say closer to 400. It's a known speed, and I don't know it, but I don't think it was this, because you can't turn at that high speed and have to like turn around and aim.
I have to say it's about a second.
Less,
Half
a fraction of a second. It's going at 400 miles an hour.
Yeah.
That's the
Tenth of
thing.
a second.
Yeah, it's a fraction of a second. So it's like that's it. You can't even process that. So I figured the deaths were pretty quick.
Wow, instantaneous.
Yes, basically instantaneous. You are pulverized pile of goo.
Are they planning on making spaceships?
The wars would not be war between space and Earth. It would be between stuff in space. That's all.
Stuff in space, like
Space to
spaceships.
space.
Yeah.
Space to space.
Here's another question. What are they going to do with all that stuff that's just floating around up there?
The debris.
Yeah.
How about another task of a space force? Why don't you clean up space for so that we can have tourism and not risk our lives by a paint chip or going 18,000 or bolt or a nut moving at 18,000 miles an hour that'll put a hole straight through you.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, I would like to see the portfolio of a space force, if there is a space force, broadened, the scope of that to include protecting us from asteroids and figuring out a way to clean up the debris of space.
Is there a concept in place? Or
No.
No?
No.
Boy, when you look at that map, and I know the map is not to scale, but it shows you the known satellites in space.
Oh, well, it's to scale in the sense that they're there.
There's that many of them.
There's that many of them.
It's this
It has those relative distance to
Yes.
but they have you can see their orbital line, so it feels crowded.
It's so crazy when you look at it. It's just like it's just littered, and we're continuing to launch new things up there.
And I joke, I say, one of the reasons why we've never been visited by aliens is because they came to us and said, what is all that junk? What? Oh, crap, we're not risking our life. Let's go to another planet.
Yeah, they didn't know the map of where everything was. They had to calculate their
Oh,
incoming.
forget it. They'll just take on, it's not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, when you're on your way in, you have to think about it going around in a
If
circle.
you were visiting another planet that had a civilization and they left a lot of crap in their atmosphere, you would, that's not the debris. Those are the satellites.
Yes.
So if you, no, that is debris. No, you got it. So the Air Force tracks debris, as does NASA. They both track debris, and sometimes launch windows of spacecraft.
That's pieces of shit that's floating around. Look at that. That's crazy. Are you scrolling through all that?
Fast as I can.
Crazy. We've only been doing this for 60 years.
So you track it, right?
When was the first satellite?
For satellite was Sputnik. Excuse me.
What year? But when was
How
that?
did 60? Too far away from me to slap you.
Oh, sorry. When was it?
Sputnik, October 4th, 1957. The first artificial anything in orbit around the Earth. And on that day,
shit still up there?
there was only one thing.
One thing. Only that.
Only.
Wow. From 57 to 2018.
Right. So it's 60 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
One thing. That's crazy. And now, how many things?
Well, there's
You gotta
the
guess.
countless debris. There's hundreds of active satellites. There's thousands if you include the dead ones. And
Thousands of dead
yeah,
satellites.
so we have no way to clean it up. Maybe it's some big vacuum one day. I don't know. But
Yeah.
space vacuum.
They'd have to be valuable. They're
You could
valuable.
probably sell space debris if you brought it back to Earth.
Yeah, people are dumb. They'd buy it. Wants a space to bring in your house? Oh, hell yeah. I'll put this over here.
Speaking of debris, there was this asteroid that collided with Earth over Chelyabinsk in the Soviet Union, in Russia, just near the Siberia, in the Ural Mountains, just on the coast of Siberia, on the border of Siberia. That was visible to everybody in broad daylight, and you had to like avert your eyes when it happened. And they felt a shockwave, and the shockwave broke windows and sent 600 people, nearly 1,000 people to the hospital. What happened? Well, because they saw the light and they got up from their table and went to the window to see what had happened. There's a time delay between the shockwave and the light, because light travels fast and sound travels slow. So we'll go to the windows, and the shockwave hits, and it blasts broken glass into their face. So it was a big Band-Aid collision that we had.
Wow.
The injured people all needed basically Band-Aids. Okay, no one died, but nearly 1,000 people were injured. So at an auction, by the way, that actually exploded, and pieces of it were recovered. At an auction, I purchased a piece of that meteorite, but you know what else I purchased? Some of the shards of glass that the shockwave had broken.
What do you do with this shit?
I got it. It's just, I have it. I'm a part of, it is a shot across our bow. That's what that, no one died.
But it's a warning.
There's no better way to be warned than to have a Band-Aid cover your injuries that could have vaporized you or rendered your species extinct.
What's crazy is the ones that don't even make impact and still do devastating damage.
Yes.
Like Tunguska.
Yes, that one didn't even touch Earth.
Yeah.
Right. It incinerated 10,000 square kilometers of forest.
Look at that
Right.
honk. Holy shit.
Yeah, so February 15, 2013. And there was a...
Weighs over a half a ton. That
pe-
little rock was 1,000 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
Holy
That's
shit.
just a piece that made it through.
Is it iron?
Oh, the actual piece would have been about the size of this room, so a small home.
Wow. So, but
Yeah.
that's amazing that small rock. Go back up to that again, please. Look at the size of that. That's not that big.
No, that's what's left over.
Right.
Most of it vaporized on the explosion as it came through the atmosphere.
Right, but they're saying that piece of it weighs 1,000 pounds.
Did they give the weight of it?
Yeah, it says
okay.
it weighs over a half ton.
Yeah. Oh, they have done, 1,000 pounds. There you go.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That rock is that fucking heavy.
Yeah, so
Is it
the
made out of
solar,
iron?
yes. Well, I have to read that to know for sure, but I think it was an iron meteorite.
I'll tell you something.
What?
I have a knife that was made out of a piece of meat.
Oh, as do I. Oh, they're beautiful.
Oh, yeah, it's a kitchen knife that I use.
Oh, see, mine is like a Crocodile Dundee knife.
Ooh,
Yeah, that's not a knife.
that's a knife.
That's a knife. But it's waiting. I want to make or get someone to make a handle for it. It's just the metal that would be that would then
forged.
it's a forged metal with the blade, but then you get a pearl handle attached to the base of it.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's a
Pearl, huh?
handleless, it's an unadorned piece of metal that would become a
Right.
knife.
But
you
it's
would carry with you.
sharpened.
Oh yeah, it's completely
shaped.
sharpened. Oh yeah.
Where's the fucking handle?
There is the metal hand. Have you ever seen kitchen knives?
Oh,
the metal goes all the way
metal.
down the center of the handle, and you
I've seen
screw
those.
wooden handles on the sides.
So you just need the wooden
I
part.
just need the wood or the. If I'm patent, it would be pearl. You know.
Yeah. Like a pearl-handed revolver.
Yeah. Pearl pistol.
Yeah.
So it's a part of history, and it's a reminder that if you want to think about the future of civilization, you have to include a defense plan against asteroids.
Yeah.
The dinosaurs, I bet if they could, they would have had a space program to not go extinct.
Oh, shit. No, thank you. Now, is there anything that we're doing now other than we're occasionally looking up?
Yeah, we're monitoring and cataloging.
Yeah, but we don't really know what to do if something happens.
The day would come. Well, we know what to do. There's nothing fun to. There are engineering conferences. How would you deflect an asteroid?
Okay.
How would you destroy an
We
asteroid?
see one in it's a
If we see
year
one,
away, and
and
it's coming 100%. It's
you
gonna hit.
kiss your ass goodbye.
That's
right.
it.
We would have the power to tell you when you would die and what part of Earth it would hit.
Yeah, so there's people that have very delusional ideas about what we can and can't do with asteroids, and that drives me crazy.
Well, no,
I've
it's
heard
not
that.
We know how to.
Right, but there's
I've seen
nothing
the
in
engineering
place.
plans. They look very good, but there's nothing in place.
Right.
There's Project Sentinel. You can look it up. That has tasked themselves with organizing world governments to protect Earth from species killing asteroids. And you need the world because you don't know in advance until it's discovered what part of Earth it's going to hit. And if it's going to hit in the Indian Ocean, and if the surrounding regions don't have a space program, are there countries that do have a space program going to sit idle? No, what you want to do is you want to have a fund, and every country pipes in a little bit of their GDP, and then or whatever. You measure it however you want it, whatever you think is fair. Do it the way the UN does it. Okay, so there's a tax of the world relative to your wealth, and then that money pays to save the world when we find such an asteroid. That's how the Project Sentinel has thought this through.
So if there
Have
was
engineers and
something that had
scientists.
ample time, there's a possibility that they could actually implement some of these plans.
It's all about how much time you have, because what you want to do is go out and nudge it.
Right, a little bit.
A little bit. You just have to give it a sideways velocity relative to its path towards Earth. And if you do that early enough, the sideways velocity sort of accumulates.
Right, like a ship turning slightly over the ocean. Over the course of time, it'll deviate quite a bit.
Correct. So that angle grows. I mean, it's the same angle, but it spreads out. And the ocean example is perfect. It's a perfect analogy. So if you do that early enough, you do it enough so that it misses Earth, and it's still out there to harm you in another day, but it won't render you extinct on that passage.
How much time do we need today?
If I would say we could probably get something built in 10 years.
Oh, Jesus.
What?
Neil deGrasse Tyson. What did you just do? 10 years? I'm looking for a month.
And that's, oh no, oh my gosh.
So it's a year. If we have a year.
The good thing about species-killing asteroids is that they're large and visible.
What about city-killing ones? Them suckers slip through.
Yeah, they'll slip through. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but most of Earth's surface is not city, so it'll probably hit the ocean or land. But yeah, if it does, it would take out a city.
Yeah, the whole city gone.
Yeah. There's a branch of government, part of, I don't know if it survived the Trump changeover, but it's part of Homeland Security, where it worries about devastation to a region where the grid is taken out as well. So you can't bring emergency services that bring either food, water, medicines, any other form of transportation or communication.
How much thought is there to putting in a more robust grid?
What you would need is, that's a good point. So you need a grid that can sort of rewire itself rapidly to then bring power to a region. That's what you would need. And it's sort of doing that now, making a grid sort of lightning proof, power surge proof. I grew up in New York City, where there were a couple of very famous blackouts, one in 1966, another in, when was it, 1978, I think. And it was like, whoa, how is this even allowed? You don't have a backup plan?
Yeah.
You don't have a way to rewire this, to redirect the electricity? So, yeah, you need that and you'd want that. And I thought the new grid is supposed to have those kinds of protections built into it, but I don't know enough about it to comment.
Yeah, what I'll say is one impact.
Oh, yeah.
One big one.
Yeah.
Takes out the grid.
Takes out the grid.
And then what? Do you have solar power at your place?
We just put in solar panels. Yeah.
You live
We
in
got
the
a place.
city.
We have a place in the country.
Oh.
We escape to. Yeah.
That's a good move to have that
Yeah.
escape spot.
Yeah.
You have a place in upstate New York?
No, it's out on Long Island. Yeah, I used to think of it as an escape because we thought of getting it after September 11th.
Yeah.
Got it in 03, 02, something like that. But now it's just a good place for me to refuel and do a lot of good writing there and this sort of thing.
Look out for ticks.
Oh my gosh.
Long Island's overwhelmed with Lyme
And
disease.
they got a new tick apparently that prevents you from eating meat. I wonder if
Yes.
the vegetarians bred that.
Well, I think it's called the Lone Star tick. And
It prevents you from eating the meat of mammals.
yes,
It's
it
like-
makes you allergic to alpha galactose. Is that what it is? It's alpha gal. Another great Radio Lab podcast.
Yeah, I
Detail.
think the vegans and the vegetarians, I think
Think they did it?
Yeah, I think they
You still eat fish.
Yeah,
Still eat
just
chicken.
not eat a mammal.
You
Yeah,
just can't eat red meat. It's something in red meat. Yeah.
yeah. So that's one of the challenges,
Yeah.
right?
Those
But
goddamn ticks.
yeah,
They are everywhere. And we looked at it the other day. Because I have quite a few friends that have Lyme disease, and it's something you do keep for life.
Mm.
And quite a few friends. like 7 or 8, I think, at this point, that have devastating Lyme disease, and it's all East Coast people.
Yeah, what they're making love in the brush? Like, what are they
Just
doing?
walking around, going for a hike. You know?
Yeah, see, yeah, I'm a city person, so even though I moved to the country, I go for a hike on my deck. That's what,
You don't go anywhere.
no,
Just sit back.
just look out. Yeah, I'm
Really?
cool on the deck.
How did you're out there in this gorgeous country? Don't you want to go wander around a little bit?
No. It's honestly not a thought. My wife,
Really?
who's from Alaska, has those thoughts all the time.
Oh,
But the power of ticks overwhelms her power of curiosity.
those are powerful people in Alaska. That's a different type of human.
Yeah, they're bred differently. up
Oh,
there.
they're
Yeah.
strong.
Yeah.
Those people can survive.
Yeah.
And they have a sense of unity up there. It's really interesting.
That unity, I think, comes from the fact that they're all in the same risk factors together.
Yep.
And if you and I have the same things that can kill us, that makes us friends.
It's also they're overwhelmed by nature. It's like they're overwhelmed by both its beauty and just the sheer evidence that you're insignificant.
I would say they're not overwhelmed; they are whelmed.
Yeah.
There's the right amount of whelm.
I have a buddy of mine who lived up there. A grizzly bear killed a moose in his driveway.
Ooh,
Like, what?
right. That's the kind of stuff.
What? In the driveway. They had to be careful, like getting out of the house because
Yeah.
the bear had cached the moose.
When we first went up there, my brother-in-law, my wife's sister's husband, kept a loaded shotgun over their bed, so that when the door starts rattling in the middle of the night, the gun is in his arm's reach. And that was
Yeah.
good. That was good.
Yeah. Those fucking things.
Yeah.
You ever seen one in real life?
I mean, zoo. I mean,
No.
captive.
Not a real one. Real one. There's a look they give
Oh no,
you.
I did. No.
Really?
We visited Denali Park, but I saw it's 500 yards away. It's not. I'm not any
Oh.
closer than that.
Denali Park, they're a little bit habitualized too, right?
No, that's
Was
pretty wild.
Oh, Denali
I'm
Park is in
confused it
Alaska.
with Jellystone Park.
I'm thinking
Yeah.
something different.
You're thinking of Jellystone Park.
Denali Park is what's that near? What part of Alaska is that near?
It's got Mount McKinley. It's got Denali, the mountain
Right.
in it. So where is it? It's I forgot geographically, but
That's not like near the Brooks Range, right?
no, I couldn't tell you. I'm not mountain range fluent.
That's just the sheer size of Alaska. When you actually look at
Oh,
it
yeah.
over the United States, when
Oh, yeah.
you superimpose it, you go, oh,
Yeah.
what?
You want to know another one?
Yeah.
The size of Africa relative to the
We've done
United
that
States. You've
a
done
gang
that.
of times.
Oh,
Yeah.
excellent.
Everything fits in there.
Everything fits in. There's like 5 United States.
It's
in
crazy.
Africa.
Well,
Yeah.
literally everything fits in there. It's like most of the world
Yeah.
fits in there.
The United States plus Europe
Yeah,
plus
Asia, China.
China.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. It's a giant place. But what's really interesting about Alaska is how few people are there.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's such a
Population
large,
density.
Yeah, population density is so light. But Anchorage is a really cool city. Like if you go there, you're like, oh, this is a cool ass town.
Yeah.
Nice people. But if you go there in the summer, bring some things to cover your eyes.
Oh, wow.
Because when you're going to bed at night, you're going to bed
Oh,
during the day.
Yeah. It's So my wife said go to school in dark. It's not nighttime. It's just dark.
Yeah.
They don't use night and day. It's just dark and
Oh.
light.
Yeah, because it's only light for a few hours.
Yeah. So that's light, and then it's dark.
Did you ever see that movie? What was it called? 30 Days of Night? The vampire movie about a... Yeah, the vampires came to... It was actually
I've seen
a
like
pretty fun movie.
one vampire movie in my
I
life.
like vampire movies.
I have nothing against them.
You
They
got
just
too
don't.
much smart,
They
sir.
don't call to me. They don't. I don't.
You can't put that...
I don't see the romance of getting bitten in the neck.
Well, it's not romance. It's scary.
Actually, I think the what's that
Twilight
series?
series?
No,
You like
the other.
those?
No,
Tell me you liked it.
the other series. Underworld. The Underworld series.
Underworld.
I've seen a few of those.
Did you like those?
Those are fun.
Those are the dumbest ones.
Yeah, no.
Those are the ones that the Twilight fans make fun of.
No, I just like the fact that there's a lead woman kicking ass.
Oh,
I like
you're
women,
one of those guys.
women who kick
I
ass.
get it. Go ahead. Do your show.
I love women.
Put on your little show. I
Women-
love when women are winning.
Women
Yay!
kick ass. No, it's just fun. It's just
Well,
fun.
then you must love Alien, the original Alien.
Yeah, that's
We
good.
talked about Ripley from Alien,
Oh, yeah.
Sigourney Weaver. She's the original female movie badass.
Well, no, they go before her, and I just reminded
Barbarella?
myself of this. Is it Barbara Rigg?
Barbarella.
No, Barbara Rigg, I think is her name. She was the woman in the original British series, The Avengers.
Oh yeah, that's true. But that was hokey. Like,
Yeah, but she was wearing black leather
that's
and
true.
knew martial arts and kicked ass.
Wasn't believable. But
In a day
Sigourney
when
Weaver was believable. Like when she's shooting that thing, like you buy it. Like, look, she's throwing guys in the air.
okay.
Get the fuck out of here with this.
Okay.
Listen,
sorry.
this to me is like to you when you're making fun of
But wait, we got it.
astrophysics
Okay.
mistakes that they make in these movies about space.
Yeah.
This shit drives me crazy. When
Yeah.
people just flipping people through the air and kicking them and they fly off buildings. Stop. You're driving me fucking crazy.
Actually, I have a tweet. I think I should post it now. No, the tweet's too long. I gotta type
Are
it
you
up.
one of those dangerous guys that doesn't put a case in your phone? You have the fucking
Yeah, I don't
the,
put a case
the
on it.
escape in your the back on your phone. Your lock screen is the Stonehenge of Manhattan.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, Manhattan Henge.
Ah,
That's so sorry.
And you have no case on your phone, so
No.
you're a risk taker.
Right. No. So you can think of it as risk taking, or when I got the phone, because I admire how thin this is.
Right.
I like technology
Yeah.
serving me. Okay. So what I did when I got the phone, I said, "Let me do this with it." Okay.
Flip it around.
Yes. And I reminded myself, why do in the military cadets, why do they twirl their gun? Of what possible value is this in combat? Why do they do these things with their gun? And then I realized you're not supposed to drop ever. Ever. So if you twirl the gun and you don't drop it, it means stuff can happen to you in combat, and it is always attached to your body. So I said so when I got my phone, I said, let me just do this. Okay, let me just do this. If I pick up the phone and
Drop.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
So when you do that, then you never drop your phone. So it's not that I'm a risk taker, it's that I've changed my risk to make it so low that it essentially won't happen.
And you got Apple Care. Did you get Apple Care?
No.
You didn't?
No, of
You
course
don't
not.
get Apple Care?
No.
You're a risk taker.
First, I fix my own damn computer. Second,
How are you going to fix your own damn phone? If the screen breaks, you're going to get in there with a screwdriver and pop that bitch out, put a new one in?
the key phrase is that if the screen breaks.
You're not going to drop it. So
That's
don't worry
correct.
about
I also carry relatively expensive fountain pens.
that. What happens with that?
I never lose them.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
If
So-
you always lose your pens, it means you're not spending enough money on them.
Right, like sunglasses.
Exactly.
I've had the same pair of sunglasses now for a record number of times.
Right.
When
That
I
may
say
cost
that,
you $200 to
I'll
get them.
fucking lose them. They're just my favorite ones.
Yeah,
Actually, I
okay.
got them for free. Shout out to Skeleton Sunglasses.
Oh,
Skeleton Optics. Zeiss lenses.
Zeiss.
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 Powerful fucking
They
sunglasses.
invented the planetarium projector.
Did they really?
Yes, they did.
They make some badass
1923. 1923.
Yeah, shout out to
Invented.
Zeiss. But I've had these same sunglasses now, I think,
You're doing
for
well
like
here.
6 months. These fat, stupid fingers.
So once you get that, then it doesn't drop. So it's not that I'm a risk taker; is I've changed the risk so that it's low enough so that it is on par with other risks that you take routinely.
I smoke a lot of pot, dude. This is gonna drop if I keep doing this.
Also, the things if you pick up the phone with one hand and it's upside down, you hold it in places where the center of gravity flips it.
But you also have some sort of skin in the back.
It's just a sector of Van Gogh's Starry Night. Yeah, but it's not. There's no texture to this.
Nothing?
It's just a slippery.
Can I feel that?
Yeah, it's slippery like anything
What is
else.
it? Oh, it's the skin.
It's skin.
Definitely more texture.
Yeah, let me see.
That's slicker. It's covered
Okay,
with
but that's not
glass.
why it's there. My point is that's not why it's there.
But it'll aid in the friction.
A
As
little
a
bit.
scientist, you should
Okay,
recognize this.
friction is good.
Yes, I mean, isn't it one of the things they decided to do to asteroids to change their path? Spray some goo on them, and it'll literally cause more friction in the air and cause them to deviate slightly from their path, which
No.
over a long period of time.
I don't know where you just pull that out of your
Yeah,
ass in
there's
that
some
moment.
spray.
In that moment.
No, I read that. Or maybe it was some dummy who wrote it, and I
In the
read
vacuum of space, there is no friction. So
it. But isn't there some shit they could put on the like? If it's traveling, right?
Yes.
Isn't there something they could put on that would aerodynamically change its path?
in the vacuum of space, there is no aerodynamics.
Okay, so it's moving. Oh, there's
By the
nothing.
time it hits Earth's atmosphere, it's too late.
So but there was a coating that they were planning on putting on some aspect of. Would it be the act of putting the coating on?
No, so what you would do is, what you may be thinking of, there's a coating you can put on an asteroid that differently absorbs sunlight relative to the other side.
Oh, so it causes it to spin?
That can create a net, a vector of motion.
Spray painting asteroids could protect Earth from space rock threat.
Okay, so there you go.
That sounds like some clickbaity shit right there. That's some clickbaity shit. Okay.
Change the amount of sunlight reflected by the space rock. But you would not do that to the entire rock. You do it to a part of the rock.
Potentially nudging it away from Earth with the accumulated push provided by many thermal photons as they radiate from the asteroid surface. Holy shit. Yeah. See, I didn't think that through very well.
And somehow you added KY jelly to this.
I'm trying to flip this phone still.
Yeah.
My friend Andrew Santino, he carries this bitch around case free, and I admire him. He's a braver man than I.
So I sent you a list of topics. Did we hit all of them? Yeah, we hit all of them.
We didn't hit innovation in other
here's
countries.
one. No, here's one.
Oh, we never even got the cars.
Yeah,
Why
let me just
flying cars?
Why there'll never be flying cars?
Yeah.
May I
You
share
started
this with
with this, please.
you? Okay.
Since we're 2 hours and minutes in.
Is that allowed? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we're flying, dude.
No, but people don't have 3 hours to do they?
Oh, we do it all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, are you sure?
100%. Yeah.
This is not. You sure?
Yeah.
Average podcast right now. Like.
Average.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm honored.
Please.
You're average.
The ones we've done, we've all been like close to 3 hours.
Okay. All right, here you go. Here you go.
Is that a ding? Yeah, that's rude.
Okay, so let me.
I flipped it. I turned that goddamn switch on.
Okay, so go on that road is the speed of the slowest car on the road.
Right.
Make sense?
Yes.
This is travel in one dimension. That sucks. What you really want is travel in 2 dimensions. So you take the road and widen it. Let's make 2 lanes. 2 lanes in one direction. We can have 2 the other way as well. This doesn't matter here. Now I have 2 lanes. So now I can you your slow ass car. Okay? And that's fine. This is a great improvement on one-dimensional travel. Now it's 2 dimensions. Okay? I can shift left or right, as well as move forward or backwards to move. And the more lanes you have, the more 2-dimensional that is. Okay? The 405 here in Los Angeles, what is it, 6 lanes each? Is 12 freaking lanes? Okay? You are fully exploiting the 2-dimensionality of travel. But bypassing is just another lane. But now you're plugged, and you want to bypass it. So you're thinking, I need to travel in another dimension. I want to travel in the 3rd dimension. If I do that, I can bypass all these cars. I want a flying car.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the point is, we already have flying cars. They're called helicopters.
Well, the helicopters are originally invented for that.
They're called helicopters. They're noisy. They have to create a downward thrust of air equal to its own weight. If you're going to have a flying car, that's what it's going to have to do.
Right.
They're noisy. They completely disrupt the terrain wherever they fly. So the issue is not that you want a flying car. You want to travel in that 3rd dimension. We already do that.
How do we do that?
They're called tunnels. They're called bridges. When you have a huge intersection, you don't move people through one another. You build one road over the other. You build one road under the other. You are exploiting 3 dimensions so that traffic can go in perpendicular directions simultaneously. That's what the flying cars would have given you. But we do that at intersections because it would be impossible to move 12 lanes of traffic through an intersection that cross another freeway. New York City has done this. We do this. You're in the streets, there's too many cars, you can't move. Let's move in the 3rd dimension. Let's build a subway.
This sounds like a guy who's trying to sell me something.
I'm telling you,
better than a flying car. This is what it sounds like. You're like, listen, man, that flying car's bullshit. And I'll tell you what. You could buy a flying car.
I want you to appreciate
I do appreciate
the New York City subway system moves 1 billion people a year.
Mm.
And they all go in the third dimension, beneath the ground.
In my, I guess, early 40s, so maybe about 10 years ago, my wife and I are two friends, and mom and dad take the fitness dinner. And for some reason, the zodiac comes up. And dad says, did I say I know the zodiac? We used to hang out with his brother. I used to hang out with a guy, the high school age-ish, who eventually was one of the suspects that they were investigating as the Zodiac killer. And that they would go hunting, like they'd go shooting squirrels out at Hunter Liggett or something like that. And that they didn't know him, or they weren't around him at the time that the killings were taking place, or that he would have been when he was being investigated as the suspect. But that they knew him when he was younger. It turns out it's not this guy. It's not this Gary Francis Post. But I said, well, did it strike you as weird at the time? Or anything? Oh, yeah. He always, we would just use squirrels. He was like,
Through tunnels that are layered on top of one another.
Well, the New York
But it's as effective as a flying car.
No, not
Because
for a
I go
person who has a
past-
flying car. Person who has a flying car doesn't have to get in line.